Welcome to Wisdom. Relax, close your eyes. You can drift off. Let the story carry you to sleep.
Our story begins in the final, turbulent decades of the Roman Republic, with the birth of a child who would one day reshape the entire Mediterranean world and leave his mark on all of human history. On the 23rd of September, in the year 63 BC, a boy named Gaius Octavius was born in the ancient city of Rome. His family was respectable, but not particularly distinguished. They belonged to the equestrian class, that comfortable middle tier of Roman society, situated between the common people and the great senatorial families who had dominated Roman politics for centuries. No one watching the infant in his cradle could have guessed that this child would become the most powerful man the world had ever known. His father was a minor official, his mother connected to the family of Julius Caesar, but only distantly. It was a modest beginning for a man who would eventually be worshipped as a god throughout the vast territories of Rome's dominion. The young Octavius grew up during a time of profound instability and uncertainty. The Roman Republic, which had endured for nearly 5 centuries, was tearing itself apart. Generals marched their armies against one another. Politicians were murdered in the streets. The old certainties of Roman life were crumbling, and ambitious men saw opportunities in the chaos. Among them was Julius Caesar, the brilliant general who was conquering Gaul and amassing wealth and power that made the Senate tremble. Caesar noticed his young relative Octavius. He saw something in the boy, some quality of intelligence or determination that set him apart. And so, when Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BC, the world discovered that he had named Octavius as his adopted son and heir in his will. The 18-year-old boy suddenly found himself at the center of Roman politics, with enemies on every side and an inheritance that many powerful men wished to claim for themselves. What followed was years of civil war, alliance, and betrayal. Octavius proved himself far more cunning and ruthless than anyone had expected. He formed the Second Triumvirate with Mark Antony and Lepidus, and together they hunted down Caesar's assassins, Brutus and Cassius, defeating them at the Battle of Philippi in 42 BC. But the triumvirate could not last. 3 ambitious men cannot share power indefinitely. Lepidus was gradually pushed aside, and the Roman world divided between Octavius in the west and Antony in the east. The final confrontation came at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, where Octavius's fleet destroyed the combined forces of Antony and Cleopatra. The lovers fled to Egypt, where they took their own lives rather than face capture. Octavius stood alone as master of the Roman world. He was 32 years old, and the long centuries of republican government had finally come to an end. In 27 BC, the Senate gathered and granted him the title Augustus, meaning the revered one, the illustrious one. It was a name heavy with religious significance, suggesting something more than human. From this moment, we may speak of him as Augustus, the first Roman emperor, though he was careful never to use that word himself. His reign would last for over 4 decades, from 27 BC until his death in AD 14, a span of 41 years that transformed every aspect of Roman life. He called himself merely the first citizen, the princeps, and insisted that he had restored the republic. But everyone understood the reality beneath the careful language and ancient ceremonies. Power now flowed from one man alone, and that man was Augustus. His achievement was nothing less than the creation of a new form of government. The Principate, as historians call it, preserved the outward forms of the republic while concentrating real authority in the hands of the emperor. The Senate still met. Magistrates were still elected. The courts still functioned. But behind this republican facade, Augustus controlled the armies, the treasury, and the most important provinces. He had learned from his adoptive father's fate. Julius Caesar had been murdered because he seemed too much like a king. Augustus would be more subtle. He would rule absolutely while appearing to defer to tradition. It was a delicate balance, maintained through a combination of genuine political skill and carefully cultivated image. Augustus reformed nearly every aspect of Roman administration. He created a standing professional army, ending the dangerous practice of generals raising personal armies that owed loyalty only to their commander. These legions were stationed on the frontiers, far from Rome, where they could defend the empire without threatening the capital. He established the Praetorian Guard, an elite force stationed near Rome itself, theoretically to protect the emperor but destined to play a fateful role in the reigns to come. He organized police forces and fire brigades for the city, services that the chaotic republic had never properly provided. He reformed taxation, making it more systematic and less arbitrary. The provinces, long exploited by corrupt governors, received more consistent and honest administration. The physical transformation of Rome was equally dramatic. Augustus famously boasted that he had found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. This was no empty claim. Temples rose across the city, their columns gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. Forums and basilicas provided spaces for commerce and law. Aqueducts carried fresh water to fountains throughout the city. Roads radiated outward from Rome to every corner of the empire, well-maintained highways that facilitated trade, communication, and the rapid movement of armies wherever they might be needed. Augustus understood that architecture was a form of propaganda, a silent argument for the legitimacy of his rule. Every building proclaimed the power and permanence of his regime. Every temple reminded Romans that the gods favored their ruler. Yet for all his public success, Augustus struggled with the most personal of matters. He championed traditional Roman morality, passing laws that encouraged marriage among the upper classes and penalized adultery with exile or worse. He presented himself as a defender of old Roman virtues against the decadence of the age. But his own family proved impossible to control. His daughter Julia, his only biological child, became a source of profound embarrassment. Her affairs were public knowledge, a scandal that mocked everything her father claimed to represent. In 2 BC, Augustus was forced to banish her to a barren island, where she would spend the rest of her life in exile. He never spoke of her again. The man who could command legions and bend the Senate to his will could not command his own daughter. It was a painful irony that Augustus would carry to his grave. Augustus could also be ruthless when he perceived threats to his power or his position. In his younger years, during the proscriptions that followed the formation of the triumvirate, he had allowed or ordered the deaths of hundreds of Roman citizens whose only crime was their wealth or their suspected disloyalty. Even in his later years, when his position was secure, he showed little mercy to those who plotted against him or proved disloyal. Freedmen who betrayed his trust were executed. Senators who spoke too freely or too boldly found themselves in danger. The peace of Augustus rested, in part, on fear. Romans understood that their benevolent ruler could become something else entirely if provoked. The question of succession haunted his entire reign. Augustus had no sons of his own, and Roman tradition offered no clear mechanism for transferring power. He pinned his hopes first on his nephew Marcellus, who died young. Then on his grandsons Gaius and Lucius, whom he adopted as his own sons, but they too died before reaching maturity. His grandson Agrippa Postumus proved unstable and was eventually banished. One by one, Augustus buried the young men he had groomed to succeed him, watching his careful plans crumble with each funeral. In the end, he was left with Tiberius, his stepson, a capable but gloomy and melancholy man whom Augustus had never particularly liked or trusted. Yet there was no other choice. Tiberius was adopted as Augustus's son and designated as his heir, ensuring that power would pass smoothly when the time came. Augustus died on the 19th of August in the year AD 14, at the town of Nola in southern Italy. He was 75 years old, ancient by the standards of his time. By remarkable coincidence, he died in the same house where his father had died decades before. The Romans, always attentive to omens and patterns, would not have missed the symmetry. His final illness was mercifully brief, and the ancient sources generally agree that he died of natural causes, simply wearing out after a long and demanding life of constant labor. Yet rumors persisted that his wife Livia had poisoned him, perhaps to ensure Tiberius's succession before Augustus could change his mind. Some whispered that she had coated fresh figs with poison while they still hung on the tree, knowing her husband would pick them himself. Whether true or not, the story reflects the atmosphere of suspicion that surrounded the imperial court. In a world where power was absolute, every death invited speculation. Augustus was promptly deified by the Senate, becoming a god to be worshipped alongside Jupiter and Mars. The era he had created would endure for centuries to come. The empire he had built would shape the entire world long after the last emperor had finally fallen. The man who inherited Augustus's carefully constructed empire was a very different sort of ruler altogether. Tiberius Claudius Nero was born on the 16th of November, in the year 42 BC, into one of Rome's oldest and most distinguished patrician families. The Claudii had been prominent in Roman affairs for centuries, producing consuls, generals, and statesmen whose names echoed through the annals of the Republic. They were known for their pride, their stubbornness, and their fierce dedication to what they believed was right. Tiberius carried the weight of that heritage in his bearing, in his aristocratic pride, and in his deep sense of duty to the state. He was not born to be emperor. That role had been thrust upon him by tragic circumstance, by the untimely deaths of younger men, and by the cold political calculations of Augustus. He accepted it, as he accepted everything, with a grim determination that left little room for joy. His early life had been marked by upheaval and displacement. As a small child, he had fled with his parents through the chaos of civil war, narrowly escaping death on multiple occasions. His mother Livia divorced his father to marry the powerful Octavian, the future Augustus, when Tiberius was only 3 years old. The boy was raised in the household of the man who would become emperor, always aware that he was not truly part of that family, always conscious of his ambiguous position. He grew into a tall, strong young man with a reserved manner, a deep intelligence, and a remarkable talent for military command. Augustus sent him to the frontiers of the empire, where he proved himself an excellent general, winning important victories in the Alps, along the Danube, and in the dark forests of Germany where Roman legions had met disaster. He secured the northern borders of the empire through years of patient, methodical campaigning, earning the respect of his soldiers if not their love. When Augustus died in AD 14, Tiberius became emperor at the age of 55. The Senate confirmed his authority, and no serious rival challenged his position. He was, after all, Augustus's adopted son and designated heir, a proven military commander with decades of experience. Yet from the very beginning, his relationship with the Senate was uneasy. Tiberius seemed to want the senators to share in governing, to take responsibility and show initiative. But decades of Augustus's rule had trained them to defer to the emperor in all things. They waited for instructions and guidance that Tiberius was reluctant to give, for he genuinely wished them to govern alongside him. He grew frustrated with what he saw as their craven servility and lack of initiative. They grew confused by what they perceived as his obscure intentions. It was a poison dynamic that would haunt his entire reign. In the early years, Tiberius governed competently and even admirably. He maintained Augustus's administrative framework, avoiding reckless changes or unnecessary innovations. He was fiscally responsible, keeping taxation moderate, and building up reserves in the treasury. He avoided military adventures, focusing instead on consolidating the conquests already made. The frontiers remained secure. The provinces were governed with reasonable honesty. By any objective measure, the empire functioned well under his careful administration. Yet Tiberius never won the affection of the Roman people or the loyalty that Augustus had commanded. He lacked Augustus's gift for public relations, his ability to seem approachable and benevolent even while wielding absolute power over millions of lives. Tiberius was too proud, too reserved, too obviously contemptuous of the masses and their entertainments to ever be loved. The great shadow over his reign was Lucius Aelius Sejanus, the ambitious prefect of the Praetorian Guard. Sejanus was ruthlessly ambitious, deeply cunning, and utterly without scruple or moral restraint. He consolidated the scattered cohorts of the Guard into a single fortified camp near Rome, concentrating dangerous military power in his own hands and making himself the gatekeeper to the emperor. He cultivated Tiberius's trust, making himself indispensable to the aging emperor. Gradually, he built a network of informers and allies throughout the government. When Tiberius's son Drusus died in AD 23, many suspected poison, and later evidence suggested that Sejanus had indeed arranged the murder, seducing Drusus's wife Livilla to help him. With Drusus dead, Sejanus moved to eliminate other potential rivals, using accusations of treason to destroy anyone who stood in his way. The treason trials that followed cast a pall of fear over Roman society. Senators denounced one another. Informers grew rich on confiscated estates. The atmosphere in Rome became poisonous with suspicion and betrayal. In AD 26, Tiberius made a fateful decision that would define the latter half of his troubled reign. He left Rome and withdrew to the island of Capri, a rugged and beautiful place off the coast near Naples. He would never return to the capital city he had come to despise. From his cliff-top villa, perched high above the sparkling waters of the bay, he continued to govern the empire through letters and messengers, but his physical absence from Rome allowed Sejanus's power to grow dangerously unchecked. Ancient sources paint a lurid picture of Tiberius's life on Capri, describing grotesque sexual depravities and cruel entertainments. How much of this is true, we cannot know. The accounts were written by authors hostile to Tiberius, eager to portray him as a monster. What seems certain is that his isolation bred paranoia. Cut off from direct contact with the Senate and the people, he relied increasingly on reports from Sejanus and other informers. Trust became impossible. Every friendship seemed potentially treacherous. The treason trials multiplied during these dark years, creating an atmosphere of terror among the Roman elite that none would soon forget. The ancient law of Maestas, originally intended to protect the dignity and majesty of the Roman state, was twisted into a deadly weapon against anyone who might be suspected of disloyalty to the emperor. A careless word, a dream reported by a slave, an ambiguous gesture could lead to prosecution, exile, or death. Properties were confiscated. Families were destroyed. Some of the accusations were surely justified, for there were genuine plots against Tiberius. But many were clearly motivated by personal grudges, political rivalries, or simple greed for the estates of the condemned. Tiberius seemed unable or unwilling to restrain the process. Perhaps he believed the accusations. Perhaps he no longer cared. The reign that had begun with such careful administrative competence was now ending in blood and fear. Tiberius's relationships within his own family were constant sources of grief, suspicion, and bitter disappointment. His nephew Germanicus, a popular and charismatic general beloved by the armies and the common people alike, had died under mysterious circumstances in AD 19, possibly poisoned by agents unknown. Tiberius had never been close to Germanicus, and rumors spread that the emperor himself had ordered the murder, though this seems unlikely. Germanicus's widow Agrippina became Tiberius's bitter enemy, convinced that he had killed her husband. Her sons, potential heirs to the throne, were caught up in the factional struggles around Sejanus. 2 of them would die in prison or exile. Only the youngest, Gaius, survived, protected perhaps by his youth and apparent insignificance. He would later become emperor himself, remembered by history as Caligula. Finally, in AD 31, Tiberius turned against Sejanus with devastating swiftness. Perhaps he received convincing evidence of the prefect's long-planned treachery from an unexpected source. Perhaps he simply recognized how dangerous his once-trusted minister had become. In a carefully orchestrated political maneuver worthy of Augustus himself, Tiberius had a lengthy letter read to the Senate that denounced Sejanus and ordered his immediate arrest. The man who had terrorized Rome for years was seized, condemned, and executed on the same day. His body was torn apart by the mob. His children were killed, his statues pulled down, his memory damned. But the destruction of Sejanus did not end the reign of terror. If anything, the treason trials intensified as Tiberius sought to root out all of Sejanus's former allies and associates. The final years of the reign were the darkest of all. Tiberius died on the 16th of March, AD 37, at the coastal town of Misenum on the Bay of Naples. He was 77 years old and had ruled the Roman Empire for 23 years. The ancient accounts of his death are confused and deeply contradictory. Some say he died of natural causes, his aged and weary body simply giving out after a brief illness. Others claim that he was smothered with a pillow by the Praetorian prefect Macro, who was eager to install the young Gaius as emperor. Still others suggest that Gaius himself participated in the murder. What is certain is that Rome greeted the news of his death with undisguised joy and relief. Crowds gathered in the streets of the capital, celebrating wildly and shouting for his body to be thrown into the Tiber. The Senate refused to deify him. His long reign, which had preserved peace and prosperity throughout the vast empire, was remembered only for its cruelty, suspicion, and the terror of the treason trials. Tiberius had never wanted to be emperor, and in the end, the crushing burden of that unwanted power had consumed him entirely. He left behind an empire that was stable, solvent, and at peace with its neighbors, but also a dark legacy of fear and mistrust that would shape the reigns of emperors to come. The young man who now became emperor was born Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus on the 31st of August, in the year AD 12, into the most exalted family in the Roman world. He was the son of Germanicus, that beloved general whose mysterious death in the distant east had cast such a long and terrible shadow over Tiberius's reign, and of Agrippina the elder, the fierce and ambitious granddaughter of Augustus himself. Royal blood flowed through his veins from multiple directions. From his earliest days, young Gaius was raised among soldiers in the rugged camps along Rome's northern frontiers. His father took him to the military camps on the Rhine, where the legions stood guard against the Germanic tribes, and where the little boy toddled about in a miniature soldier's uniform, complete with tiny military boots. The soldiers adored him and gave him the affectionate nickname Caligula, meaning little boot or little soldier's sandal. It was a name that would follow him into history, though as emperor he is said to have despised it, as he much preferred the dignity of his formal titles to any reminders of his childhood among common soldiers in muddy camps. His early years were marked by unimaginable tragedy and constant danger. He watched helplessly as his family was systematically destroyed by the machinations of Sejanus and the dark suspicions of the aging Tiberius. His mother Agrippina, that proud and fierce woman who had never hidden her contempt for Tiberius, was arrested and exiled to a barren island called Pandateria, where she eventually starved herself to death in grief and defiance. His older brothers Nero and Drusus were likewise condemned on charges of treason and killed. Of all the many children of the beloved Germanicus, only young Caligula and his 3 sisters survived, and their survival seemed to depend entirely on seeming harmless, even completely insignificant to all who held power. The young Gaius was eventually summoned to live with Tiberius on the island of Capri, where he spent years in the company of the paranoid old emperor. What he saw there, what he learned about power and cruelty and how to survive, shaped him in ways that would become all too clear once he held power in his own hands. When Tiberius died in March of AD 37, the Roman world greeted the accession of Caligula with genuine enthusiasm and tremendous hope for the future. He was the son of the beloved Germanicus, the last surviving male heir of the popular branch of the imperial family that the people had adored. He was young, only 24 years old, reportedly handsome with a pleasant manner, and apparently well-disposed toward both the Senate and the common people. The first months of his reign seemed to confirm these optimistic hopes magnificently. He granted generous bonuses to the Praetorian Guard and the legions stationed on the frontiers, securing their loyalty with lavish payments. He staged costly public games and spectacles that delighted the Roman populace, who had been starved for such entertainment under Tiberius. He recalled exiles, burned the records of the treason trials, and seemed determined to govern in a spirit of openness and reconciliation. After the dark final years of Tiberius, the new emperor appeared like sunshine breaking through storm clouds. The reign of Caligula lasted just under 4 years, from March of AD 37 to January of AD 41, a brief span that would become one of the most controversial and hotly debated periods in all of Roman history. The ancient sources portray him as a monster of cruelty and madness, a tyrant who did unspeakable crimes and gave in to the most depraved acts. Modern historians have questioned some of these lurid accounts, noting that they were written by authors hostile to his memory and eager to justify his eventual assassination. Yet even allowing for exaggeration and propaganda, there is no denying that something went wrong with his rule. The hopeful young prince of the early months became something far more dangerous. Some ancient sources report that Caligula fell seriously and dangerously ill a few months into his reign, hovering near death while Rome held its breath. When he finally recovered, according to these accounts, his personality had changed dramatically and irreversibly. Whether this represents some genuine medical or psychological crisis, perhaps a brain fever that hurt his mind, or just a handy tale to explain his later acts, we do not know for sure. What is clear is that his relationship with the Roman Senate deteriorated rapidly and dramatically. He seemed to delight in publicly humiliating senators, forcing them into degrading public roles that mocked their ancient dignity and made them look ridiculous before the crowds. He demanded to be treated not merely as emperor, but as a living god walking among mortals, insisting on divine honors that shocked traditional Romans who remembered Augustus. He reportedly planned to make his favorite horse, Incitatus, a consul, though whether this was serious intent or deliberate mockery of the Senate remains debated by scholars to this day. His financial management was absolutely catastrophic for the Roman state. Caligula spent lavishly and recklessly on games, spectacles, extravagant banquets, and ambitious building projects, rapidly depleting the enormous treasury that Tiberius had so carefully and painstakingly accumulated over decades of frugal management. When the money inevitably ran short, he turned to extortion, confiscation, and even forced auctions where wealthy Romans were compelled to purchase items at absurdly inflated prices. He accused citizens of imaginary treasons and seized their estates for the treasury. He imposed new taxes that fell heavily on ordinary people. The generosity of his first months gave way to a desperate scrambling for funds that alienated every class of Roman society. The accusations of depravity that fill the ancient sources are extremely difficult to evaluate with any objectivity. Writers like Suetonius and Cassius Dio, writing long after his death, describe incestuous relationships with his sisters, sexual humiliation of nobles and their wives, sadistic cruelty that seemed to delight in the suffering of others, and bizarre public behavior that shocked even the jaded Roman aristocracy. How much of this is true? How much is exaggeration for rhetorical effect? And how much is outright invention by hostile sources with political motivations? We cannot determine with certainty today. What seems clear is that Caligula violated norms of acceptable behavior in ways that shocked his contemporaries. He blurred the boundaries between emperor and god, between public dignity and private indulgence, between legitimate authority and naked tyranny. Even if the most extreme stories are discounted, he clearly created an atmosphere of fear and unpredictability at court. The famous story of Caligula ordering his soldiers to collect seashells as spoils of war illustrates the difficulty of interpreting his reign. Some historians today see this as clear evidence of madness. Others suggest it was a deliberate humiliation of troops he considered unreliable. Still others propose that it was a misunderstood military exercise, or even a later invention. The truth is now beyond recovery. But the story's long persistence speaks to how the Romans of later ages remembered him, as a ruler whose acts defied all rational thought, whose whims could transform military campaigns into absurd theatrical performances. By AD 41, resentment against Caligula had reached a dangerous and explosive level throughout the Roman ruling class. Senators who had been publicly humiliated and stripped of their dignity, military officers who had been threatened or arbitrarily demoted, and courtiers who lived in daily fear for their lives began to whisper and conspire. The plot that emerged centered on a few key officers of the Praetorian Guard itself, the very soldiers who had been so richly paid at the start of his reign and who now found themselves forced to see and take part in his wild excesses. On the 24th of January, AD 41, as Caligula was walking through a narrow underground corridor in the palace complex after attending the morning games, the conspirators struck with sudden violence. They surrounded him and stabbed him repeatedly, killing him in a wild frenzy of blades and blood. He was 28 years old and had ruled for less than 4 turbulent years. The assassination did not end there, for the conspirators were thorough in their bloody work. The conspirators also murdered Caligula's wife Caesonia, who was stabbed to death, and their infant daughter Julia Drusilla, smashing the baby's head against a wall to ensure no heir survived who might become a rallying point for loyalists seeking revenge. The brutality was deliberate. They wanted to end not just Caligula's life but his entire line, to make clear that there would be no restoration, no revenge. The Senate briefly entertained hopes of restoring the Republic, but those hopes were quickly dashed. While senators debated, the Praetorian Guard found Caligula's uncle Claudius hiding behind a curtain in the palace, terrified for his life. The soldiers proclaimed him emperor on the spot, recognizing instinctively that their privileges, their wages, and their very power depended on having an emperor to serve and protect. And so the Julio-Claudian dynasty continued despite everything, passing from the murdered tyrant to an unlikely successor, whom absolutely no one had ever considered a serious candidate for imperial power. Caligula's reign had lasted less than 4 years, but its terrible memory would haunt Rome for many centuries, a warning about what happened when absolute power fell into the wrong hands and when madness sat upon the throne of the world. The man whom the soldiers had found trembling behind a palace curtain was perhaps the most unlikely emperor Rome would ever know in all its long centuries of imperial rule. Tiberius Claudius Drusus was born on the 1st of August, in the year 10 BC, in the city of Lugdunum in the province of Gaul, making him the first Roman emperor to be born outside the Italian peninsula itself. His father was Drusus, the younger brother of Tiberius and a brilliant military general who had died tragically young while campaigning in Germany. His mother was Antonia Minor, the daughter of Mark Antony and Octavia, a woman of formidable character and unimpeachable virtue. He was connected by blood to both Augustus and to Antony, the rivals of Actium, carrying within his veins the mingled heritage of the civil wars that had created the empire. From his earliest years, Claudius was considered an embarrassment to his illustrious and accomplished family. He suffered from physical ailments that made him seem weak and foolish in the eyes of his proud relatives who valued strength and dignity above all else. He walked with a pronounced limp that made every step awkward. His head shook involuntarily, especially when he was nervous or excited. He stammered badly when he spoke, struggling to form words that came easily to others. His own mother reportedly called him a monster whom nature had begun but never finished. Augustus, his great-uncle, treated him with a mixture of bewildered concern and condescending dismissal, never considering him a serious candidate for any public role. Tiberius ignored him almost entirely. Caligula found him useful as a figure of fun, someone to mock at dinner parties and humiliate for the amusement of guests. Throughout the reigns of 3 emperors, Claudius lived in the shadows, dismissed as an idiot, excluded from power, and thereby, perhaps, saved from the deadly intrigues that destroyed so many of his relatives. What his family completely failed to recognize was that behind the awkward and embarrassing exterior lived a keen, curious, and surprisingly capable mind. Claudius spent his long years of exclusion from public life studying, reading, and writing. He became a genuine and accomplished scholar of Roman history, Etruscan antiquities, and the finer points of the Latin language and its grammar. He composed extensive historical works that, though now sadly lost to us, were respected and consulted by later generations of Roman scholars. His long isolation from politics gave him time to observe how government actually functioned, to understand the machinery of empire without being caught up in its dangers. When the Praetorian Guard suddenly thrust power into his hands, he proved far more capable than anyone had expected. The stammering fool turned out to be an effective administrator. Claudius became emperor on the 24th of January, AD 41, immediately after the assassination of Caligula. He was 50 years old, and he had spent half a century being dismissed and overlooked. The Senate, which had briefly dreamed of restoring republican government, was forced to accept the choice that the soldiers had made. They had little alternative. The Praetorians controlled Rome, and they wanted an emperor from the imperial family, someone who would preserve their privileges and pay their wages. Claudius rewarded them with a generous donative, establishing a precedent that would bind emperors and their guards together in mutual dependence for centuries to come. His reign lasted 13 years, from AD 41 to AD 54, and it was marked by substantial accomplishments that belie the ancient caricature of him as a weak and foolish ruler. The most dramatic achievement of his entire reign was the conquest of Britain. In AD 43, Claudius sent 4 legions across the stormy channel to invade the mysterious island that the great Julius Caesar had raided a century before, but had never truly subdued or brought into the Roman fold. The invasion was remarkably successful. Claudius himself traveled all the way to Britain to witness the capture of Camulodunum, the great stronghold of the native kings, and to receive the formal submission of numerous tribal leaders who bent the knee to Roman power. He spent only 16 days on the island, but it was enough to claim a triumph, to add new territory to the empire, and to show at last that the stammering scholar could be a conquering emperor. Beyond Britain, Claudius proved himself a capable administrator who took his duties seriously. He extended Roman citizenship to provinces and communities across the empire, recognizing that Rome's strength lay in incorporating conquered peoples rather than merely exploiting them. He improved the legal system, sitting as judge himself for long hours and showing particular concern for the rights of slaves and freedmen. He invested in infrastructure, building new aqueducts to supply Rome with fresh water, constructing a new harbor at Ostia to facilitate the grain ships that fed the capital, and improving roads throughout Italy and the provinces. These were unglamorous achievements, the quiet and patient work of good government, but they strengthened the empire in lasting and meaningful ways. Yet Claudius's reign was also marked by features that his critics seized upon as evidence of weakness and poor judgment. He relied heavily on freedmen, former slaves who had been given their liberty and who now served in his administration. Men like Narcissus and Pallas accumulated enormous power and wealth, controlling access to the emperor and influencing policy in ways that offended the traditional senatorial aristocracy. To the old elite, it seemed degrading that former slaves should wield such authority, that the business of empire should pass through their hands rather than through the proper channels of senatorial consultation. Claudius either could not or would not restrain them, and their influence contributed to the perception that he was not truly in control of his own government. His private life was a constant source of scandal and, ultimately, profound tragedy. Claudius was married 4 times over the course of his life, and his marriages brought him little happiness and much public humiliation. His third wife, Valeria Messalina, became utterly notorious for her alleged affairs and her ruthless political scheming at court. The ancient sources describe her as a woman of insatiable appetites and shameless behavior who betrayed her husband repeatedly, and even staged a shocking public marriage ceremony with one of her young lovers, Gaius Silius, while Claudius was away from Rome on imperial business. When the scandal finally reached the emperor, Messalina was executed, leaving Claudius a widower with young children and a reputation as a cuckold who had been the last to know of his own disgrace. His fourth and final marriage proved even more fateful for the future of the dynasty. He married his own niece Agrippina the Younger, the sister of the murdered Caligula and the mother of a son from a previous marriage, a boy named Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, who would later be known to history as Nero. Agrippina was ambitious, intelligent, and utterly ruthless in advancing her son's interests above all other considerations. She persuaded Claudius to adopt Nero as his own son and designated heir, thereby pushing aside Britannicus, the emperor's own biological son by the executed Messalina. She accumulated power and influence at court, carefully maneuvering her loyal supporters into key positions throughout the government and preparing the way for Nero's eventual succession to the throne. Ancient sources suggest that when Claudius began to waver, to reconsider the arrangement and favor Britannicus once more, Agrippina acted decisively to protect her investment. Claudius died on the 13th of October, AD 54, at the age of 63 years. The official announcement proclaimed that he had been taken suddenly ill after eating a dish of mushrooms, his favorite delicacy. But rumors immediately spread throughout Rome that Agrippina had poisoned him to secure the throne for her son before the old emperor could change his mind about the succession. Some accounts claim that she employed a professional poisoner to coat the mushrooms he loved. Others say that when the first dose failed to work quickly enough, a physician named Xenophon finished the job by administering poison on a feather, supposedly to help Claudius vomit. Whether true or not, these stories reflect the deep suspicion that surrounded deaths in the imperial family, where natural causes were never quite believable and every passing was examined for evidence of murder. The Senate officially deified Claudius after his death, enrolling him among the gods of Rome and declaring that divine honors should be paid to him throughout the empire. It was a recognition that, despite his physical infirmities and awkward manner, despite his scandalous wives, and despite his heavy reliance on freedmen, he had governed the vast empire competently and responsibly for 13 years. He had conquered Britain and added it to Rome's dominions. He had extended citizenship to communities across the provinces. The stammering fool whom his own proud family had despised and dismissed for decades had proven himself entirely capable of ruling the greatest power the world had ever known. Yet his own legacy was in fact very complicated by what came after. The son he had adopted, the boy Agrippina had placed in line for the throne, would become the Emperor Nero, and Nero's dark reign would end the Julio-Claudian dynasty in fire and blood. Claudius had preserved the empire and significantly extended its boundaries, but he had also, perhaps quite unwittingly, set the stage for the reign of its most notorious and destructive ruler. The young man who now ascended to the throne of the Roman world was just 16 years old, a boy raised entirely in the shadow of his ruthless and deeply ambitious mother. Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, as he was now formally known following his adoption by Claudius, had been born Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus on the 15th of December, AD 37, in the pleasant seaside town of Antium south of Rome. His father was Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, a man of notoriously cruel and dissolute character, who reportedly said that any child born of himself and Agrippina could only be a disaster for Rome. That father died when Nero was only 3 years old. His mother was Agrippina the Younger, the surviving sister of the murdered Caligula, and one of the most formidable women in all of Roman history. From his earliest years, Nero's life had been shaped by his mother's consuming ambition to see her son rule the world, and now, with the death of Claudius, that ambition had been realized at last. The early years of Nero's reign were surprisingly successful and well-regarded. He was guided by 2 exceptional advisors who worked together to keep his worst impulses carefully in check. The first was Lucius Annaeus Seneca, the famous Stoic philosopher and prolific writer who had been recalled from exile on the island of Corsica to serve as Nero's tutor, and who now became his principal advisor on all matters of state and policy. The second was Sextus Afranius Burrus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, a blunt and honest soldier who provided military expertise and a steadying influence at court. Together, Seneca and Burrus managed the young emperor, steering him toward moderate policies and keeping him occupied with harmless pleasures while they attended to the serious business of governing. The first 5 years of Nero's reign, known to later generations as the Quinquennium Neronis, were remembered as a time of good government, reduced taxation, and relative harmony between the emperor and the Senate. But the arrangement could not last forever. Nero grew older and increasingly resentful of the controls placed upon him. He chafed against the influence of his mother, who expected to rule through him, and who interfered constantly in matters of state, and even in his personal life. The relationship between mother and son deteriorated into bitter hostility. Agrippina threatened to support Britannicus, the biological son of Claudius whom Nero had displaced as heir. Shortly thereafter, Britannicus died suddenly at a banquet, allegedly poisoned on Nero's orders, though the emperor claimed the boy had simply suffered an epileptic seizure. Agrippina's threats had been silenced, but her influence remained a source of friction and resentment. In AD 59, Nero took the extraordinary step of having his own mother murdered. The accounts of her death read like something from a theatrical melodrama, which perhaps was fitting for an emperor who fancied himself an artist. First, Nero attempted to kill her by means of a collapsing boat designed to sink in the Bay of Naples. Agrippina survived, swimming to shore despite her injuries. When subtlety failed, Nero resorted to directness. He sent soldiers to her villa, where they beat her to death. Ancient sources report that her last words as the assassins approached were to strike her womb, the womb that had borne such a monster. Whether true or invented, the story captures the horror that Romans felt at this ultimate violation of family bonds. The Great Fire of Rome in July of AD 64 became the defining catastrophe of Nero's entire reign and one of the most devastating disasters in the long history of the ancient city. The fire burned for 6 terrible days and nights, destroying vast swaths of the city that had taken centuries to build. Of Rome's 14 administrative districts, 3 were completely leveled to bare ground and 7 more were severely damaged. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary people were left homeless, their possessions and their livelihoods reduced to smoldering ash. Ancient temples that had stood for centuries were consumed by the flames. The human suffering was immense, and the destruction of irreplaceable monuments and records was a blow to Roman identity itself. Nero was at Antium when the fire broke out and returned to Rome to organize relief efforts, opening his own gardens to refugees and arranging for food supplies to be distributed at reduced prices. Yet despite these efforts, rumors spread that Nero himself had ordered the fire to be set, supposedly so that he could rebuild Rome according to his own grandiose architectural vision. The story that he played the lyre and sang while watching Rome burn, though almost certainly false, became one of the most enduring images of his reign. Whether or not Nero started the fire, he certainly took advantage of the destruction to build his magnificent Domus Aurea, the Golden House, a vast palace complex that sprawled across the devastated neighborhoods in the heart of Rome. The scale and extravagance of this project fueled resentment and confirmed suspicions about the emperor's priorities. To deflect blame for the fire, Nero turned upon a small religious sect that had recently appeared in Rome. The Christians, as they were called, followed the teachings of a Jewish preacher who had been executed in Judea some 3 decades earlier. They were already regarded with suspicion by many Romans, who found their practices strange and their refusal to honor the traditional gods offensive. Nero accused them of starting the fire and subjected them to horrific punishments. According to the historian Tacitus, writing a generation later, Christians were covered with animal skins and torn apart by dogs, or they were crucified, or they were set alight to serve as human torches illuminating Nero's gardens at night. This persecution, though brief, marked the first organized Roman action against Christianity and would be remembered by later generations of Christians as a founding moment of martyrdom. As the years passed, Nero devoted himself increasingly to his artistic pursuits, performing publicly as a singer, actor, and charioteer in ways that shocked traditional Roman sensibilities. Emperors were supposed to maintain a certain dignity, to embody the gravitas that Romans valued so highly. Nero performed on stage, competed in athletic contests, and accepted prizes that no one dared deny him. He traveled to Greece to participate in the great festivals there. Winning every competition, he entered through a combination of flattery, fear, and the judges' understandable reluctance to offend the ruler of the known world. To Nero, these performances were expressions of his artistic genius. To many Romans, they were humiliating spectacles that degraded the imperial office. In AD 65, a major conspiracy against Nero was discovered. The conspiracy, known to history as the Pisonian Conspiracy after its nominal figurehead Gaius Calpurnius Piso, involved senators, wealthy knights, military officers, and even trusted members of the Praetorian Guard itself. The conspirators planned to assassinate Nero and install Piso as emperor. When the plot was betrayed, Nero responded with a wave of executions, forced suicides, and exiles that decimated the Roman elite. Among those compelled to take their own lives was Seneca, Nero's former tutor and advisor, who died with philosophical calm, opening his veins in a warm bath while discoursing on the immortality of the soul. The poet Lucan, Seneca's nephew and the author of an epic poem on the civil wars, was also forced to suicide. The terror spread rapidly throughout Roman society, creating an atmosphere of fear and constant suspicion. By AD 68, discontent with Nero's rule had reached an absolute breaking point across the empire. Revolts broke out in the provinces of Gaul and Spain, led by ambitious provincial governors who commanded battle-hardened legions, and who saw in the chaos an opportunity to seize supreme power for themselves. The initial rebellion in Gaul was suppressed with great bloodshed, but the revolt in Spain, led by the elderly but capable Servius Sulpicius Galba, steadily gained momentum and attracted more supporters with each passing week. More ominously, the legions along the Rhine and the Danube began to waver in their loyalty. The Praetorian Guard in Rome itself, the emperor's last line of defense, was persuaded to abandon Nero by their new prefect, who had been promised rewards by Galba's supporters. The Senate declared Nero a public enemy, condemning him to be executed in the ancient manner, beaten to death with rods. Nero fled Rome in the dark of night with only a handful of loyal freedmen, taking refuge in a modest villa a few miles outside the city walls. As the sound of approaching horsemen reached his ears in the gray light of dawn, he prepared to take his own life rather than face the humiliation of capture and the agony of public execution. Yet even at this final moment, his theatrical nature asserted itself. He reportedly lamented what an artist the world was losing in him, and he required assistance from a freedman to drive the dagger into his own throat. He died on the 9th of June AD 68, at the young age of 30 years. He was the last of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the remarkable family that had ruled the Roman world for nearly a century since Augustus had established the Principate in the aftermath of civil war. With his death, that extraordinary lineage came to its final end, and Rome plunged once again into a terrible year of civil war as rival generals fought desperately for the vacant throne. The death of Nero opened a wound in the Roman state that would take nearly 2 years of bloodshed and chaos to heal. For the first time since the civil wars that had brought Augustus to power more than a century before, Roman legions marched against each other in open warfare, and the secret of empire was finally revealed, as the historian Tacitus would later write with bitter insight, that an emperor could be made somewhere other than Rome itself. The terrible year that followed, AD 69, would see 4 different men claim the purple in rapid succession, each rising to power on the swords of his loyal soldiers, and each falling when those same swords inevitably turned against him. It was a year of chaos, bloodshed, and uncertainty that shook the foundations of the Principate and reminded Romans of the terrible civil wars their grandfathers had survived. The first of these 4 emperors was Servius Sulpicius Galba, the elderly governor of Spain whose revolt had helped bring down Nero. Galba was born in the year 3 BC, making him 70 years old when he claimed the throne. He came from an ancient and distinguished patrician family, and he had served the empire faithfully for decades as a military commander and provincial administrator. He was known for his old-fashioned severity, his fiscal conservatism, and his rigid adherence to traditional Roman values. These qualities had made him an effective governor in peacetime, but they would prove disastrous weaknesses in the dangerous months that followed his accession. Galba entered Rome in the autumn of AD 68, escorted by his loyal Spanish legions and formally acclaimed by the grateful Senate. He inherited an empire in severe financial crisis, its treasury utterly drained by Nero's wild extravagances and reckless spending on monuments to his own glory. His response was to impose strict austerity measures, refusing to pay the generous bonuses that Roman soldiers had come to expect as their rightful due when a new emperor took power. The Praetorian Guard, which had been promised substantial rewards for abandoning the doomed Nero, received nothing but stern lectures about duty and tradition. The legions in Germany, which had expected recognition for their role in the transfer of power, were likewise disappointed. Galba reportedly declared that he levied soldiers rather than bought them, a sentiment admirable in principle but catastrophic in practice. An emperor who would not pay his troops was an emperor whose days were numbered. Beyond his financial severity, Galba surrounded himself with advisors who were widely despised. 3 men in particular dominated his court and attracted intense hatred. Titus Vinius was seen as corrupt and greedy. Cornelius Laco, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, was considered incompetent and arrogant. Icelus, a freedman who had been one of Galba's trusted servants, was resented for his influence over the aging emperor. Romans began to joke bitterly that Galba would have been capable of ruling if only he had not ruled. His virtues belonged to another age. The world had changed and Galba had not changed with it. As discontent grew, Galba made a fateful decision regarding the succession. He had no children of his own and needed to adopt an heir to secure the future of his regime. On the 10th of January AD 69, he formally adopted Lucius Calpurnius Piso Licinianus, a young nobleman of distinguished lineage, but no military experience and no popular following. The choice outraged Marcus Salvius Otho, a former friend of Nero who had supported Galba's revolt and who had confidently expected to be named heir himself. Otho had accumulated massive debts in the expectation of becoming emperor. Now passed over for a younger man, he faced financial ruin and political obscurity. Desperation drove him to conspiracy. Otho moved with remarkable speed and decisiveness. On the 15th of January AD 69, just 5 days after Galba had publicly adopted Piso as his successor in a formal ceremony, a small group of Praetorian guardsmen quietly escorted Otho to the Praetorian camp outside the city walls, where he was enthusiastically acclaimed emperor by the assembled soldiers. The conspirators were remarkably few in number at the start, perhaps no more than 23 men, but their boldness carried the day. When news of the revolt reached the Forum, Galba was uncertain how to respond. Some advisors urged him to remain in the palace. Others insisted he confront the rebels directly. He chose to go out and face the crisis, carried through the streets in a litter because his age made walking difficult. It was a fatal error. In the Forum, the old emperor was abandoned by his guards and surrounded by soldiers loyal to Otho. They cut him down without ceremony or hesitation, along with Piso and Vinius. Galba's last words, according to some accounts, were to offer his throat to the swordsmen and tell them to strike if it would serve the state. His head was hacked off and carried through the streets on a spear. His body was left in the Forum, where passers-by kicked it and mocked the fallen emperor. He had ruled for just 7 months. His death demonstrated with brutal clarity how fragile imperial power had become when it rested solely on the loyalty of soldiers who could be bought or frightened. Marcus Salvius Otho was now emperor of Rome, master of the greatest empire the world had ever seen. He was 36 years old, a man of considerable personal charm and social grace, but questionable moral character and uncertain judgment. In his youth, he had been one of Nero's closest companions and most intimate friends, sharing in all the pleasures and vices of that dissolute and extravagant court. He had been married to the beautiful Poppaea Sabina, whom Nero had taken for himself, forcing Otho into a kind of honorable exile as governor of Lusitania, the remote province we now know as Portugal. There he had remained for 10 long years, waiting patiently for fortune to change and opportunity to present itself. Now fortune had changed beyond even his wildest dreams, and he sat upon the throne of the Caesars. But Otho's position was precarious from the very first day of his reign. The legions stationed along the Rhine frontier in Germany had already proclaimed their own candidate for emperor before Galba had even fallen. On the 1st of January AD 69, 2 full weeks before Galba's murder in the Forum, the legions of Lower Germany had refused to renew their traditional oath of allegiance to Galba and had instead enthusiastically acclaimed their own commander Aulus Vitellius as emperor. News of this dangerous rival claim reached Rome soon after Otho took power. There would be no peaceful resolution. 2 armies, 2 emperors, and only 1 throne. Civil war was now inevitable. Otho proved more capable than his critics expected. He quickly secured the loyalty of the Praetorian Guard and the legions stationed in the Balkans and the East. He attempted to negotiate with Vitellius, offering to share power or to marry Vitellius's daughter, but these overtures were rejected. Vitellius's generals were already marching toward Italy with a powerful army of veteran soldiers from the Rhine frontier, men hardened by years of warfare against the Germanic tribes. Otho had no choice but to fight. The decisive confrontation came in mid-April of AD 69, near the small town of Bedriacum in the fertile plains of northern Italy. Otho's forces were outnumbered by the veteran legions from the Rhine and outgeneraled by more experienced commanders who knew how to handle large armies in the field. His advisors had urged him to wait for reinforcements from the Balkans, troops who were marching to join him but had not yet arrived. But Otho, perhaps impatient for resolution, perhaps despairing of his chances the longer the war dragged on, ordered an immediate attack against the advice of his best generals. The Battle of Bedriacum was a complete disaster for the Othonian forces. Though the fighting was fierce and losses were heavy on both sides, Otho's army was routed and driven from the field. Many of his soldiers fled or surrendered. The road to Rome lay open to the Vitellian forces. When news of the crushing defeat reached Otho at his headquarters, his officers urged him to continue the fight. Substantial reinforcements from the Balkan legions were on the way and would arrive within days. The war was not yet lost, they insisted, and many battles had been won after initial setbacks. But Otho refused to prolong the bloodshed. He declared solemnly that he would not sacrifice more Roman lives in a civil war fought merely for his own ambition and personal survival. Whether this decision reflected genuine nobility of character, a sincere desire to spare further suffering, or simply the clear-eyed recognition that further resistance was futile and would only delay the inevitable, we cannot know for certain. On the morning of the 16th of April AD 69, having made his decision, Otho retired to his tent, calmly settled all his affairs, distributed generous gifts to his servants and freedmen, and then fell upon his own sword with a steady hand. He was 37 years old and had ruled the Roman Empire for just 95 tumultuous days. His noble suicide won him a lasting reputation for honor and courage that his dissolute life had not earned him. Even his enemies and most bitter critics admitted that in the end he had died well and bravely. With Otho dead by his own hand and his once loyal armies scattered or surrendered to the victors, the road to Rome lay open before the victorious forces of Aulus Vitellius. The third emperor of this terrible year of chaos and bloodshed now prepared to claim his prize, the throne of the greatest empire the world had ever known. Vitellius was born on the 7th of September, in the year AD 15, into a family that had risen to prominence and wealth through faithful service to the Julio-Claudian emperors over several generations. His father had been a trusted advisor to the Emperor Claudius and had held the consulship 3 times, an extraordinary and almost unprecedented honor that reflected the family's high standing at court. The younger Vitellius had grown up in the imperial palace, surrounded by the intrigues and pleasures of that dangerous world. He was known for his affability, his love of good food and wine, and his complete lack of military distinction. It was precisely this lack of ambition that had made Vitellius an attractive choice for the restless legions of Germany. The soldiers wanted an emperor they could control, a man who would reward them generously and interfere little in their affairs. Vitellius seemed perfect for the role. He was genial and easygoing, happy to let others handle the details of government while he enjoyed the benefits of his position. When the legions acclaimed him emperor on the 1st of January, AD 69, he accepted the honor with apparent reluctance but also with evident pleasure. His generals had won his throne for him. Now he would enjoy it. The march to Italy had been marked by violence and disorder. The Germanic legions were rough men, accustomed to hard fighting and hard living on the frontier. They treated Italy like conquered territory, plundering and pillaging as they advanced. Towns that resisted were sacked. Civilians who offended the soldiers were killed. By the time the army reached Rome, it had left a trail of devastation across northern Italy. The Roman people, who had hoped for stability after the chaos of the previous months, found themselves subjects of an occupying army rather than citizens of a restored state. Vitellius entered Rome in July of AD 69, amid scenes of celebration that masked the underlying tension. He immediately set about rewarding his supporters, distributing offices and honors to his generals and their allies. He disbanded the existing Praetorian Guard, which had supported first Galba and then Otho, replacing them with soldiers from his own Germanic legions. These new guardsmen were larger, rougher, and more foreign in manner than the Italians they replaced, and their presence in the city was a constant reminder that Rome was under military occupation. The new emperor's appetites quickly became legendary. Ancient sources describe banquets of staggering excess, with multiple courses of rare delicacies consumed over hours of feasting. Vitellius was said to have spent millions of sesterces on food alone during his brief reign. Whether these accounts are exaggerated or not, they reflect the perception that Vitellius cared more for his pleasures than for the responsibilities of governing. While he feasted, his advisors managed the empire, and his soldiers grew increasingly restless for the rewards they had been promised. But even as Vitellius settled into his comfortable role as emperor, eating and drinking and enjoying the pleasures of the palace, a new and far more dangerous threat was emerging in the east. The powerful legions stationed in Egypt, Judea, and Syria had watched the chaos unfolding in Rome with growing alarm and resentment. They too wanted a say in who ruled the empire, and they too had their own candidate, a man far more capable than any who had claimed the purple thus far. On the 1st of July AD 69, the prefect of Egypt formally proclaimed Titus Flavius Vespasianus, the experienced commander of the Roman forces in Judea, as emperor of Rome. Vespasian, as he is known to history, was a successful general who was in the midst of suppressing a Jewish revolt when the news reached him. He was a man of very different character from Vitellius, frugal where Vitellius was extravagant, disciplined where Vitellius was self-indulgent. The eastern legions were soon joined by the powerful armies of the Danube frontier, troops who had been marching south to support Otho when the unexpected news of his suicide reached them on the road. These soldiers felt cheated of their chance to fight, robbed of the glory and plunder they had anticipated, and they were now eager to support any candidate who would give them another opportunity to prove themselves in battle and share in the spoils of victory. Under the bold and aggressive command of Marcus Antonius Primus, a general who was as ruthless as he was capable, the Danubian legions began their fateful march toward Italy in late summer of AD 69. Vitellius now faced a war on two fronts, with enemies approaching from both the east and the north. The response of Vitellius to this mounting crisis was characteristically sluggish and ineffective. He seemed utterly unable to grasp the seriousness of the situation facing him, or to take the decisive military action that might have saved his throne and his life. His generals urged him to march north and confront the Danubian legions before they could reach Italy, but Vitellius delayed, enjoying one more banquet, attending one more spectacle, finding excuses to remain in the comfort of Rome. When his forces finally moved to intercept the enemy, they were poorly coordinated and badly led. The initiative had been lost, and the Flavian forces were advancing rapidly. The Second Battle of Bedriacum, fought in the last days of October of AD 69 on the same blood-soaked ground where Otho's forces had been defeated just 6 months before, decided the fate of Vitellius and his short-lived regime. The Vitellian forces, though numerous and not lacking in courage, were outmatched by the aggressive and relentless tactics of Antonius Primus, who drove his men forward with fierce determination. The battle raged through the night hours, a chaotic and extraordinarily bloody affair illuminated by torches and burning buildings, that ended only with the complete and utter rout of Vitellius's demoralized army. The survivors of the battle fled in all directions, many throwing away their weapons and armor. The road to Rome was open once again, this time to a vengeful Flavian army hungry for revenge against the soldiers who had plundered and pillaged their way south just a few months before. As news of the crushing defeat at Bedriacum spread throughout the empire, Vitellius desperately attempted to negotiate for his life. He offered to abdicate the throne, to retire into quiet private life, to accept any terms at all that would spare him from death. But events had moved far beyond his ability to control them. The Flavian forces were advancing rapidly on Rome, and within the city itself, supporters of Vespasian were rising up in open revolt. Fierce and bloody street fighting erupted between the remaining Vitellian soldiers and Flavian sympathizers. The great temple of Jupiter on the Capitol itself was besieged and burned to the ground, destroying ancient temples, sacred relics, and priceless historical records in a terrible conflagration that shocked Romans as deeply as the Great Fire had shocked them under Nero just 5 years before. Vitellius's own brother Sabinus was killed in the fighting, adding family tragedy to political disaster. The end for Vitellius came on the 20th of December, AD 69, a date that brought the long nightmare of civil war to its bloody conclusion. Vitellius was discovered hiding in a doorkeeper's lodge in the imperial palace, having fled desperately from room to room as the Flavian soldiers closed in around him. He was dragged out into the daylight, his hands bound behind his back, a noose placed around his neck like a common criminal. Soldiers drove him through the streets toward the Forum, tormenting and mocking him along the way, forcing him to keep his head up so that everyone could see the fallen emperor's shame and humiliation. In the Forum, where the unfortunate Galba had died less than a year before amid similar scenes of chaos and betrayal, Vitellius was killed by repeated sword thrusts from the surrounding soldiers. His mutilated body was dragged through the streets and thrown into the muddy waters of the Tiber. He had ruled for 8 months, and he had spent most of that time eating elaborate banquets while his empire crumbled around him. With Vitellius dead and his supporters scattered or in hiding, the way was at last clear for Vespasian to claim the throne he had won. The Senate met in its ancient chamber and formally proclaimed him emperor, though he was still far away in the east and would not reach Rome for many months to come. The terrible year of the 4 emperors was finally over. Galba, Otho, and Vitellius had all risen to power and fallen from it in the space of just 18 chaotic months. Only Vespasian remained standing, the unexpected founder of a new dynasty that would restore stability and good government to an empire that had been shaken to its very foundations by civil war and the struggle for power. The secret of empire had been revealed for all to see, and the price of that terrible knowledge had been paid in the blood of thousands of Roman soldiers and citizens. The man who now emerged as emperor from the wreckage of civil war was unlike any ruler who had held the throne before him. Titus Flavius Vespasianus was born on the 17th of November, in the year AD 9, in a small and unremarkable village in the Sabine country northeast of Rome. His family was respectable but far from distinguished in any way, belonging to the equestrian class of successful businessmen rather than the ancient senatorial aristocracy that had dominated Roman politics for centuries. His grandfather had been a common soldier who rose through the ranks by his own merit and determination. His father was a tax collector and money lender in the provinces, a necessary occupation but not one that commanded great respect. There was nothing in his ancestry to suggest imperial destiny, no connection to the divine Augustus or the great families of the Republic. He was, in Roman terms, a new man, and his rise to the purple demonstrated that ability and circumstance could matter more than bloodline. Vespasian had built his career through decades of solid military service and competent administrative work. He had served in Thrace as a young officer, in Crete as a quaestor, and in Africa as a provincial governor. He had commanded a legion with distinction during the invasion of Britain under Claudius, fighting more than 30 engagements against the native tribes and subduing 2 powerful British kingdoms, achievements for which he was awarded triumphal ornaments. He had held the consulship in AD 51, an honor that was quite remarkable for someone of his relatively humble background. By the time Nero sent him to Judea in AD 67 to suppress the Jewish revolt, he was a proven general with decades of experience. He was also 60 years old, an age when most Romans would have been thinking of retirement rather than rebellion. But the chaos of the year 69 had presented an opportunity that he was shrewd enough to seize. Vespasian did not reach Rome until October of AD 70, nearly a year after the Senate had proclaimed him emperor. He had remained in the east, securing his base of support and allowing his generals to win his throne for him. His son Titus was left to complete the siege of Jerusalem, a task that would culminate in the destruction of the temple and the dispersal of the Jewish people. Meanwhile, Vespasian traveled slowly westward, receiving delegations, consolidating alliances, and preparing for the enormous task of reconstruction that awaited him. When he finally entered Rome, he came not as a conquering general seeking glory, but as a practical administrator ready to restore order. The empire he inherited was in truly desperate condition after the chaos of civil war. The treasury had been completely emptied by Nero's legendary extravagance and the subsequent wars between rival claimants to the throne. The armies were demoralized and restless, having learned during the year of 4 emperors that they could make and unmake rulers at will. The city of Rome itself bore the visible scars of street fighting, and the burned and blackened temple of Jupiter on the Capitol stood as a stark and terrible reminder of how close the entire Roman state had come to complete collapse. Vespasian approached these challenges with the same methodical determination that had characterized his military career. He would not be flashy or dramatic. He would simply do what needed to be done. His fiscal policies were the essential foundation of his restoration of the Roman state. Vespasian understood with perfect clarity that without money, nothing else was possible. He raised taxes throughout the empire, both by increasing existing rates and by implementing far more efficient collection methods. He taxed items and activities that had previously escaped official assessment. Most famously and most controversially, he imposed a tax on the use of public urinals throughout Rome, collecting the urine for sale to tanners and fullers who used it in processing leather and cleaning cloth. When his son Titus complained that this particular tax was undignified and beneath the majesty of the imperial office, Vespasian held up a gold coin from the very first day's collection and asked whether it smelled bad to him. The point was clear. Money was money, regardless of its source, and the empire needed every coin it could gather. Beyond taxation, Vespasian found money through the sale of offices and privileges, the confiscation of estates from those who had supported his enemies, and the revival of lapsed claims and forgotten debts owed to the state. His critics accused him of greed and even of deliberately prosecuting wealthy men in order to seize their property. There was perhaps some truth to these charges. But Vespasian also spent the money he raised on rebuilding the empire. He restored the capital and its temples. He improved roads and bridges throughout the provinces. He founded new colonies and supported existing cities with grants and tax relief. The wealth he accumulated flowed back into the infrastructure that held the empire together. The most visible and enduring symbol of Vespasian's reign was the great amphitheater that he began building in the very heart of Rome. The Flavian Amphitheater, as it was officially and formally known, rose on the site of the artificial lake that had graced the grounds of Nero's Golden House. Where Nero had built a private paradise for himself, surrounded by gardens and pavilions for his exclusive enjoyment, Vespasian would create a vast public entertainment venue for all the people of Rome. The message was deliberate and utterly unmistakable to everyone who saw it rise. The new Flavian dynasty served the citizens of Rome, not its own pleasures and vanity. The amphitheater would become the largest structure of its kind ever built in the entire Roman world, capable of holding 50,000 eager spectators for gladiatorial combats and elaborate wild beast hunts. We know it today by another and more famous name, the Colosseum, and though Vespasian would not live to see it fully completed, it remains his most enduring monument to this day. Vespasian's personal style was as different from his predecessors as his policies. He cultivated an image of plain dealing and simple tastes that contrasted sharply with the extravagance of Nero and the self-indulgence of Vitellius. He rose early and worked long hours. He received petitions and heard legal cases in person. He maintained open access to the palace, allowing ordinary citizens to approach him with their concerns. His sense of humor was earthy and self-deprecating. When flatterers tried to trace his ancestry back to the gods or to the founders of Rome, he laughed at them. He knew who he was and where he came from, and he saw no need to pretend otherwise. His family, unlike the troubled dynasties of the Julio-Claudians, was remarkably stable and supportive. His two sons, Titus and Domitian, were groomed for succession from the beginning. Titus, the elder, was associated with his father in government, serving effectively as co-emperor and commanding the legions with distinction. The capture of Jerusalem in AD 70 had made Titus a celebrated military hero, and his loyalty to his father was never in doubt. Domitian, the younger son, was less trusted and kept at a distance from real power, but he too was clearly part of the dynastic succession. For the first time since Augustus, there would be no uncertainty about who would follow the current emperor. Vespasian ruled for 10 years, from AD 69 to AD 79, a decade that transformed the empire from a state on the brink of collapse to one of renewed stability and confidence. He reformed the army, rewarding loyal units and punishing those that had changed sides too easily during the civil wars. He extended citizenship to communities in Spain and Gaul, continuing the policy of incorporating provincials into the Roman system. He patronized literature and the arts, supporting writers and establishing endowed professorships in rhetoric. Though he was no intellectual himself, he understood the value of culture in legitimizing his new dynasty. Vespasian died on the 23rd of June AD 79 at the age of 69 years, having ruled the empire for a decade of restoration and renewal. He had been ill for some time, suffering from what ancient sources describe as recurring fever and severe intestinal complaints that gradually weakened him. As death approached and he felt his strength failing, he reportedly joked with those around him that he thought he was becoming a god, a wry and characteristically earthy reference to the deification that awaited deceased emperors who had served Rome well. His final words, according to the tradition preserved by later writers, were that an emperor should die on his feet, standing and working rather than lying in bed. True to his nature, he attempted to rise from his sickbed and collapsed into the arms of his attendants who rushed to catch him. It was a death worthy of the man himself, practical and dignified to the very last moment. The Senate promptly voted to deify him, enrolling him among the gods of Rome, and the succession passed smoothly and peacefully to his elder son Titus, exactly as Vespasian had carefully planned. He had saved the empire from chaos and founded a new dynasty to guide it into the future. It was an achievement that would have seemed utterly impossible to the poor boy from the Sabine Hills who had begun his career with nothing but his own ability and determination. The new emperor who succeeded Vespasian was in many ways his father's complete opposite in temperament and style. Titus Flavius Vespasianus, named for his father but destined to be remembered simply as Titus, was born on the 30th of December in the year AD 39 in Rome itself. Where his father had been plain-spoken and rigorously frugal, Titus was naturally charming and remarkably generous with his wealth. Where Vespasian had been cautious and methodical in all things, Titus was bold and decisive, willing to take risks that his more conservative father would have avoided. He had grown up in the imperial court during the dangerous years of the Julio-Claudians, educated alongside Britannicus, the ill-fated son of Claudius, and trained in all the arts and accomplishments that a Roman nobleman of the highest rank was expected to master. He was handsome, athletic, and culturally refined, fluent in Greek as well as Latin, skilled in music and poetry as well as warfare. He seemed born to rule, and his reign, though tragically brief, would earn him a reputation as one of the best emperors Rome ever had. His military credentials were beyond question. The siege and capture of Jerusalem in AD 70 had established him as a commander of the first rank, though the destruction of the Jewish temple remained controversial. Some praised him for bringing a difficult war to a decisive conclusion. Others questioned whether the complete destruction of a sacred site had been necessary or wise. Titus himself seems to have had mixed feelings about his greatest military achievement. Ancient sources suggest that he declined the honor of a wreath after the victory, saying that he had merely served as an instrument of divine wrath. Whether this represents genuine scruple or diplomatic modesty, we cannot know. Before his accession, Titus had acquired a reputation for ruthlessness that worried many Romans. As commander of the Praetorian Guard under his father, he had taken a hard line against anyone suspected of disloyalty. Informers were employed, conspiracies were ruthlessly suppressed, and those convicted of treason were executed without mercy. He had conducted an affair with Berenice, a Jewish princess from the Herodian dynasty, bringing her to Rome and treating her almost as his wife. This relationship scandalized Roman society, which remembered all too well the disaster of Mark Antony's passion for the Egyptian Queen Cleopatra. Many feared that Titus would prove another Nero, a ruler who sacrificed duty to pleasure and cruelty. These fears proved entirely unfounded. From the moment of his accession on the 24th of June, AD 79, Titus transformed himself into a model ruler. He sent Berenice away from Rome, recognizing that the relationship was politically impossible. He ended the practice of prosecuting men for treason on flimsy evidence, declaring that no senator would be executed during his reign. He opened the imperial treasury to relieve suffering, showed mercy to those who had opposed him, and cultivated a relationship with the Senate based on mutual respect rather than fear. The change was so dramatic that some historians have suggested he was simply revealing his true nature, freed at last from the constraints of serving as his father's enforcer. His reign began under a dark and terrible omen. Less than 2 months after Titus became emperor, on the 24th of August, AD 79, Mount Vesuvius erupted with catastrophic violence that stunned the entire Roman world. The eruption buried the thriving cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum under thick layers of volcanic ash, pumice stone, and superheated mud, killing thousands of people in a single day and destroying prosperous communities that had flourished along the beautiful Bay of Naples for centuries. The elder Pliny, the famous naturalist and author of an encyclopedic work on natural history that contained thousands of entries, died while attempting to rescue survivors by boat, overcome by the toxic volcanic gases that billowed from the mountain. His nephew, the younger Pliny, watched the disaster unfold from across the Bay of Naples and later wrote vivid letters describing the terror and confusion of that day. Titus responded to the disaster with energy and compassion that won him widespread admiration. He traveled to the affected region personally, surveying the damage and organizing relief efforts. He appointed commissioners to oversee the recovery and allocated substantial funds from the treasury to help survivors rebuild their lives. The property of those who had died without heirs was directed to the reconstruction effort, rather than being absorbed into the imperial coffers. Titus's handling of the Vesuvius disaster became a model of imperial crisis response, demonstrating how an emperor could use his power to alleviate suffering rather than to exploit it. But the catastrophes were not finished with Rome and its new emperor. In AD 80, a devastating fire swept through Rome once again, burning for 3 terrible days and destroying large portions of the city that had only recently been rebuilt after the Great Fire under Nero 16 years before. The Campus Martius, the great public gathering place of Rome, the sacred Capitoline Hill with its restored temples, and the magnificent Pantheon of Agrippa were all damaged or completely destroyed by the flames. Once again, as he had after Vesuvius, Titus responded with remarkable generosity, using his own personal wealth as well as public funds from the treasury to finance the enormous reconstruction effort. He reportedly said that the losses were his own personal burden, not the people's, a statement that reflects the paternalistic ideology of Roman imperial rule at its very best. The people were his children, and their suffering was his own responsibility to address. That same remarkable year, Titus presided over the dedication and official opening of the Flavian Amphitheater, the great Colosseum that his father had begun but had not lived to see completed. The inaugural games lasted for an astonishing 100 days and were among the most spectacular entertainments ever seen in the long history of Rome. Thousands of gladiators fought and died in the arena to the roar of the crowds. Exotic wild beasts from every distant corner of the empire, including lions, elephants, and creatures that most Romans had never seen, were displayed and killed for popular amusement. Naval battles were even staged by flooding the arena floor with water and bringing in warships to fight before the amazed spectators. The games were criticized by some thoughtful Romans as wasteful and unnecessarily cruel, but they served an important political purpose, demonstrating the wealth and power of the Flavian dynasty and providing entertainment for a populace that had endured years of civil war and recent natural disaster. A plague struck Rome during his reign, adding another layer of misery to a population already strained by fire and disaster. Ancient sources do not provide enough detail to identify the disease with certainty, but they describe significant mortality and widespread fear. Titus responded as he had to every other crisis, with personal attention and generous funding. He visited the sick, participated in religious ceremonies to appease the gods, and maintained public morale through his visible presence and evident concern. Whether these devoted efforts had any practical effect on the actual course of the disease is impossible to say, but they cemented his lasting reputation as an emperor who genuinely cared for his people. Despite his many virtues and the affection he had earned from the Roman people, Titus's reign lasted only 2 brief years. He died on the 13th of September, AD 81, at the age of 41 years, his promising reign cut short when it had barely begun. The cause of his death remains uncertain, and was a matter of speculation even in ancient times. Most sources mention a fever that struck him suddenly and refused to break, but some ancient writers suspected poison, administered either by his ambitious brother Domitian who stood to inherit the throne, or by unknown enemies who feared his growing power and popularity. Titus himself reportedly said on his deathbed that he had made only one mistake in his entire life, though he stubbornly refused to specify what that mistake had been. This mysterious final statement has generated centuries of speculation among historians and scholars. Did he regret sending his beloved Berenice away, sacrificing his personal happiness for political necessity? Did he blame himself for some brutal act committed during the Jewish war, perhaps the destruction of the temple itself? Or was there some other secret that died with him? We will never know the answer. The people of Rome mourned Titus, as they had mourned few emperors before him in the long history of the Principate. He was remembered for generations as the delight and darling of the human race, a phrase that captured beautifully the genuine affection he had inspired during his brief time on the throne. The Senate voted to deify him immediately and without dissent, and his memory was honored throughout the vast empire with temples and statues and commemorative inscriptions. In just over 2 years, he had demonstrated what a Roman emperor could be at his very best: generous, compassionate, and genuinely concerned for the welfare of his subjects. His early death cut tragically short a reign that might have ranked among the greatest in all of Roman history. Instead, power passed to his younger brother Domitian, a man of very different character and temperament, and the Flavian dynasty would ultimately end in the same violence and bloodshed that had destroyed so many of the dynasties that came before it. The last of the Flavian emperors came to power in the long shadow of his beloved brother, and he would never truly escape that shadow as long as he lived. Titus Flavius Domitianus, known to history simply as Domitian, was born on the 24th of October, AD 51, the younger son of Vespasian, and the brother whose fame and popularity would forever overshadow his own achievements. Where Titus had been groomed for power from an early age and given meaningful responsibilities, Domitian had been kept at the margins of the family enterprise, given honorary titles and ceremonial positions, but denied any real responsibility or authority. He had watched helplessly as his father and brother shared in the glory of the Jewish war while he remained behind in Rome, a frustrated teenager with no significant role to play in the great events that were shaping his family's remarkable destiny. This early experience of exclusion and neglect seems to have marked him deeply and permanently, fostering resentments and insecurities that would shape his entire reign as emperor. When Vespasian and Titus were fighting for the throne in AD 69, Domitian was in Rome, nominally representing the Flavian cause but largely irrelevant to the military struggle. He attempted to assert himself, issuing orders and making appointments, but his father and brother quickly curtailed his authority. During Vespasian's reign, Domitian held the consulship 6 times, an unprecedented honor that nonetheless came with no real power. He was a figurehead, displayed at ceremonies but excluded from the serious business of government. His father distrusted him. His brother, though outwardly affectionate, kept him at arm's length. By the time Domitian finally became emperor at the age of 29 upon the sudden death of his brother, he had spent his entire adult life being overlooked and systematically underestimated by everyone around him. Domitian proved to be a more capable administrator than his reputation might suggest. He took seriously his responsibilities as emperor, working long hours on the business of government and maintaining close personal attention to the details of administration. He reformed the currency, improving the silver content of Roman coins. He raised military pay, ensuring the loyalty of the legions. He sponsored an ambitious building program that transformed Rome, completing projects his father and brother had begun and adding new monuments of his own. The palace he built on the Palatine Hill was a marvel of engineering and architecture that would serve as the imperial residence for many centuries to come. He was not a passive or lazy ruler by any measure. He was determined to prove himself worthy of the position he had finally attained after so many years of waiting in the shadows. His military record was respectable if not brilliant. He campaigned personally in Germany, securing the frontier and winning a triumph that celebrated his victories over the Chatti. He fought wars along the Danube against the Dacians, a formidable enemy who would trouble Rome for generations. These campaigns were not uniformly successful. Ancient sources critical of Domitian accused him of buying peace with the Dacians rather than winning it through military superiority. But he kept the frontiers secure and maintained Roman prestige among the barbarian peoples who pressed against the empire's borders. A fair and balanced assessment of his military record would acknowledge both his genuine accomplishments and his significant limitations. It was in his relationship with the Roman Senate that Domitian's reign took its darkest turn. From the beginning, he made clear his contempt for the aristocratic traditions that the Senate represented. He insisted on being addressed as Dominus et Deus, Lord and God, a title that shocked Romans who remembered the carefully maintained fictions of the Augustan settlement. He appointed himself censor for life, giving himself permanent authority over the membership and morals of the senatorial class. He attended Senate meetings only to announce decisions already made, treating the ancient body as a rubber stamp rather than a partner in government. The senators, accustomed to at least the pretense of consultation, seethed with resentment. As the years of his reign passed, Domitian's suspicion of the senatorial class deepened steadily into genuine paranoia. Real conspiracies against him, including a very serious military revolt by the governor of Upper Germany in AD 89, convinced him that he was surrounded by enemies who wished him dead. He responded with a reign of terror that recalled the darkest and most frightening days of Tiberius and Nero. Informers were actively encouraged to denounce senators for treason, real or imagined. Trials were conducted with predetermined outcomes, the verdicts decided before the evidence was even heard. Executions and forced suicides thinned the ranks of the aristocracy with grim regularity. Property was confiscated to fill the imperial treasury. The philosopher Epictetus was expelled from Rome along with other teachers whose ideas might encourage resistance. An oppressive atmosphere of fear descended upon the capital city. The ancient sources paint Domitian as a monster, a cruel and suspicious tyrant who delighted in the suffering of others. They describe him spending hours alone, catching flies and stabbing them with a stylus. They accuse him of every vice, from sexual depravity to sadistic cruelty. How much of this is accurate, and how much is the revenge of senatorial writers whose class had suffered under his rule, is impossible to determine with certainty. The senators who survived his reign wrote the histories, and they had every reason to blacken his memory. Modern historians have attempted to rehabilitate Domitian's reputation, pointing to his administrative competence and the stability of the provinces under his rule. The truth probably lies somewhere between the hostile ancient portrait and the revisionist modern one. What is certain beyond any doubt is that Domitian met his end violently, murdered by those closest to him. On the 18th of September AD 96, a carefully planned conspiracy of court officials succeeded where multiple senatorial plots had failed. The conspirators included members of his own imperial household, freedmen and trusted servants who had daily access to the emperor's private chambers and knew his routines intimately. His wife Domitia may have been involved in the plot, though the evidence for her participation remains ambiguous and debated. The assassins struck him in his bedroom in the early hours of the day, stabbing him multiple times before he could call for help or defend himself. He was 44 years old and had ruled the Roman Empire for 15 long years. His violent death ended the Flavian dynasty forever and ushered in a new and very different era of Roman history. The Senate's response to Domitian's assassination revealed the full depth of hatred that his reign had inspired among the aristocracy. They voted immediately and unanimously to damn his memory, a formal condemnation known as Damnatio Memoriae that ordered his name erased from all public monuments and his statues torn down and destroyed throughout the empire. The arches and temples he had built at such enormous expense were rededicated to other purposes or left to stand as anonymous monuments stripped of their creator's identity. It was as if the senators hoped to erase him from history itself, to pretend that his 15 years of rule had never happened, that the terror he had imposed could be forgotten along with his very name. They succeeded only partially in their effort to erase him from memory. Domitian's buildings still stand in Rome today, and his reign, however controversial it remains, was an important and significant chapter in the story of imperial Rome that cannot simply be ignored or forgotten. And so we come at last to the end of our journey through the first century of the Roman Empire. We have traveled from Augustus, the cautious and calculating founder, who transformed a war-torn republic into a stable monarchy that would endure for centuries, through the troubled and often violent reigns of Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. We have witnessed the chaos and bloodshed of the year of 4 emperors, when the secret of empire was revealed for all to see and Roman legions fought against each other for the right to make an emperor. We have seen the patient restoration under Vespasian, the brief golden reign of Titus that promised so much, and the dark tyranny of Domitian that ended the Flavian line. Through it all, through madness and murder and civil war, the empire itself endured, its institutions proving stronger than the flaws and failures of individual rulers. Rest now, and let these names settle gently into your memory like autumn leaves drifting slowly to the bottom of a still and quiet pond. Augustus and Tiberius, Caligula and Claudius, Nero and Galba, Otho and Vitellius, Vespasian and Titus and Domitian. They lived and ruled and died, each in their own way, each leaving their distinctive mark upon the vast empire they commanded. Some were wise, some were cruel, some were competent administrators who kept the machinery of empire running smoothly, and some were disasters who brought suffering to millions. Together they shaped the first century of the Roman Empire, establishing patterns of rule and succession that would echo through the centuries to come. The story continues, of course, stretching far into the future. New dynasties will rise and eventually fall. New emperors will face new challenges and new threats. But that is a tale for another time and another night. For now, let the silence settle gently around you, and carry these ancient stories with you into peaceful sleep. And so we pause here at the end of our journey through the first century of Imperial Rome, to reflect upon what we have witnessed. 11 emperors have passed before us, each unique in character and circumstance, yet each grappling with the same fundamental challenges that the founder Augustus left unresolved. For all his genius in creating a new system of government, Augustus never solved the most basic question of all: How would power pass from one ruler to the next? The Roman Republic had endured for 5 centuries precisely because power was shared and rotated among the aristocracy. No one man held supreme authority for long. But the Principate concentrated all real power in a single pair of hands, and when those hands grew cold in death, chaos threatened to engulf the state. We have seen the consequences of this unsolved problem play out again and again across the decades of the 1st century. Tiberius came to power as Augustus's stepson and adopted heir, but only after Augustus's preferred successors had died one by one in a pattern that seemed almost cursed, leaving the reluctant and embittered Tiberius as the last viable option. Caligula inherited the throne as the last surviving male of his immediate family, his brothers murdered by Tiberius, his father Germanicus dead under suspicious circumstances that many blamed on imperial jealousy. Claudius was dragged from behind a curtain by soldiers who desperately needed an emperor and chose the only adult male of the imperial family still breathing. Nero was skillfully maneuvered onto the throne by his ruthless and ambitious mother, displacing the rightful heir Britannicus, who would soon be dead. And when Nero fell, the chaos was complete. For emperors in a single year, each claiming legitimacy, each dying violently, until Vespasian emerged from the bloodshed to found a new dynasty. The soldiers had always been the true foundation of imperial power, but the year of the 4 emperors revealed this truth to everyone. Augustus had carefully maintained the fiction that he ruled by consent of the Senate and people, that the legions were servants of the state rather than kingmakers. That fiction died on the roads of Italy in AD 69, when Roman legions marched against each other, and the throne went to whoever commanded the most swords. Tacitus captured this dark revelation in a single memorable phrase. The secret of empire was out, that an emperor could be made elsewhere than Rome. Once the legions understood their power, there was no going back. Every subsequent emperor would rule with one eye always on his soldiers, ensuring their pay arrived on time, their conditions remained tolerable, their loyalty stayed firm. The Praetorian Guard in Rome became particularly dangerous, close enough to strike at emperors, yet expecting ever greater rewards for their support. The Senate, that ancient body which had governed Rome through the centuries of the Republic, found itself in an increasingly awkward position throughout these decades. In theory, the Senate remained the supreme governing body of the Roman state. In practice, real power resided entirely with the emperor, and the senators knew it. Some emperors, like Augustus and Vespasian, maintained polite fictions of partnership, consulting the Senate on important matters and treating its members with outward respect. Others, like Caligula and Domitian, openly humiliated the senators, making clear that their ancient privileges survived only at imperial pleasure. The senators responded with the only weapons available to them: flattery while the emperor lived, and savage criticism after he died. The histories we have inherited were written by senators or their sympathizers, which is why certain emperors are painted so darkly while others receive more generous treatment. We might pause to consider what actually made an emperor successful in the eyes of those who wrote these histories. Generosity to the aristocracy certainly mattered. So did respect for traditional forms and ceremonies, even when everyone understood they were empty rituals. Military competence helped, though not every emperor could or did lead armies personally. The ability to choose capable subordinates and trust them to govern the provinces was essential for any ruler of such a vast empire. Perhaps most importantly, successful emperors understood the difference between public image and private reality. Augustus presented himself as a simple citizen, first among equals while wielding absolute power. Vespasian played the role of the plain-spoken countryman, while his agents collected every coin the empire could produce. The emperors who failed most spectacularly were often those who could not or would not maintain these polite fictions. Consider the contrast between how these rulers presented themselves and how they actually lived. Augustus walked through the streets of Rome in a simple toga, greeting citizens by name, living in a modest house on the Palatine Hill. Yet his word was law across 100 million people, and his image gazed out from coins and statues in every city from Britain to Syria. Nero performed on stage as an artist, seeking applause from the crowds, yet he could order any man in the empire put to death with a gesture. Domitian demanded to be addressed as Lord and God, yet he spent his final years in terror of assassination, unable to trust even his closest servants. The gap between the public mask and the private reality created endless tensions that could never be fully resolved. The physical city of Rome itself changed dramatically across this first century of empire. Augustus boasted that he had found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble, and indeed the great building programs of his reign transformed the ancient capital into something magnificent and new. Subsequent emperors continued this work, each seeking to leave their mark upon the urban landscape. Nero's Golden House sprawled across the heart of the city, a monument to one man's vanity. Vespasian and Titus replaced it with the Colosseum, a gift to the people. Fire and disaster repeatedly leveled portions of the city, and each rebuilding brought new opportunities to reshape the capital according to imperial vision. The Rome that Domitian left behind at the end of the first century was almost unrecognizable compared to the Rome that Augustus had inherited from the chaos of civil war. These 11 men, for all their differences, shared the burden of ruling an empire that stretched from the mists of northern Britain to the sands of Egypt, from the Atlantic coast to the rivers of Mesopotamia. Millions of people living in thousands of cities and countless villages looked to Rome for peace, for justice, for protection against the enemies who pressed against every frontier. The emperor could not be everywhere at once, could not personally decide every dispute or command every legion. He ruled through governors and generals, through freedmen and slaves, through a vast bureaucracy that grew larger and more complex with each passing decade. The personality of the man who wore the purple mattered, but so did the system he inherited and the servants who carried out his will. And what of the common people who lived and died while these emperors rose and fell in distant Rome? For the farmer tending his fields in Gaul, the merchant loading his ships in Alexandria, the craftsman working his trade in Ephesus. The great dramas of imperial succession were distant thunder on the horizon, important only insofar as they affected taxes and trade and the security of the roads that bound the empire together. Life continued in its ancient patterns regardless of whether Tiberius or Caligula or Claudius sat upon the throne in the imperial palace. Children were born and given names, crops were planted in spring and harvested in autumn, goods were bought and sold in marketplaces that had operated for generations, prayers were offered to the gods both old and new, and the dead were mourned and buried according to customs that predated the empire itself. The empire provided the stable framework within which ordinary life unfolded in its familiar rhythms, and as long as that framework held firm, the identity of the emperor was almost irrelevant to daily existence. Yet hold it did, through madness and murder, through fire and plague and devastating civil war. The institutions that Augustus created proved remarkably resilient, surviving rulers who seemed absolutely determined to destroy them through negligence or malice. When Caligula was murdered by his own guards, the empire did not collapse into chaos. When Nero fell and the armies marched against each other, the provinces remained largely at peace, and the administration continued to function. When Domitian was struck down by conspirators in his own bedroom, his successor Nerva could take the throne without yet another round of bloody civil war. The system worked, however imperfectly and however much it depended on the character of individual rulers, and it would continue to work for centuries yet to come. The emperors we have met tonight were only the first chapter of a much longer and more remarkable story. Let these reflections settle gently into your mind as sleep approaches and the waking world recedes. The names and dates and events may blur together as drowsiness takes hold, and that is as it should be. What remains is the sense of a world vast and ancient, of men struggling with power and its inevitable corruptions, of an empire that rose from the ashes of civil war and endured through centuries of change, shaping the world we have inherited in ways both visible and hidden. Rest now, and let the silence of those distant centuries wash over you like a gentle tide upon a quiet shore, carrying you toward peaceful dreams. We continue our journey through the ages of Rome, moving now into a period that later generations would remember as a golden age. The chaos of Domitian's final years had left the empire shaken, the Senate fearful, and the future uncertain. Yet from this darkness emerged a new line of emperors who would guide Rome through nearly a century of relative peace and prosperity. This was the era of the Nerva-Antonine dynasty, and it began with an elderly senator who never expected to wear the purple. Marcus Cocceius Nerva was born on the 8th of November in the year 30 AD, in the town of Narni, nestled among the gentle hills of central Italy. His family was respected and well-established, with a long history of senatorial service stretching back through many generations. The Coccei had produced lawyers, administrators, and men of letters, though never before had one of their number reached the summit of imperial power. Nerva himself had served the empire faithfully through the reigns of multiple emperors, holding important offices and navigating the dangerous waters of imperial politics with remarkable skill and discretion. He was 66 years old when fate placed him on the throne, an age when most men of his era were long retired from public life, if they had survived at all. His hair had turned white, his step had slowed, and he likely imagined his remaining years would be spent in quiet contemplation among his books and gardens. The circumstances of his elevation were dramatic and sudden. Domitian had been struck down by assassins within his own palace, his body still warm when the conspirators turned their attention to the pressing question of succession. The Senate, so long terrorized by Domitian's suspicious nature and his willingness to execute those he perceived as threats, moved with unusual speed to fill the dangerous vacuum of power. They chose Nerva precisely because he seemed harmless, a man known for his moderation, his legal expertise, and his complete lack of military ambition. He was safe, they reasoned. He was controllable. He would restore the dignity of their ancient institution after years of humiliation. Nerva's reign lasted only 16 months, from September of 96 AD until his death in January of 98 AD. It was a brief window of time, scarcely longer than a single turn of the seasons, yet within it he accomplished much that would echo through the decades to come. His first acts were designed to heal the wounds left by his predecessor. He ended the treason trials that had terrorized the aristocracy for years, those terrible proceedings where an accusation alone could mean death, and where informers grew rich on the confiscated estates of the condemned. He recalled those who had been exiled on dubious charges, allowing families torn apart by Domitian's paranoia to reunite at last. His major achievement was restoring stability after the tyranny of Domitian's final years. He showed clemency to senators who had lived in fear. He rebuilt trust between the emperor and the aristocracy, and he introduced financial and social measures designed to help ordinary Romans. Among these was a program to purchase land and use its revenues to support poor children in Italy, a charitable endeavor that would be expanded by his successors. He also attempted tax reforms to ease the burdens on provincials, though his limited resources and brief reign restricted the scope of what he could accomplish. Yet the new emperor faced challenges that his gentle nature was ill-equipped to handle. The Praetorian Guard, those elite soldiers who served as the emperor's personal protectors and who had grown accustomed to the generous donatives of previous rulers, had been loyal to Domitian. Many of them had benefited from his reign and resented his murder. They looked upon this elderly civilian with barely concealed disdain. This bookish senator who had never commanded armies, never marched through hostile territory, never shared the hardships of military life beneath rain and sun. They demanded that Domitian's assassins be punished, placing Nerva in an impossible position. The crisis came to a head when the Praetorians essentially held Nerva hostage within the confines of his own palace. They forced him to hand over the conspirators who had killed Domitian, and the emperor, surrounded by armed men whose loyalty had vanished, had no choice but to comply. The conspirators were executed, and Nerva was left shaken, his authority in tatters. Ancient sources tell us he considered suicide in the aftermath of this humiliation. So profound was his shame at being unable to protect those who had trusted him. It was a stark reminder that in Rome, ultimate power rested not with the Senate or the people, but with the men who held the swords. Nerva's response to this crisis would prove to be his greatest and most enduring legacy. Recognizing that he lacked the military credentials to command the loyalty of the legions, and understanding that he had no biological heir to succeed him, he made a decision that would shape the next century of Roman history. In the year 97 AD, facing pressure from the Praetorian Guard and recognizing his own vulnerability, Nerva adopted the popular general Trajan as his son and successor. This created a new model of succession based on merit rather than blood, and it secured the army's loyalty by aligning the throne with the most respected military figure in the empire. This act of adoption established a precedent that would define the entire Nerva-Antonine dynasty. Rather than passing power from father to son through the accident of blood, these emperors would choose their successors based on merit and demonstrated ability. It was, in theory at least, a system designed to ensure that only the most capable men would lead the empire through whatever challenges lay ahead. The reality would prove more complicated, as it always does in human affairs. But for several generations, this approach produced a remarkable succession of competent rulers who presided over what many historians consider the peak of Roman civilization. Nerva's death appears to have been natural, but it came at a moment when his authority over the army remained fragile, making his decision to adopt Trajan the key legacy that preserved peace and allowed a smooth transfer of power. He died on the 27th of January in the year 98 AD, likely from illness that overcame his aging body. He was 67 years old and had ruled for just over a year. His body was cremated with appropriate honors, the smoke rising above the city he had tried so hard to heal, and the Senate voted to deify him, adding him to the pantheon of gods that Romans worshipped. Trajan was born on the 18th of September in the year 53 AD, in the city of Italica in the province of Hispania. This birthplace made him significant in ways that went beyond his military accomplishments, for he was the first Roman emperor to come from a provincial city outside Italy. His family had settled in Spain generations earlier, part of the gradual spread of Roman civilization across the Mediterranean world. They were provincial aristocrats, respected and successful, but not part of the ancient senatorial families that had dominated Roman politics for centuries. Trajan's rise to the purple represented a broadening of the imperial elite, a sign that talent and achievement could now outweigh the accident of birthplace. He died in August of 117 AD at Selinus in Cilicia, on his return journey from the eastern campaigns that had consumed the final years of his reign. He was 63 years old, and illness had overtaken him far from Rome, far from the city he had adorned with monuments that still bear his name. Shortly before his death, according to the official account, he confirmed Hadrian as his successor, though some ancient sources suggest the adoption was arranged by Trajan's wife Plotina after his death. Whatever the truth, the transition was accepted, and the empire passed to a new master without the bloodshed that had so often accompanied such moments. Trajan's reign lasted from January of 98 AD, when he received news of Nerva's death, until August of 117 AD, giving him about 19 years as the most powerful man in the world. During this time, the Roman Empire reached its maximum territorial extent, stretching from the mists of Britain to the burning sands of Mesopotamia, from the forests of Germany to the deserts of North Africa. No Roman before or after would rule over so vast a domain. The legions marched beneath his eagles to the shores of the Persian Gulf, and for a brief moment it seemed that no enemy could stand against the might of Rome. His major achievements include the conquest of Dacia, that rich and warlike kingdom north of the Danube in what is now Romania. The Dacians had long troubled the frontier, their king Decebalus proving a formidable opponent who had extracted tribute from Domitian. In two great campaigns, from 101 to 102 AD, and again from 105 to 106 AD, Trajan broke the Dacian kingdom utterly. Decebalus took his own life rather than be paraded in chains through Rome. The gold and silver of their mines flowed into Roman coffers, funding a massive program of public works. The conquest was commemorated in Trajan's Column, that magnificent spiral narrative carved in stone that still stands in Rome, telling the story of the wars and images that wind toward the heavens. In the east, Trajan conducted major campaigns against the Parthian Empire, Rome's great rival beyond the Euphrates. He briefly extended Roman control into Armenia and Mesopotamia, capturing Ctesiphon and reaching the Persian Gulf. He is said to have stood upon those distant shores and wept, lamenting that he was too old to follow in the footsteps of Alexander. Yet these eastern conquests proved ephemeral, too extended to hold, and would be abandoned by his successor. Trajan is renowned for his monumental building projects that transformed the heart of Rome itself. His Forum, with its vast colonnaded spaces, its libraries, its basilica for the administration of justice, and that famous column at its center, represented the largest and most ambitious of all the imperial forums. Trajan's market rose nearby, a complex of shops and offices carved into the Quirinal Hill that some have called the world's first shopping mall, though such comparisons diminish its grandeur. These projects were funded by the wealth of Dacia, the spoils of conquest turned to stone and marble for the glory of Rome and the benefit of her citizens. He expanded social welfare through the Alimenta program, building upon the foundations laid by Nerva. This system used state revenues and private endowments to support poor children throughout Italy, providing them with food and the means to survive in a world that could be harsh to those without resources. It was an investment in the future, a recognition that the strength of Rome depended upon the health of her population. Trajan understood that an empire rested not only on legions and conquests, but on the people who filled the fields and workshops, who married and raised the next generation of Romans. Trajan was celebrated as an optimus princeps, the best of rulers, by later generations because he combined military success with large-scale public works and relatively cooperative relations with the Senate. He treated the senators with respect, consulted them on important matters, and avoided the tyrannical behavior that had characterized some of his predecessors. He was accessible, plain in his manners despite his power, and known for sharing the hardships of his soldiers on campaign. When he died of natural causes while still pursuing his eastern ambitions, he left behind an empire at the height of its power and a reputation that would serve as a standard against which all future emperors would be measured. Hadrian was born Publius Aelius Hadrianus on the 24th of January in the year 76 AD, either in Rome itself or in his family's ancestral home of Italica in Spain, the same city that had produced Trajan. The two families were connected by origin and by marriage, and Hadrian had been raised within Trajan's circle. Groomed for high office though never formally adopted until the very end of Trajan's life, if indeed the adoption was genuine at all. He was a complex man, brilliant and restless, passionate about Greek culture and philosophy, prone to both great generosity and sudden cruelty. He would rule the empire for more than 2 decades, and his reign would be remembered as one of consolidation rather than conquest. He died on the 10th of July in the year 138 AD at Baiae, that fashionable resort on the Bay of Naples where wealthy Romans came to escape the summer heat of the capital. He had been ill for some time, suffering from what ancient sources describe as a progressive disease that caused him great pain in his final years. Before his death, he had carefully arranged the succession, adopting Antoninus Pius and requiring Antoninus, in turn, to adopt both Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. This careful planning ensured that the empire would pass through 3 more capable rulers before the system broke down. His death came as a relief to many, for his final years had been marked by suspicion and executions that recalled the darker days of earlier reigns. Hadrian reigned from 117 AD to 138 AD, about 21 years in which the empire underwent a fundamental shift in policy from expansion to consolidation. Where Trajan had pressed outward, seeking new territories and the glory of conquest, Hadrian recognized that the empire had reached its sustainable limits. He abandoned the newly won provinces in the east, pulling back from Mesopotamia and Armenia to more defensible frontiers. This decision was controversial at the time, seen by some as a betrayal of Trajan's legacy, but it reflected a realistic assessment of what Rome could hold and defend with the resources at its disposal. His major achievements include reorganizing provincial administration to improve efficiency and fairness. He traveled extensively throughout his reign, visiting nearly every province of the empire to inspect defenses, hear complaints, review accounts, and show himself to the soldiers and civilians who lived far from Rome. No emperor before him had traveled so widely, and his journeys took him from the deserts of Egypt to the forests of Britain, from the mountains of Cappadocia to the shores of the Atlantic. He standardized legal procedures, reformed tax collection, and worked to create a more uniform system of governance across the diverse territories under Roman rule. Hadrian's building program was vast and varied, reflecting his personal interests and his vision of what the empire should be. He completed or rebuilt the Pantheon in Rome, that magnificent temple with its perfect dome and its opening to the sky, which stands today as one of the best-preserved buildings of the ancient world. He constructed his grand villa at Tivoli, a sprawling complex of palaces, gardens, theaters, and pools that recreated in miniature the places he had visited and loved throughout the empire. He sponsored temples, theaters, libraries, and public works in cities across the Roman world, from Athens to Jerusalem, from Alexandria to London. In Britain, he ordered the construction of the wall that still bears his name, that famous barrier of stone and turf that stretched across the narrow waste of the island from the eastern sea to the western. Hadrian's Wall was not merely a military fortification, but a statement of intent, a visible boundary marking where the Roman world ended and the unconquered lands began. It was manned by soldiers from across the empire, men from Syria and Spain, from Gaul and Africa, who stood watch over the misty hills and wondered what lay beyond in the lands of the Picts and Caledonians. Militarily, Hadrian abandoned some of Trajan's eastern conquests as unsustainable, recognizing that holding Mesopotamia would require resources the empire could not spare. He stabilized frontiers in Europe and the Near East, investing in permanent forts, roads, and walls that emphasized defense rather than new conquest. His reign saw relatively little warfare compared to his predecessor, though the brutal suppression of the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea from 132 to 136 AD was a bloody exception that resulted in the destruction of Jewish communities and the renaming of the province as Syria Palestina. Hadrian was deeply interested in Greek culture and philosophy, supporting intellectuals and artists throughout the empire. He wrote poetry, designed buildings, and engaged in philosophical discussions with the learned men of his time. He grew a beard in the Greek fashion, the first emperor to do so, and his choice set a style that would be followed by his successors for generations. His personal life included his celebrated relationship with Antinous, a beautiful youth from Bithynia who drowned mysteriously in the Nile during a visit to Egypt in the year 130 AD. Hadrian's grief was profound and public, exceeding all bounds of what Romans considered appropriate. He had Antinous deified, established a cult in his honor, founded a city named Antinopolis on the spot where the youth had died, and commissioned countless statues that spread the image of his beloved across the empire. It was an extraordinary display of personal feeling from a man who could be cold and calculating in his political dealings. The circumstances of Antinous' death remain mysterious. Some ancient sources suggest he sacrificed himself in some religious rite. Others hint at accident or even murder. Whatever the truth, Hadrian's response transformed his private grief into public religion, and temples to Antinous arose from Egypt to Greece, from Asia Minor to Rome itself. The young man's face, rendered in marble and bronze by the finest sculptors of the age, became one of the most recognizable images of the ancient world. Antoninus Pius was born Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boionius Arius Antoninus on the 19th of September in the year 86 AD, near the town of Lanuvium in the hills south of Rome. His family was wealthy and respected, with roots in Gaul that had transplanted successfully to Italy. He had served the state in various capacities, rising through the traditional offices with quiet competence rather than brilliant distinction. He was known for his integrity, his piety toward family and gods, and his moderate temperament. These qualities recommended him to Hadrian when the aging emperor sought a successor who would preserve his legacy without seeking to undo it. He died on the 7th of March in the year 161 AD at his country estate in Laurium, reportedly after a brief fever. He was 74 years old, having ruled for nearly a quarter century, and his death came peacefully, surrounded by those he loved. His last word, according to ancient accounts, was the watchword he gave to the officer of the guard, equanimitas equanimity. It was a fitting final statement from a man who had governed with consistent calm through decades of peace. He passed power smoothly to his adopted heirs, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. Antoninus Pius reigned from 138 AD to 161 AD, about 23 years, a notably peaceful and stable period often seen as the high point of the Pax Romana. During his time on the throne, there were no major wars, no great crises, no threats that required the emperor to take the field at the head of his legions. The frontiers held, the provinces prospered, and Rome enjoyed a tranquility that seemed almost miraculous. It was a reign remarkable for its lack of remarkable events, a time when good governance meant simply maintaining what had been built. His achievements focused on internal governance rather than military glory. He emphasized legal reforms that made the law more humane, offering greater protection to slaves and provincials who had often been at the mercy of harsh masters and corrupt officials. He intervened in criminal cases to ensure that punishments fit the crimes, that torture was limited, and that the accused had fair hearings. He was known for his piety and fairness, earning the name Pius not for excessive religious devotion, but for his dutiful treatment of family, gods, and the traditions of his ancestors. The Senate, which had suffered under earlier emperors, found in him a partner who respected their dignity and consulted them genuinely on important matters. Although his reign was not marked by major new conquests, Antoninus funded significant building works throughout the empire. He completed and adorned temples in honor of Hadrian, who had adopted him, and in honor of his own family members. He maintained roads, aqueducts, and public buildings in Italy and the provinces, understanding that infrastructure was the skeleton upon which the body of the state depended. In Athens and other cities of the Greek East, he sponsored construction projects that reminded local elites of Roman generosity and tied them more closely to the imperial system. In Britain, Antoninus pushed the frontier briefly northward beyond Hadrian's Wall, sponsoring the construction of a new barrier called the Antonine Wall across the narrow waste of Scotland. This turf rampart, shorter than its predecessor to the south, represented an attempt to incorporate more territory into the province. Yet it was abandoned within a generation, the legions withdrawing back to Hadrian's more defensible line, illustrating the cautious and ultimately limited approach to expansion that characterized this reign. Antoninus preferred stability to glory, a preference that served the empire well but won him less attention from later historians who found peaceful reigns less exciting to chronicle. Antoninus Pius maintained the adoptive succession system that Hadrian had established by adopting Marcus Aurelius, whom he raised almost as a son within the imperial household. He later required Marcus to adopt Lucius Verus as well, ensuring that both young men would share power when the time came. The relationship between Antoninus and Marcus was close and affectionate, blending political mentorship with genuine paternal warmth. They shared philosophical interests, discussed matters of state together, and prepared Marcus carefully for the enormous responsibilities he would one day bear. When Antoninus died, he was later deified by the Senate, an honor that recognized not just his power, but the genuine esteem in which Romans held his memory. Marcus Aurelius was born Marcus Annius Verus on the 26th of April in the year 121 AD, in Rome itself, into an aristocratic family with deep roots in the imperial establishment. His grandfather had been consul, his family was wealthy and well-connected, and from an early age he showed the serious temperament that would later make him famous. He came to the attention of Emperor Hadrian, who nicknamed him Verissimus, the most truthful one, impressed by the boy's honesty and dedication to his studies. When Hadrian arranged for Antoninus Pius to adopt him, Marcus was set on the path to supreme power while still a teenager. He died on the 17th of March in the year 180 AD, either at Vindobona or at Sirmium, both frontier cities on the Danube, where he had spent much of his final years campaigning against the Germanic tribes who pressed against the empire's northern borders. He was 58 years old, worn down by years of war, by the devastating plague that had swept through the empire, and by personal griefs that included the deaths of many of his children. Ancient sources describe a death from illness, likely a recurrence of the plague that had killed so many others, though some later accounts suggest complications from the hardships of military life. He died as he had lived, on duty, far from the comforts of Rome. Marcus Aurelius reigned from 161 AD to 180 AD, initially as co-emperor with Lucius Verus until Verus's death in 169 AD, and then alone for the remaining 11 years of his life. His reign marked a sharp contrast to the peaceful decades of Antoninus Pius, for Marcus inherited an empire already facing multiple crises. The Parthians attacked in the east, Germanic tribes raided across the Danube, and a terrible plague, brought back by soldiers returning from eastern campaigns, swept through the provinces, killing perhaps millions and disrupting the economy and military strength of the state. Marcus spent much of his reign responding to emergencies rather than pursuing the philosophical contemplation he would have preferred. His major achievements include the persistent defense of the northern frontiers during the Marcomannic Wars, a long series of campaigns against the Marcomanni, Quadi, and other Germanic peoples who had taken advantage of the plague's devastation to push into Roman territory. These wars consumed most of the latter part of his reign, requiring Marcus to spend years in the field, directing operations from camps along the Danube rather than from the marble halls of Rome. He won victories, restored damaged frontier defenses, and even contemplated annexing new territory beyond the Danube, though he died before these plans could be realized. Marcus Aurelius is famed as a Stoic philosopher, and his private reflections, written during quiet moments in military camps, were later collected under the title Meditations. These writings express his beliefs in duty, rational self-control, acceptance of fate, and ethical service to humanity. They reveal a man struggling with the contradictions of his position, a philosopher who loved peace forced to wage war, a student of mortality surrounded by death. He wrote of the transience of all things, of emperors forgotten as surely as the humblest slaves, of the importance of doing one's duty regardless of whether anyone would remember or care. His philosophical reputation has endured through the centuries, making him perhaps the closest thing to a philosopher king the Western world has known. Building under Marcus focused less on monumental vanity than on practical needs. He repaired fortifications along the Danube, strengthened defenses against barbarian incursions, and funded projects in Rome and the provinces despite the financial strain of continuous warfare and the economic disruption caused by the plague. He sold imperial treasures to fund the wars rather than raise crushing taxes, a gesture that contemporary observers noted with admiration. The Column of Marcus Aurelius in Rome, similar to Trajan's Column but depicting his own northern campaigns, was begun during his reign though completed after his death. In family terms, Marcus was adopted by Antoninus Pius and married Antoninus's daughter Faustina the Younger, a marriage that produced numerous children, most of whom died young. The one son who survived to adulthood was Commodus, and Marcus's decision to make Commodus his heir rather than adopting a more capable successor broke the adoptive tradition that had served the empire so well. It was the natural instinct of a father who had watched so many children die, yet it would prove to be his greatest failure. Marcus died of natural causes on campaign, having spent his final years far from the city he ruled. His meditations reveal a man who found little joy in power. He wrote of emperors past who were now forgotten, of the vanity of ambition, of the importance of accepting fate with equanimity. The Senate deified him after death, and his memory was honored by later generations as a model of what an emperor should be. Lucius Verus was born Lucius Sionius Commodus on the 15th of December in the year 130 AD. His father had been Hadrian's first choice as heir before dying unexpectedly. When Hadrian arranged for Antoninus to adopt both Marcus and Lucius, he ensured that both young men would share supreme power, creating formal co-emperorship. He died in early 169 AD, probably from sudden illness while returning from the front. His death came unexpectedly, and some sources suggest it may have been connected to the plague ravaging the empire. He was 38 years old, his reign cut short before he could establish a legacy beyond the Parthian War. Lucius Verus reigned jointly with Marcus Aurelius from 161 AD to 169 AD, sharing equal imperial titles though Marcus generally held higher prestige. The two had been raised together, and their partnership was closer to that of brothers than rivals. Marcus never sought to diminish Lucius or claim sole power. Lucius's main achievement was directing the Parthian War. When the Parthians attacked, Lucius traveled east, establishing headquarters at Antioch. He oversaw campaigns that reconquered Armenia and pushed into Mesopotamia, capturing Ctesiphon. The war restored Roman prestige and demonstrated the empire could still project power when challenged. The co-emperor's reign also saw the Antonine plague beginning among troops returning from Parthia. Millions died, cities were depopulated, and the state was severely damaged. Their partnership in managing this crisis demonstrated the value of shared rule. Ancient sources portray Lucius as more given to luxury than Marcus, enjoying games and pleasures while his colleagues spent hours on philosophy. Yet Marcus valued the partnership and insisted Lucius share power fully. Lucius's death, apparently sudden, left Marcus ruling alone. Despite criticism of his lifestyle, Lucius's leadership in the Eastern War helped secure Rome's frontier for a generation, and his partnership with Marcus demonstrated that two emperors could rule together without jealousy and murder. Commodus was born Lucius Aurelius Commodus on the 31st of August in the year 161 AD at Lanuvium, where his great-grandfather Antoninus Pius had also been born. He was a twin, though his brother Antoninus died in infancy, and he was the son of Marcus Aurelius and Faustina the Younger, making him the first biological son in this dynasty raised from childhood with the expectation that he would one day rule. This accident of birth changed everything, for Marcus chose to pass the throne to his own blood rather than adopt a more capable successor, as his predecessors had done. It was an understandable decision for a father, but it would prove disastrous for the empire. He died on the 31st of December in the year 192 AD, in Rome, assassinated in a conspiracy that involved members of his own household and court. The wrestler Narcissus, a professional athlete who served as Commodus's wrestling partner, strangled him in his bath after a poison administered earlier in the day failed to kill him quickly enough. He was 31 years old, and his death brought an end to the Nerva-Antonine line that had governed Rome for nearly a century. The dynasty that had given the empire 5 good emperors ended with one who would be remembered as among the worst. Commodus was made co-emperor with his father Marcus Aurelius in 177 AD, when he was still a teenager, and he assumed sole rule upon Marcus's death in 180 AD. His reign lasted about 12 years, during which the promise of the Golden Age built by his predecessors crumbled into chaos, corruption, and spectacle. Where Marcus had been devoted to duty and philosophy, Commodus showed little interest in the hard work of governing. Where his father had spent years on campaign defending the frontiers, Commodus preferred the pleasures of Rome. His reign is associated with political instability, increased court intrigue, and deterioration in military discipline. He delegated power to favorites and palace officials while focusing on personal image and entertainment. The freedman Seodorus, the prefect Perennis, and later the freedman Cleander each rose to dominate politics, only to fall spectacularly when they became too powerful. These men ruled in Commodus's name while the emperor indulged his passions. Commodus engaged in ambitious building and renaming projects that revealed the depths of his megalomania. He embellished Rome with monuments to himself, associated himself with Hercules, and renamed months, legions, the Senate, and even Rome itself after his titles. He appeared in public dressed as Hercules, carrying a club, wearing a lion's skin, demanding worship as a god while still living. Militarily, he inherited secure frontiers from Marcus Aurelius, but showed little interest in maintaining them through the hard work of campaigning. Rather than leading major operations himself, he left generals to manage conflicts on the borders while he remained in Rome. When problems arose, he sought compromise or payments rather than decisive military action. The peace his father had fought so hard to establish slowly eroded under this neglect, and the enemies who pressed against Rome's borders grew bolder as they sensed the weakening grip of imperial authority. Commodus's personal behavior was notorious even by the standards of an age that had seen Caligula and Nero. He appeared in the arena as a gladiator and beast killer, fighting from a protected position against animals and opponents who had been hobbled or disarmed to ensure his victory. He slaughtered ostriches and elephants, lions and bears, displaying a prowess that was entirely manufactured. He demanded enormous payments from the treasury for each of these appearances, treating the arena as both stage and source of income. The senators who were forced to attend and applaud these spectacles did so with hatred in their hearts, knowing that to show anything but enthusiasm might mean death. His extravagance and the power granted to favorites alienated many who might otherwise have supported the throne. Conspiracies arose repeatedly during his reign. His own sister Lucilla was involved in an early plot that failed, and she paid with her life. Others followed, each revealing the depth of opposition to his rule, each prompting purges that eliminated potential rivals but also capable administrators. The climate of fear that had characterized Domitian's final years returned under Commodus, as no one knew who might be next to face accusation and execution. The final conspiracy that ended his life involved his mistress Marcia, his chamberlain Eclectus, and the Praetorian prefect Laetus, all people who had benefited from his favor, but who had come to fear that their names appeared on a list of those marked for death. On the last night of the year, they first tried poison, but when Commodus vomited up the dose, they sent in Narcissus to finish the job. The emperor died fighting, strangled by a man whose trade was violence. and his body was carried from the palace in secret. The Senate, meeting in hasty session, condemned his memory with unprecedented enthusiasm. They voted damnatio memoriae, ordering his name erased from monuments, his statues pulled down, his images destroyed. They called him a gladiator and a prostitute, hurling insults at the dead man that they had never dared whisper while he lived. His body was initially dumped without ceremony, though Pertinax, his immediate successor, later arranged a proper burial. The Nerva-Antonine dynasty ended in shame, murder, and the jubilant curses of senators who had spent 12 years living in fear. The murder of Commodus plunged the empire into chaos. With no clear heir, no designated successor, the throne was suddenly open to whoever could seize it. The year of the 5 emperors began, a repetition of the bloody events of 69 AD that had followed Nero's fall. For men would claim the purple in 193 AD before Septimius Severus finally established a new dynasty through military force. The century of good government that had begun with Nerva's quiet accession ended with Commodus's squalid death, and the empire entered a new and more turbulent era. Pertinax was born Publius Helvius Pertinax on the 1st of August in the year 126 AD, at Alba Pompeia in northern Italy. His father had been a former freedman, a man who had once been enslaved. This humble origin would have barred him from political advancement in an earlier age, but the empire had changed. He became a teacher, then a soldier, then an officer, climbing steadily through the hierarchy until he reached the Senate itself. He had served under Marcus Aurelius in the Northern Wars and earned a reputation for competence and integrity. He became emperor on the 1st of January in 193 AD, the day after Commodus's murder, when the Senate and Praetorian Guard accepted him as the respected senator most likely to restore stability. His elevation was swift and almost unanimous. The senators who had cowered before Commodus looked to Pertinax to restore their dignity. The soldiers hoped for a leader who would restore martial honor. Pertinax tried to reverse Commodus's excesses by enforcing strict discipline in the Praetorian Guard and cutting court expenses. He sold off the luxuries Commodus had accumulated, using the proceeds to fund government operations. He promised to rule with moderation and justice, to respect the Senate, and to avoid tyranny. These reforms pleased many, but quickly alienated soldiers accustomed to generous payments and lax discipline. His reign lasted only about 86 days, from January to March in 193 AD, making it one of the shortest in imperial history. It inaugurated what would be called the Year of the 5 Emperors, a period of civil war and chaos. In those brief months, Pertinax showed what might have been possible if he had been given time, but time was the one thing the empire would not grant him. Pertinax was killed on March 28 when mutinous Praetorians forced their way into the palace and stabbed him. He had tried to face them down, to remind them of their oaths, but they were beyond such appeals. They murdered him where he stood, and then wondered what they had done. The empire was theirs to sell. Later writers portrayed him as austere and well-intentioned, a man who might have restored the Golden Age if given the chance. But his inability to control the Praetorian Guard showed how fragile imperial authority had become. The soldiers who had once been instruments of imperial power had become its masters. Didius Julianus was born Marcus Didius Severus Julianus on the 29th of January in 133 AD in Mediolanum, which we now call Milan. His family was wealthy and prominent, with resources to launch him on a distinguished senatorial career. He served in various provinces, commanded troops, and accumulated the experience that should have qualified him for the highest office. He had governed Africa, commanded armies on the Danube, and held the consulship. But the manner of his accession would stain his reign forever. After Pertinax's murder, the Praetorian Guard found themselves in possession of the state, but uncertain what to do with it. They retreated to their camp and announced that the throne was available to whoever would pay the highest price. It was an act of stunning cynicism, reducing the majesty of Rome to a transaction. Two men came forward to bid: Titus Flavius Sulpicianus, Pertinax's father-in-law, and Didius Gellianus, who had more money and fewer scruples. Gellianus won by promising 25,000 sesterces to every soldier in the guard, a sum that would have bankrupted even his considerable fortune. The soldiers proclaimed him emperor and marched him to the Senate, which had no choice but to confirm what the swords had decided. His reign lasted only about 9 weeks, from late March to the 1st of June in 193 AD. It was plagued from the start by public outrage at his purchase of the empire and by rival imperial claims from provincial generals who commanded real armies rather than purchased ones. The people of Rome despised him. When he tried to address them from the forum, they shouted him down with insults, calling him a thief who had stolen what he could never deserve. Riots broke out in the streets, and Gellianus found himself a prisoner in his own palace, emperor in name but master of nothing beyond the walls. Major events of his brief rule included the rapid emergence of 3 powerful rivals who refused to accept the legitimacy of an emperor who had bought his throne. Pescennius Niger in Syria, Clodius Albinus in Britain, and Septimius Severus in Pannonia each commanded legions that felt no loyalty to Gellianus. Of these 3, Severus moved fastest. He marched his legions toward Italy while Gellianus frantically tried to prepare defenses, recruit gladiators, and fortify the city against an attack that everyone knew was coming. His efforts were pathetic and futile, the actions of a man who had no idea how to fight a war. Gellianus's main scandal lay in the manner of his accession, widely condemned as corrupt and sacrilegious. He had reduced the sacred office of emperor to a commodity to be bought and sold. His inability to gain real control over the army and provinces made him appear weak and illegitimate, a paper emperor whose authority rested on nothing but a promise of cash that he would never be able to pay. The senators who had confirmed him did so under duress, and they waited eagerly for someone to deliver them from the embarrassment of his rule. On the 1st of June in 193 AD, the Senate, under pressure from Septimius Severus's advancing legions, declared Gellianus deposed and sentenced him to death. He was executed in the palace by a soldier sent for that purpose, bewildered to the end by how quickly his fortune had turned. He had ruled for 66 days, purchased an empire, and lost everything including his life. His death cleared the way for Severus to enter Rome unopposed, and a new dynasty began its rise. Septimius Severus was born Lucius Septimius Severus on the 11th of April in the year 145 AD at Leptis Magna in North Africa, a prosperous city on the Libyan coast. This made him the first Roman emperor from that region, another step in the broadening of the imperial elite that had begun with Trajan's Spanish origins. His family was wealthy and well-connected in provincial society, with ties to the equestrian order and to the emerging Romanized aristocracy of Africa. He grew up speaking both Latin and the Punic language of his ancestors, a man of 2 worlds who would one day rule them both. After Gellianus's discredited accession, Severus was proclaimed emperor by his Pannonian legions in April of 193 AD. He marched on Rome with speed and determination, having Gellianus killed upon his arrival, and then turned to deal with his remaining rivals. He neutralized Clodius Albinus by initially naming him Caesar, a promise of succession that kept Britain quiet while Severus dealt with the more immediate threat in the east. He then defeated Pescennius Niger in a series of battles across Asia Minor and Syria, culminating in Niger's death and the subjugation of his supporters. Only after the east was secure did Severus turn on Albinus, defeating him at the bloody Battle of Lugdunum in 197 AD and becoming undisputed master of the Roman world. His reign lasted from 193 to 211 AD, about 18 years in which he transformed imperial rule. He founded the Severan dynasty and reshaped government around military backing. the pretense of partnership with the Senate was abandoned. Severus ruled openly as a military autocrat, his power resting on the legions rather than the aristocracy. He rewarded soldiers who had made him emperor and punished opponents with confiscations and executions. Major events included victories over Niger in the east and campaigns in Mesopotamia against Parthia. He captured Ctesiphon and brought back spoils that funded his ambitions. Later, he led a campaign in Britain, strengthening Hadrian's Wall and attempting to pacify the northern tribes. It was in Britain that he would die. Severus greatly increased soldiers' pay and privileges. He allowed them to marry legally and settled veterans with generous grants. He relied heavily on the army, building a relationship between emperor and soldiers that his successors would continue. He promoted the Syrian cults associated with his wife Julia Domna, while remaining formally respectful of traditional Roman religion. Julia Domna was a remarkable woman, learned and ambitious, who would play a significant role in the politics of the Severan dynasty. She came from a priestly family in Emesa, Syria, and her influence brought Eastern religious practices and intellectuals to the imperial court. The empire was becoming more cosmopolitan, drawing talent and traditions from across its vast extent. Severus died on the 4th of February in the year 211 AD at Eboracum, which we now call York, in northern Britain. He had been ill for some time, his body worn out by decades of campaigning and the stresses of rule. Ancient sources report that his final advice to his sons Caracalla and Geta was to enrich the soldiers and despise all others, a phrase that later writers used to characterize his militarized regime. Whether he actually said these words or not, they captured the essence of his approach to power. He was deified after death, and his dynasty continued under his quarrelsome sons. Caracalla was born Lucius Septimius Bassianus on the 4th of April in 188 AD in Lugdunum. He was the elder son of Septimius Severus and Julia Domna, and he later took the name Marcus Aurelius Antoninus to link himself to the revered Antonine dynasty. The nickname Caracalla came from a hooded cloak he favored. He grew up amid military camps, trained from childhood to inherit the throne. He became co-emperor with his father in 198 AD, and after Severus's death in 211, he ruled jointly with his younger brother Geta, a partnership that both men detested. The hatred between the brothers was legendary. Their mother Julia Domna tried desperately to reconcile them, but the enmity ran too deep. In December 211, Caracalla arranged for Geta to be killed during a supposed reconciliation meeting. Soldiers fell upon Geta and stabbed him to death in their mother's apartments. Ancient sources report he died in Julia Domna's arms, his blood staining her clothing, while Caracalla watched. She was forced to ally herself with the murderer to preserve what influence remained. Caracalla reigned as sole ruler from 211 to 217 AD. The Constitutio Antoniniana of 212 extended Roman citizenship to nearly all free inhabitants of the empire, transforming the legal status of millions. Some sources suggest it was purely fiscal, expanding the tax base. Others see genuine belief in the unity of the Roman world. Whatever his motives, the decree changed what it meant to be Roman. In Rome, he sponsored the Baths of Caracalla, a monumental complex that covered vast acreage, containing bathing facilities, gymnasiums, libraries, and gardens. The ruins still stand today, a testament to the ambition of their builder. His reign was marked by brutality. After Geta's murder, he purged supporters with wholesale executions. Thousands died for having been loyal to the wrong prince. He cultivated a fierce, soldierly image, marching with troops and sharing their hardships. He admired Alexander the Great obsessively, visiting Alexander's tomb in Alexandria. He led campaigns against the Alemanni and conducted an inconclusive campaign against Parthia. In 217, marching between Edessa and Carrhae, he stopped to relieve himself by the roadside. A soldier named Martialis approached and stabbed him to death. Geta was born Publius Septimius Geta on March 7 in 189 AD, the younger son of Septimius Severus and Julia Domna. He grew up in his brother's shadow, always the second son. The brothers fought constantly, competing for their father's favor and nursing hatreds that would prove fatal. He was made Caesar in 198 and Augustus in 209, serving as co-emperor with his father and then with Caracalla. Severus had hoped shared power would teach his sons to cooperate, but he misunderstood the depth of their hatred. Every gesture and appointment became a battlefield in their endless war. The rivalry intensified after their father's death, with both trying to carve out separate spheres of influence. They divided the palace, posting guards to prevent attacks. Plans were discussed to divide the empire itself, with Caracalla ruling the west and Geta the east, but Julia Domna persuaded them to abandon this scheme. Geta's short co-emperorship saw no major independent policies. He shared formal authority but lacked Caracalla's control over key military units. In late 211, Caracalla arranged his murder during a supposed reconciliation meeting. Geta died in Julia Domna's arms at about 22 years old. His death was followed by a ruthless purge and damnatio memoriae. Geta's violent death ended the attempt at joint rule and contributed to the bloody reputation of the Severan dynasty. The family that had risen through military force would continue to fall by violence. Macrinus was born Marcus Opellius Macrinus around 165 AD in Mauritania. He came from an equestrian background rather than the senatorial families that had traditionally produced emperors. This made him the first emperor from the equestrian order, a man who had risen through ability rather than birth. His career had been in law and administration rather than the military, and this would prove his undoing when he needed soldiers' loyalty to survive. As Praetorian prefect under Caracalla, Macrinus is thought to have been involved in the plot that killed the emperor in 217 AD. Whether he ordered the assassination directly or merely knew it was coming and did nothing to prevent it, he was ready to seize power when Caracalla fell. The army, camped in the east and far from Rome, proclaimed Macrinus emperor, and the Senate had little choice but to confirm his accession. It was done, and a new man sat upon the throne, a man unlike any who had worn the purple before. His elevation broke a tradition that stretched back centuries. Macrinus was the first Roman emperor to come from the equestrian order rather than the senatorial aristocracy. He had not climbed the traditional ladder of offices that prepared men for supreme power. He had not commanded great armies or governed wealthy provinces as preparation for rule. He was an administrator, a lawyer, a man who understood contracts and procedures better than battles and sieges. His career had been built on competence rather than charisma, on efficiency rather than inspiration. He knew how to manage accounts and negotiate settlements, how to navigate the complex bureaucracy that kept the empire functioning, but he did not know how to inspire the love of fighting men or the awe of the Roman populace. This background would shape his reign and ultimately doom it. The soldiers who acclaimed him did so not from enthusiasm, but from necessity. Caracalla was dead, and someone had to wear the purple. Macrinus was present, he was competent, and he promised stability. But even as they raised him on their shields in the traditional gesture of imperial acclamation, many must have wondered whether this gray administrator could hold together an empire that demanded warriors and kings. Macrinus reigned from 217 to 218 AD, a little over a year during which he tried to reduce military expenditures by cutting some benefits and pay. These economies were necessary from a fiscal standpoint. Caracalla's wars had drained the treasury, and his lavish payments to soldiers had established expectations that could not be sustained indefinitely. But Macrinus's cuts quickly alienated many soldiers who had grown accustomed to the generous treatment they received under Severus and Caracalla. They had fought for years in the East, they were tired and far from home, and they expected rewards rather than reductions. Macrinus gave them neither victory nor money, and their loyalty began to waver like grass in an uncertain wind. The soldiers remembered Caracalla fondly despite his faults. He had marched with them, shared their hardships, rewarded their service with gold and privileges. He had been cruel and capricious, but he had been their kind of emperor, a man who valued military virtue above all else. Macrinus seemed a pale imitation, an office holder rather than a warrior, a man who counted coins when they wanted glory. The contrast was stark and damning, and the soldiers never stopped making it. Where Caracalla had led from the front, Macrinus commanded from the rear. Where Caracalla had shared the rough bread and thin wine of military rations, Macrinus maintained the dignified distance of an administrator. The soldiers noticed these differences and resented them. They began to speak of the old days under Severus and Caracalla as a golden age, forgetting the hardships and remembering only the rewards. In foreign policy, he inherited Caracalla's Eastern War against Parthia. After initial fighting, he negotiated peace on rather costly terms, paying indemnities to avoid further conflict. Some criticized this settlement as un-Roman, a shameful retreat from the aggressive stance that Caracalla had taken. The great king of Parthia received gold that might have gone to Roman soldiers, and the army that had expected triumph received only the order to march home. Others saw the peace as prudent, a recognition that the army was exhausted and that prolonging the war would only increase the danger. But prudence is rarely popular with soldiers who measure their worth in victories, and Macrinus's reputation suffered accordingly. He never traveled to Rome during his brief reign. The capital that had been the heart of the empire for centuries never saw its emperor in person. Macrinus remained in the east, managing affairs from Antioch and other provincial cities, always intending to make the journey west, but never quite finding the right moment. The Eastern wars demanded attention, the treasury needed management, and the distance seemed too great to risk while enemies both foreign and domestic remained unsubdued. This absence bred uncertainty and rumors in the capital. The senators who might have supported him had no opportunity to take his measure in person, to assess his character, to build the personal relationships that oiled the machinery of Roman politics. The people of Rome knew their emperor only through coins and proclamations, through reports that filtered slowly westward, through the gossip of travelers and merchants who claimed to have seen him in some distant city. Rome had grown accustomed to emperors who made their presence felt in the capital. Even those who campaigned frequently, like Marcus Aurelius and Septimius Severus, had returned periodically to tend the fires of popular loyalty. Macrinus's continued absence suggested either weakness or indifference, neither of which endeared him to those whose support he needed. His position weakened dramatically when Julia Maesa, the sister of Julia Domna, began promoting her grandson Elagabalus as a true Severan heir in Syria. Maesa was a formidable woman, as ambitious as her sister had been, and she understood the power of dynasty in Roman politics. She had been exiled from court after Caracalla's death, forced to return to her hometown of Emesa, and she burned with resentment at her diminished status. She spread rumors that Elagabalus was actually Caracalla's illegitimate son, a claim that may or may not have been true, but that gave the boy a connection to the murdered emperor that Macrinus could not match. The Eastern legions, already unhappy with Macrinus's economies and his less than glorious peace, began to turn toward this young claimant who promised to restore the Severan Golden Age. Gold flowed from Maesa's coffers to the soldiers' hands, and with each coin came whispers of a return to the generosity of Caracalla. The priests of Emesa displayed the boy in his sacred vestments, and soldiers saw in him the blood of the dynasty they had served for a generation. Macrinus tried to counter these moves, but lacked the resources and the charisma to compete. He raised his son Diademenianus to the rank of Caesar and then Augustus, hoping to establish his own dynasty, but the gesture rang hollow. His son was young and unknown, without the mystique of Severan blood. The soldiers who might have rallied to defend an established line had no particular reason to fight for a family that had ruled for less than 2 years. The decisive confrontation came near Antioch in June of 218 AD. The two armies met on a plain outside the city, and at first Macrinus's forces seemed to have the advantage. But as the battle developed, his troops began deserting to the enemy even as he tried to rally them. They crossed the lines singly and in groups, drawn by promises of restored pay and by the presence of Caracalla's supposed son. The trickle became a flood, and suddenly Macrinus found himself nearly alone on a battlefield that had turned against him. He fled westward, hoping perhaps to reach Rome and rally support, but his flight was disorganized and desperate. He shed the symbols of imperial rank, disguised himself as a common traveler, and tried to disappear into the anonymous crowds that thronged the roads of Asia Minor. But an emperor cannot simply vanish. Word spread of his route, and pursuit followed close behind. He was captured in Chalcedon, just across the strait from Byzantium, betrayed by those who hoped to curry favor with the new regime. His brief outsider regime ended without establishing a new dynasty, without leaving any lasting mark on the empire he had briefly ruled. His son Diademenianus was hunted down and killed shortly after, and the Severan women returned to power through the boy priest Elagabalus. The empire passed to a teenage priest whose reign would become one of the most bizarre in Roman history. The fall of Macrinus illustrated harsh truths about imperial power in the 3rd century. Military loyalty was the foundation of everything, and that loyalty could not be purchased with promises of fiscal responsibility or efficient administration. The soldiers wanted an emperor who looked like an emperor, who rewarded them generously, who led them to victory or at least maintained the appearance of martial vigor. Macrinus offered none of these things, and for all his administrative competence, he could not survive the loss of military confidence. His reign also demonstrated how powerful the idea of dynasty had become. The Severan name carried weight that no newcomer could match. Julia Maesa understood this, and she used it ruthlessly to destroy a man who had done nothing to her personally, but who stood between her family and power. The blood of Septimius Severus, real or invented, proved more valuable than any qualification or achievement that Macrinus could claim. And so Macrinus passed from the stage of history, a footnote in the Chronicle of Emperors, remembered mainly for being the first of equestrian rank and for losing to a teenage priest. His body was left unburied or disposed of without ceremony, and no one mourned his passing except perhaps his young son, who followed him shortly into death. The empire continued on its restless course, always searching for stability, always finding only the next crisis. Elagabalus, officially known as Marcus Aurelius Antoninus after his supposed father Caracalla, was born Varius Avitus Bassianus around the year 204 AD in Emesa, a city in Syria that had long been a center of religious devotion and priestly tradition. His family were hereditary priests of the sun god Elagabal, a deity whose worship centered on a sacred black stone that had fallen from the heavens in ages past. This meteorite, smooth and conical and black as the night sky from which it had fallen, was believed to be the physical embodiment of the solar deity, a piece of heaven itself come to rest among mortals. The young Varius grew up serving this god, learning the rituals and dances, wearing the exotic vestments of a Syrian priest, never dreaming that such strange customs would one day scandalize Rome. His grandmother Julia Maesa was the sister of Julia Domna, the powerful wife of Septimius Severus, and when Caracalla died and Macrinus proved unpopular, Maesa saw her opportunity. She had been forced into exile after Caracalla's death, stripped of the influence she had enjoyed at court, and she burned to restore her family to power. The boy Elagabalus became her instrument. She spread the rumor that he was actually Caracalla's illegitimate son, pointing to a certain physical resemblance that may or may not have been genuine. The soldiers, already unhappy with Macrinus, chose to believe the story because believing it served their interests, and the priests of Emesa produced their young charge in all his sacred finery to claim the throne. The rebellion began in May of 218 AD, when the soldiers of the 3rd Gallic Legion stationed near Emesa proclaimed the boy emperor. Julia Misa had distributed gold liberally among the troops, and her promises of restored pay and privileges proved more persuasive than Macrinus's austerity measures. The priests displayed Elagabalus in his exotic vestments, and the soldiers saw in him the blood of Caracalla, the spirit of Severus, the restoration of a dynasty they had loved. Whether any of this was true mattered less than whether they believed it, and believe it they did. Backed by his grandmother Julia Misa and the Syrian legions, Elagabalus was proclaimed emperor in 218 AD at the age of 14. The claim of Severan blood gave him legitimacy that Macrinus could not match, and the gold that Misa distributed ensured that legitimacy was well armed. After defeating Macrinus in battle, the teenage emperor entered Rome as the ruler of the known world, bringing with him the sacred black stone of Emesa and a determination to elevate his god above all others. His journey from Syria to Rome was itself a spectacle that alarmed traditionalists who heard the reports. The young emperor traveled slowly, stopping at cities along the way to perform the rituals of his cult, dancing before the sacred stone in a manner that seemed bizarre to Roman sensibilities. He wore the long robes of an Eastern priest rather than the military cloak of a Roman commander, and his face was painted in the manner customary among the priests of Elagabal. These were not the trappings of a Roman emperor, and those who had hoped for a restoration of Severan normalcy began to have doubts. Elagabalus reigned from 218 to 222 AD, and his rule became infamous for religious innovations that shocked the Roman establishment to its core. He elevated the Syrian sun god Elagabal above Jupiter himself, placing a foreign deity at the head of the Roman pantheon that had existed for centuries. This was not merely personal devotion, but a matter of state policy. He built a grand temple called the Elagabalium on the Palatine Hill, the Sacred Heart of Rome itself, to house the black stone he had brought from Emesa. The temple was magnificent, adorned with gold and precious stones, and into it went not only the sacred meteorite, but also other objects sacred to the Roman state. He brought the Palladium from the Temple of Vesta, an ancient image said to have been brought from Troy by Aeneas himself, and upon which the safety of Rome itself was believed to depend since the founding of the city. He brought sacred objects from other temples as well, gathering the holy things of Rome into his new temple, as if to demonstrate that all divine power now flowed through his Syrian god. The priests of the old cults watched in horror as their traditions were subverted, their temples stripped of their most precious relics, their gods subordinated to a foreign deity they did not understand. His religious policies included public ceremonies where he sacrificed cattle and sheep in prodigious numbers, pouring wine and blood over the altars of his god. These sacrifices were accompanied by dancing and music in the Syrian style, with drums and cymbals and flutes creating sounds that seemed cacophonous to Roman ears accustomed to more solemn rituals. The emperor himself participated in these ceremonies with an enthusiasm that many found undignified, dancing ecstatically before the sacred stone, his body swaying to rhythms that had no precedent in Roman tradition. He led processions through the streets of Rome with the meteorite carried on a chariot drawn by white horses while he walked backward before it, so that he would never turn his back on his god. These processions became regular features of Roman life during his reign. The streets would be cleared, incense would be burned, and the emperor would appear in his priestly vestments to honor his deity. Citizens lined the routes, some drawn by curiosity, others by genuine religious interest, still others by the coins and food that were distributed during these festivals. The spectacle was impressive in its way, but it troubled those who remembered how Roman emperors had traditionally appeared before their people, in military dress or the toga of a citizen, not in the flowing robes and painted face of an Eastern priest. He attempted to merge Elagabal with other major deities, declaring that all gods were merely aspects of the one supreme solar divinity he served. Jupiter and Mars and Apollo were not separate beings, but manifestations of Elagabal, shadows cast by the one true source of divine light. This theological innovation might have been philosophically sophisticated in some contexts, but to traditional Romans it seemed like an assault on their ancestors and their gods. The great deities who had guided Rome to dominion over the world were being reduced to mere emanations of Assyrian stone. He even tried to marry his god to the goddess Vesta, staging an elaborate ceremony in which the sacred flame of Vesta was symbolically united with the black stone of Elagabal. The Vestal Virgins, those sacred women who had tended the eternal flame for centuries, found themselves incorporated into rituals that made a mockery of their traditions. Some ancient sources claim he also took a Vestal as his own wife, violating one of the most sacred taboos in Roman religion. Vestals were sworn to chastity for 30 years of service, and for an emperor to break that vow by force or persuasion was an act of sacrilege that many found unforgivable. The temple atop the Palatine became the center of a cult that drew worshippers from across the empire, people curious about this strange new religion that their emperor promoted with such fervor. The black stone was displayed for veneration, and pilgrims came to gaze upon the object that had fallen from the heavens in ages beyond memory. Syrian priests chanted prayers in languages the Romans did not understand, and incense filled the air with unfamiliar scents of myrrh and exotic spices. It was as if a piece of the East had been transplanted into the heart of the West, and not everyone welcomed the change. The temple complex grew to include not only the sanctuary of Elagabal, but also gardens, baths, and accommodations for the many priests who served the cult. Elagabalus brought Syrian priests to Rome in great numbers, men who knew the rituals and mysteries of his ancestral religion, who could perform the ceremonies properly and train others in the ways of the sun god. These priests became a visible presence in the capital, their foreign dress and foreign ways a constant reminder that Rome was now ruled by an emperor who looked eastward for his inspiration. The emperor also established festivals in honor of his god that were added to the Roman calendar. These celebrations featured games and spectacles, distributions of food and money, the kind of public entertainments that Romans had always loved. But they were dedicated not to Jupiter or Mars but to Elagabal, and the symbolism was clear to all who had eyes to see. The old order was passing away, replaced by something new and strange. Romans who had worshipped Jupiter and Mars for centuries found themselves ruled by a boy who seemed to care nothing for the old gods, who danced before a stone from Syria while neglecting the traditions that had made Rome great. The Senate, that ancient body that prided itself on maintaining Roman traditions through all the changes of empire, watched helplessly as their religious heritage was transformed into something they barely recognized. Some consoled themselves with the thought that the boy was young and might yet learn Roman ways, might yet put aside the peculiarities of his Syrian upbringing and embrace the gods of his imperial predecessors. Others suspected that Julia Maesa, the real power behind the throne, would eventually reign in her grandson's excesses. But as the months passed and the innovations continued, as new temples rose and old traditions faded, hope began to fade along with them. The empire that had conquered the world was being transformed by a teenager who danced for a stone. Beyond his religious innovations, Elagabalus's personal life was marked by scandals that ancient sources describe with equal parts horror and fascination. He married multiple times during his brief reign, working through a succession of wives with bewildering speed that made a mockery of the institution of Roman marriage. His first wife was Julia Cornelia Paula, a woman of noble birth who seemed a suitable match for an emperor, a union that promised to bring stability and perhaps an heir to secure the dynasty. But he divorced her within a year, apparently dissatisfied for reasons the sources do not fully explain, and moved on to the next. Each marriage seemed less about establishing a dynasty than about satisfying some restless impulse that drove the young emperor from one union to another, never content, always seeking something he could not name. The pattern of his marriages troubled those who hoped the young emperor would settle into the responsibilities of his office. Roman aristocratic families offered their daughters as potential empresses, only to see them elevated and then cast aside in rapid succession. The disgrace of divorce touched not only the women but their entire families, who had invested hope and resources in what proved to be ephemeral connections to power. His marriage to the Vestal virgin Aquilia Severa was the most shocking of these unions. Vestals were sworn to chastity for 30 years of service, their virginity considered essential to the safety and prosperity of the Roman state. The eternal flame they tended in the Temple of Vesta was a symbol of Rome's perpetual existence, and for that flame to be polluted by unchastity was considered a terrible omen. For an emperor to marry a Vestal, to take for himself a woman consecrated to a goddess, was an act of sacrilege that many found unforgivable. Elagabalus reportedly defended the marriage by claiming that the union of himself, as high priest of Elagabal, with a priestess of Vesta would produce godlike children. The logic was circular and the theology dubious, but the marriage went forward regardless of what anyone else thought. He divorced Aquilia and married another woman, then returned to Aquilia again, cycling through unions with a disregard for convention that left traditionalists speechless. Roman marriage was serious business involving property, inheritance, and social status, and the emperor was treating it like a game. Each new wife brought a period of favor for her family, followed by disgrace when the divorce came. The women themselves were pawns in whatever drama was playing out in the emperor's mind. His court became notorious for the influence of favorites who rose to power through the emperor's affection. He openly favored male companions at court, elevating a charioteer named Hierocles to extraordinary influence and reportedly referring to him as husband. Ancient sources, hostile as they are, paint a picture of a court where traditional boundaries of behavior were deliberately transgressed. Hierocles was said to exercise power over the emperor himself, and others sought to gain similar influence through similar means. The power dynamics at court became entangled with personal relationships in ways that scandalized observers. Another favorite was a slave named Zodicus, an athlete known for his physical attributes, who was brought to the palace and elevated to positions far above his station. The rivalry between Hierocles and Zodicus and others for the emperor's favor created factions within the court, each trying to outmaneuver the others, each rising and falling with the emperor's shifting affections. This was not how Roman politics was supposed to work. Influence was meant to flow through the Senate, through the military, through the established channels of power, not through the bedroom of a teenage emperor. The ancient sources describe a court of wild parties, exotic entertainments, and expenses that strained even the imperial treasury. Elagabalus reportedly served meals on silver plates so valuable that each could have fed a working family for years, used only gold chamber pots as if even his waste was too precious for common vessels, and showered his favorites with gifts that would have made earlier emperors blush with their extravagance. He was said to have released thousands of vipers during a festival, causing panic among the crowd as the serpents slithered through the terrified spectators. He was said to have suffocated guests at banquets beneath showers of rose petals, burying them in fragrant death. How much of this is true, and how much is hostile invention created by later writers who despised his memory, we cannot know with certainty. But the image of excess was clearly part of how his contemporaries and later generations remembered his reign. Even if only half the stories were true, his court was a spectacle of waste and indulgence that Rome had rarely seen. The sources also describe elaborate pranks and humiliations inflicted on guests and courtiers. He supposedly served meals of glass food that could not be eaten, of painted stones that looked like delicacies but shattered teeth. He assigned guests to seats based on their physical attributes, grouping the bald together, the fat together, the tall together, turning his banquets into exercises in mockery. Whether these stories are true or invented, they painted a picture of an emperor who found amusement in the discomfort of others. His treatment of the Senate was contemptuous in ways that went beyond even the worst excesses of emperors like Caligula and Nero. He reportedly placed his grandmother Julia Maesa in the Senate chamber itself, an unprecedented breach of tradition that allowed a woman to participate in senatorial deliberations. He appointed favorites to positions they were entirely unqualified to hold, selecting officials based on the size of certain physical attributes rather than their administrative abilities. The machinery of government continued to function, more or less, thanks to the efforts of Julia Maesa and experienced administrators, but the emperor himself seemed entirely indifferent to the responsibilities of his office. Growing discontent in the Praetorian Guard and among political leaders led Julia Maesa to hedge her bets by supporting Elagabalus's younger cousin Alexander as an alternative. Maesa was no fool. She understood that her grandson was destroying himself, that his behavior had made him too many enemies, and that the dynasty could only survive if power passed to someone more acceptable before the inevitable catastrophe occurred. She persuaded Elagabalus to adopt Alexander as his heir and Caesar, a decision the young emperor came to regret when it became clear that Alexander was winning the loyalty that Elagabalus had squandered. The two cousins became rivals in a court that could barely contain them both. Elagabalus reportedly attempted several times to have Alexander killed, ordering assassinations that were prevented by the vigilance of Maesa and the Praetorian Guard. The soldiers had come to prefer the younger cousin, who seemed more stable, more Roman, more likely to restore normalcy after the chaos of Elagabalus's reign. Each assassination attempt that failed strengthened Alexander's position and weakened Elagabalus's. In March of 222 AD, the crisis came to a head. Elagabalus spread rumors that Alexander was dying, hoping to provoke the soldiers into accepting his cousin's removal from the succession. But the Praetorians demanded to see Alexander in person, and when both cousins appeared before them, the soldiers made their preference clear. They cheered for Alexander and ignored Elagabalus. The emperor, in a fit of rage, ordered the execution of those who had cheered for his rival. It was his last mistake. The guard murdered Elagabalus and his mother Julia Soaemias in a barracks coup on March 11th of that year. The soldiers, disgusted by the emperor's behavior and fearful that he planned to eliminate Alexander, struck without warning or mercy. Mother and son were killed together, their bodies dragged through the streets of Rome, mutilated by the mob, and thrown into the Tiber like common criminals. The great sewer that ran beneath the city, the Cloaca Maxima, carried their remains toward the sea. Elagabalus was 18 years old. His memory was condemned by decree of the Senate with an enthusiasm that spoke to the depths of the hatred he had inspired. His name was erased from inscriptions throughout the empire, a process called damnatio memoriae that was meant to erase a person from history itself. His statues were pulled down and destroyed, his images scratched from paintings and mosaics. His reign declared a stain upon Roman history that should be forgotten. The black stone was sent back to Emesa, returning the sacred meteorite to the temple where it had been worshipped for centuries before Elagabalus brought it to Rome. The Elagabalium on the Palatine, that grand temple he had built to house his god, was rededicated to other gods and purged of its Syrian associations. The priests were sent home, the rituals were ended, the exotic vestments were put away. It was as if the empire was trying to forget that the past 4 years had ever happened, wiping clean a memory too shameful to preserve. And yet the memory persisted. Later historians recorded the scandals in lurid detail, passing down stories that may have grown with each retelling. Elagabalus became a byword for excess and depravity, his name invoked whenever writers wished to illustrate the depths to which imperial power could fall. Whether the real boy behind the legends was quite as monstrous as the sources suggest, we will never know. What is certain is that his reign represented a crisis in Roman identity, a moment when foreign customs and religious innovations seemed to threaten everything that made Rome Roman. Severus Alexander was born Marcus Julius Gessius Alexianus on the 1st of October in the year 208 AD at Arca Caesarea in Phoenicia, a region that lay along the eastern shores of the Mediterranean Sea where ancient cities looked out toward the endless blue waters. He was a relative of the powerful Severan women Julia Maesa and Julia Mamaea, connected to the dynasty through blood and marriage, carrying in his veins the heritage that had made the Severans masters of the Roman world. He had grown up in the shadow of his older cousin Elagabalus, watching as that young man's excesses brought him ever closer to destruction. He learned caution from his cousin's recklessness, learning what not to do from someone who seemed determined to do everything wrong. When destruction came for Elagabalus, Alexander was ready to step into his place. The contrast between the two cousins could hardly have been more stark. Where Elagabalus had been wild and impulsive, Alexander appeared steady and thoughtful. Where Elagabalus had devoted himself to foreign gods and exotic rituals, Alexander seemed content with traditional Roman worship. Where Elagabalus had scandalized Rome with his behavior, Alexander cultivated an image of modesty and restraint. These differences were not accidental. Julia Mamaea had carefully shaped her son to be everything that Elagabalus was not, understanding that the dynasty could only survive if the next emperor repaired the damage caused by the previous one. His mother Julia Mamaea had been preparing him for this moment for years, raising him to be a proper Roman emperor in the mold of the Antonines rather than in the image of his scandalous cousin. Where Elagabalus was erratic, Alexander was steady. Where Elagabalus flouted tradition, Alexander respected it. Where Elagabalus alienated the Senate and the army, Alexander would work to reconcile both. Julia Mamaea was a formidable woman in her own right, intelligent and ambitious, determined to see her son succeed where her nephew had failed. She would be the guiding force of his reign, for better and for worse. Elevated by the Praetorian Guard after Elagabalus's murder in 222 AD, Alexander was adopted as son and successor shortly before the coup itself, giving a veneer of dynastic continuity to what was essentially a palace revolution. The transition was bloody but swift, and within days Alexander was sole emperor, guided by his mother Julia Mamaea and a council of advisors who sought to repair the damage done by the previous reign. He was 14 years old, the same age Elagabalus had been when he came to power, but the parallels ended there. Alexander promised normalcy, stability, a return to Roman values after years of scandal and innovation. Severus Alexander reigned from 222 to 235 AD, about 13 years during which much of the real power was exercised by his mother Julia Mamaea and experienced advisors who understood how to govern an empire. They emphasized legal order, returning to the principles that had guided the better emperors of earlier generations. They emphasized financial prudence, ending the wild expenditures that had drained the treasury under Elagabalus and Caracalla. They emphasized cooperation with the Senate, treating that ancient body with the respect it craved after years of contempt and humiliation. It was a dramatic contrast to the chaos that had characterized his cousin's rule, a deliberate turning away from everything that had made Elagabalus infamous. The great jurist Ulpian served as Praetorian prefect for a time, bringing his expertise in law to the highest levels of government. Ulpian was one of the most brilliant legal minds of his age, a man whose writings on Roman law would be quoted for centuries after his death. His presence at court signaled that the new regime would govern by law rather than whim, by precedent rather than caprice. Legal scholars and administrators were welcomed where favorites and charlatans had held sway before. It was a period of attempted reform, of trying to restore stability to an empire that had been shaken by years of excess and misrule. The treasury was replenished through careful management and reduced spending. The army was maintained but not indulged with the endless gifts and privileges that had become expected under the earlier sovereigns. The provinces were governed with attention to justice and efficiency. To many it seemed like a new golden age was beginning, a return to the good governance that had characterized the Antonine dynasty. His religious policy was notably tolerant compared to that of his predecessor. Alexander honored the traditional Roman gods, restoring the temples and rituals that Elagabalus had neglected or subverted, giving Jupiter and Mars and the other deities of Rome their proper place in the official religion of the state. But he also allowed a variety of cults to flourish throughout the empire, recognizing that the diverse peoples under Roman rule worshipped in diverse ways. He reportedly kept statues of various religious figures in his private chapel, including Christ and Abraham alongside deities from Roman and Greek tradition, a remarkable collection that reflected the diverse religious landscape of the 3rd century empire. This eclectic approach to religion was characteristic of the age, a time when the old certainties were fading and new ideas were spreading across the empire with unprecedented speed. Christianity was growing throughout the empire, spreading through cities and along trade routes, winning converts from all levels of society with its message of salvation and eternal life. Eastern cults from Persia and Egypt and Syria competed for followers with traditional Roman worship, offering mysteries and revelations that the old gods had never promised. Philosophy offered its own path to spiritual meaning for those inclined to intellectual religion, with Stoicism and Neoplatonism providing frameworks for understanding the cosmos and one's place within it. Alexander seemed content to let all these traditions coexist, intervening only when religious conflict threatened public order. This tolerance was notable in an age when religious differences could lead to violence and persecution, and it marked his reign as a period of relative peace between the diverse faiths that shared the empire. The emperor himself was said to begin each day with private devotions in his chapel, honoring the various deities and sages whose images he had collected there. This personal piety coexisted with his public role as Pontifex Maximus, the high priest of Roman state religion, a combination that later Christian writers would find noteworthy and that illustrated the complex religious landscape of the 3rd century. The court around Alexander was dominated by women to a degree unusual in Roman history. Julia Mamaea exercised enormous influence over her son, making decisions in his name, receiving embassies, directing policy. Julia Maesa, until her death around 224 or 225 AD, remained a powerful presence as well, the grandmother who had engineered 2 imperial successions and who understood better than anyone the dynamics of sovereign power. Some ancient sources present this female influence as problematic, suggesting that Alexander was weak and controlled by his mother. Others suggest that Julia Mamaea was a wise counselor whose guidance helped her son avoid the disasters that had befallen Elagabalus. The administration of the empire continued to function effectively under this regime, the wheels of bureaucracy turning as they had for generations. Governors were appointed on the basis of competence rather than favoritism, chosen for their ability to manage provinces rather than their connections at court. Legal reforms strengthened the rights of citizens and provided mechanisms for addressing grievances against officials who abused their power. Building projects improved infrastructure throughout the provinces, repairing roads and aqueducts that had been neglected during the recent troubles. The currency was stabilized after years of debasement that had undermined confidence in Roman money. For those who remembered the chaos of the Year of the 5 Emperors or the scandals of Elagabalus, the reign of Severus Alexander must have seemed like a restoration of sanity, a return to the orderly governance that had characterized Rome at its best. Yet there were also challenges that the new emperor and his advisors struggled to address, problems that no amount of good governance could easily solve. The army, which had become accustomed to the lavish treatment it received under Septimius Severus and Caracalla, chafed under the new austerity that fiscal responsibility demanded. Soldiers who expected generous donatives received instead lectures about fiscal responsibility and the need for restraint. They had grown used to being the pampered favorites of the state, and they did not appreciate being told that the treasury could not afford their expectations. The Praetorian Guard, always dangerous when dissatisfied, grew restless in their barracks near the capital. They had murdered one emperor already, and they would not hesitate to murder another if he ceased to please them. Ulpian himself was murdered by guardsmen in 228 AD, killed despite the emperor's attempts to protect him, struck down in the palace itself by soldiers who resented his discipline and his reforms. It was a stark reminder that even the wisest policies could not always control the violence that lurked at the heart of Roman power. The man who had tried to govern by law died by the sword, and the young emperor learned that reason and justice were weak reeds when set against armed discontent. The reign that had begun with such promise would face increasing difficulties as the years passed and enemies both foreign and domestic grew bolder. The major events of Severus Alexander's reign included conflict with a new and dangerous enemy in the east, one that would threaten Rome for centuries to come and would ultimately play a role in reshaping the entire ancient world. The Sasanian Persian Empire had risen to power around 224 AD, when a dynasty of aggressive rulers overthrew the Parthian kingdom that had long been Rome's eastern neighbor and frequent adversary. The Parthians had been formidable opponents in their time, capable of inflicting devastating defeats on Roman armies, as they had done to Crassus at Carrhae and to other commanders who underestimated them. But their decentralized political structure and periodic civil wars had limited their ability to wage sustained campaigns against Rome, and the two empires had reached a kind of equilibrium along the Euphrates. The Sasanians were different. They were more centralized, more militaristic, more ideologically driven than their predecessors had been. They brought a new energy and ambition to the ancient rivalry between East and West. The Sasanian king Ardashir I, the founder of the new dynasty, began pressing against Rome's eastern frontiers soon after consolidating his power. He styled himself the King of Kings, using the ancient title that had belonged to Cyrus and Darius and the other great rulers of Persian antiquity. He claimed to be the heir of their empire, and he dreamed of restoring Persian rule over all the lands their ancestors had once governed, lands that now belonged to Rome. He raided into Mesopotamia, the rich territory between the Tigris and Euphrates that had been contested between Rome and Persia for generations, striking at cities and fortresses that had been Roman for centuries. He threatened the great fortress city of Hatra, which had withstood Roman sieges, but now faced a new and more determined enemy. He proclaimed his intention to recover all the lands that had once belonged to Persia, which by his reckoning included much of Rome's eastern provinces, including Syria and Egypt and Asia Minor itself. This was not mere raiding for plunder, but a strategic challenge to Roman dominance in the region, a declaration of intent that Rome could not ignore. Alexander led campaigns to meet this threat, gathering armies and marching eastward to confront the Persian king with the full might of Rome. The sources are unclear about exactly what happened during these campaigns, with some ancient writers claiming Roman victories and others acknowledging setbacks and failures that the official accounts tried to minimize. What seems certain is that Alexander achieved modest successes, but failed to inflict decisive defeat on the Persian king. The Eastern Front remained contested, neither side able to establish clear dominance, the boundary between empires shifting with the fortunes of war. The campaigns drained resources and attention from other pressing problems, keeping the emperor and his best troops occupied in distant lands while troubles multiplied elsewhere. The Roman army that fought in the east was not what it had once been in the days of Trajan and Marcus Aurelius. Years of civil war, plague, and political turmoil had taken their toll on military effectiveness. Many experienced soldiers had died in the succession conflicts that followed Commodus's fall. The generous pay and privileges granted by Septimius Severus had attracted recruits, but had also created expectations that were difficult to maintain. Discipline had suffered as soldiers learned they could murder emperors with impunity. The army that Alexander led eastward was still formidable by the standards of the ancient world, but it was not the unstoppable force that had conquered the Mediterranean under earlier generations. The Sasanians, by contrast, were rising to the height of their power. Their heavy cavalry, armored from head to toe and mounted on armored horses, was a terror on the battlefield. Their archers could loose clouds of arrows that darkened the sky. Their military leadership was competent and aggressive, eager to test themselves against the Romans who had for so long dominated the region. The clash between these two powers would continue for centuries, until the Arab conquests finally swept both empires from the pages of history. Serious pressure also mounted on the Rhine frontier from Germanic groups who sensed opportunity in Rome's troubles and smelled weakness in the wind. The Alemanni, a confederation of tribes that had formed along the Upper Rhine during the preceding decades, began raiding across the river into Roman territory with increasing boldness. Other groups joined them, testing defenses that had been weakened by decades of civil war and the diversion of troops to eastern commitments. These were not the disciplined invasions of a unified enemy, but rather opportunistic raids by groups seeking plunder and land, war bands of young warriors eager to win glory and wealth at Rome's expense. Yet their cumulative effect was devastating to the provinces they struck, leaving burned villages, slaughtered civilians, and abandoned farms in their wake. The countryside along the Rhine had been peaceful for generations, its inhabitants growing accustomed to the security that Roman power provided. Now that security was crumbling. Farmers who had cultivated their fields without fear found themselves fleeing before barbarian raiders. Towns that had never needed walls suddenly discovered how vulnerable they were. The comfortable assumption that Rome would always protect its own was being shattered with each new incursion across the river. The army needed to respond with force to these incursions, to punish the raiders and deter future attacks, to reassert Roman dominance over frontiers that had been quiet for so long. But Alexander and his advisors preferred negotiation and payments over decisive battle, hoping to buy peace rather than fight for it. They offered tribute to tribal leaders, hoping that gold would accomplish what swords might fail to achieve. It was a policy with precedent. The empire had often purchased the goodwill of frontier peoples when military options seemed too costly or uncertain, and sometimes such arrangements had preserved peace for years or even decades. But this policy angered many soldiers who expected bold military leadership and spoils rather than diplomacy and restraint. They had not joined the legions to watch their emperor bargain with barbarians, to see Roman gold flowing into the hands of enemies who should have been crushed on the battlefield. They wanted to march against the enemy, to win glory and plunder as their predecessors had done in the days when Rome's armies swept all before them. They wanted an emperor who would lead them into battle with sword in hand, not one who sent ambassadors with bags of gold. They looked at Alexander and saw not a warrior but a diplomat, not a commander but a negotiator. The contrast with emperors like Trajan and Septimius Severus, who had personally led armies to victory after victory, was unflattering to the young man who seemed to prefer his mother's counsel to the advice of his generals and who appeared to find the bloodshed of battle distasteful. Julia Mamaea's influence over her son became a source of resentment among the troops, a grievance that grew with each passing month. They called him mother's boy and worse, questioning whether he had the strength and resolve to lead them. wondering whether he would ever grow into the role of warrior emperor that Roman tradition demanded. They noted that Julia Mamaea accompanied the army on campaign, traveling with her son even to the frontiers, and they found this inappropriate for an emperor who should have been free to focus on military matters without maternal interference. They whispered that she made decisions for him, that he could not act without her approval, that he was emperor in name but child in truth. Whether their criticism was fair or not, it reflected a growing disenchantment with a regime that seemed more interested in restraint than in action, more comfortable with negotiation than with war. The soldiers had seen how power worked in Rome during the turbulent decades they had lived through. They had elevated emperors and destroyed them with equal facility. They had sold the throne to Didius Julianus and then taken it away again when a better offer came along. They had murdered Pertinax for trying to impose discipline, murdered Caracalla by the roadside, murdered Elagabalus in his own palace. They understood that the purple was won and kept by force, not by virtue or wisdom or good intentions. An emperor who could not or would not fight was an emperor who would not last. The legions began to murmur their discontent in the camps and along the frontier roads, and ambitious men began to listen to what they were saying. Among those who listened most carefully was Gaius Julius Verus Maximinus, called Maximinus Thrax for his Thracian origin, a soldier of obscure birth who had risen through the ranks to command respect among the troops. He was a giant of a man by the standards of his age, towering over other soldiers, renowned for his physical strength and his skill with weapons. He had none of the refinement or education that characterized the aristocratic emperors of the past, but he understood soldiers in a way that Alexander never had, and he knew how to channel their frustrations toward his own ends. He had risen from common soldier to officer to general through ability and determination, and he saw no reason why his rise should stop short of the ultimate prize. The stage was being set for the final act of the Severan drama, the violent conclusion that awaited mother and son on the banks of the Rhine. In March of 235 AD, during a campaign near Mogontiacum, which we now call Mainz, the crisis that had been building for years finally broke upon Severus Alexander and his mother with fatal force. The army had gathered to face the Germanic threat that had been troubling the Rhine frontier, and the soldiers were ready for battle, eager to test themselves against the barbarians who had been raiding Roman territory with such impunity. But Alexander still hesitated, still preferred to negotiate rather than fight, still looked to his mother for guidance when the troops expected him to lead them forward into glory. Their patience, worn thin by years of what they saw as weakness and indecision, finally gave out entirely. The mutiny began among the soldiers who had followed Maximinus Thrax, those who admired his martial bearing and his common touch, who saw in him the warrior emperor they had always wanted. They proclaimed him emperor, lifting him on their shields in the traditional gesture of military acclamation that dated back to the earliest days of the legions, cheering for a man they believed would give them what Alexander had failed to provide: victory, plunder, and an emperor who understood what it meant to be a soldier. The cry spread through the camp like fire through dry grass on a summer day. Soldiers who had grumbled privately now shouted their support openly. The officers who might have defended Alexander found themselves surrounded by hostile troops and chose silence over martyrdom, understanding that to oppose the mood of the army was to invite their own destruction. Mutinous troops, dissatisfied with Alexander's leadership and the dominance of his mother, killed both Severus Alexander and Julia Mamaea in their camp. The soldiers had lost patience with an emperor who seemed more interested in negotiation than combat, more inclined to listen to his mother than to them, more comfortable with diplomacy than with the honest violence of warfare. They struck without warning, bursting into the imperial tent where mother and son awaited news of the army's mood. There was no trial, no accusation, no opportunity for defense. Just swords in the darkness and blood on the canvas walls. Alexander was 26 or 27 years old when he died, having reigned for 13 years. He had tried to be a good emperor in the mold of the Antonines, respecting the Senate, governing justly, avoiding the excesses that had marked so many of his predecessors. But the age in which he lived demanded different virtues than those he possessed. It demanded warrior emperors who could inspire soldiers with their courage and lead armies to victory. It demanded men who understood that power in Rome flowed from the sword, not from the law book. Alexander possessed wisdom and moderation, but these qualities were not enough to save him when the swords came out. Julia Mamaea died alongside her son, killed by the same soldiers she had tried so hard to manage and appease. She had been the power behind the throne for 13 years, guiding her son through the complexities of imperial politics, making decisions in his name, protecting him from enemies both foreign and domestic. She had learned politics from her mother Julia Maesa and her aunt Julia Domna, women who had mastered the arts of influence in a world that gave women no formal power. But influence without armies is fragile, and when the soldiers turned against her son, there was nothing she could do to save him or herself. The death of Severus Alexander marked the end of the Severan dynasty, that remarkable family of Syrian-African origin that had ruled Rome for nearly 4 decades through war and peace, through scandal and reform, through the strange reign of Elagabalus and the sober administration of Alexander. From Septimius Severus, who had seized power through civil war and established his house upon the throne through force of arms, through Caracalla with his brutality and his citizenship decree, through Geta who died in his mother's arms, through Macrinus the brief usurper, through Elagabalus and his Syrian god, and finally through Alexander and his mother's careful guidance, the Severans had given the empire a continuity of sorts. They had been flawed rulers in many ways, prone to violence and excess, dependent on military force and family intrigue to maintain their position. But they had kept the empire together through difficult times, through plague and war and economic strain, and their fall opened an era of unprecedented chaos that would test Roman civilization to its limits. The murder at Mogontiacum marked the beginning of what historians call the crisis of the 3rd century, a prolonged period of rapid imperial turnover, foreign invasions, economic collapse, and internal chaos that would bring the empire to the very brink of dissolution. The century that followed would see dozens of emperors rise and fall, each struggling to hold together a state that seemed determined to tear itself apart under the pressure of enemies without and rivals within. Some would reign for years, others for mere months or weeks, brief candles flickering and going out in the winds of violence that swept across the empire. Some would die in battle against foreign enemies who pressed from every direction, others at the hands of their own soldiers who had raised them up and then cast them down, still others by disease or accident or the simple exhaustion of trying to hold together a world that was falling apart. The stability that earlier generations had taken for granted would become a distant memory, a golden age that seemed impossibly remote. Maximinus Thrax, the giant soldier who had led the mutiny against Alexander, became the first of these crisis emperors. He was the first emperor who had risen from the common ranks of the army without any connection to the senatorial aristocracy, the first whose origins were truly humble. He ruled for 3 years before he too was murdered by his own soldiers, and the pattern continued with his successors. The purple became a death sentence as much as an honor, a terrible prize that brought power but rarely peace or security. And so the great dynasties pass into memory, leaving behind the echoes of their deeds and misdeeds that resonate still across the centuries. From Nerva through the Severans, we have traced a century and a half of Roman history, watching emperors rise from obscurity to supreme power and fall from the heights to violent deaths. We have seen the golden age of the Antonines, when peace and prosperity spread across the Mediterranean world, when philosophy sat upon the throne in the person of Marcus Aurelius, when the empire seemed destined to endure forever under wise and benevolent rulers. We have seen the gradual darkening of that golden age, the plagues that swept through cities and camps, the wars that drained blood and treasure, the succession crises that shed so much blood in the struggle for power. We have met emperors who were wise beyond their years and emperors who were foolish despite their experience, emperors who were cruel in their exercise of power, and emperors who tried to be just despite the temptations of absolute authority. We have seen mothers who shaped the fates of empires through intelligence and determination, using influence where force was denied them. We have seen soldiers who decided which rulers would live and which would die, their swords the ultimate arbiters of Roman politics. We have walked through forums and palaces, battlefields and temples, watching as one of the greatest empires in human history struggled with the challenges of its age. These were men and women who shaped the world, whose decisions affected millions of lives across 3 continents, whose names echo still across the centuries that separate their time from ours. They built roads that we still travel, created laws that influence legal systems to this day, established patterns of power that recur throughout human history whenever empires rise and fall. To understand them is to understand something essential about how power works, how it corrupts and how it sometimes ennobles, how human beings cope with the weight of supreme authority and the isolation it brings. Rest now, and let these names and stories settle into your mind like sediment at the bottom of a still, deep pool. The history of Rome continues beyond this point, through crisis and recovery, through transformation and renewal, through the slow evolution of empire into something new and strange. But for tonight we pause, we breathe, and we remember. The emperors sleep in their tombs, their ashes scattered to the winds of time, their monuments crumbling slowly into the earth from which they were raised. But their stories remain with us, passed down through generations of scholars and storytellers, preserved in ancient texts and modern histories, living on in the imagination of all who care to remember the glories and sorrows of ages past. May their tales accompany you into peaceful rest, carrying you gently toward the shores of sleep. May you wake refreshed, carrying with you some small portion of the wisdom and wonder of ages past, some echo of the grandeur that was Rome. The night deepens, the stars will slowly overhead, and the ancient world rests in the embrace of history. Sleep well, and dream perhaps of marble forums and legionary camps, of emperors and senators, of all the vanished splendor of an empire that ruled the world. The story continues, but for now let silence fall, let peace descend, and let the past release its hold upon your waking mind. Tomorrow brings its own concerns, but tonight belongs to rest, to remembrance, and to the gentle passage into dreams. The death of Severus Alexander in the year 235 AD marked the beginning of one of the most turbulent periods in all of Roman history. What followed was not merely a change of ruler, but the collapse of an entire system that had governed the Mediterranean world for more than 2 centuries. The empire that had known relative stability under the Severan dynasty now entered a half-century of chaos, invasion, and near-constant civil war. This was the crisis of the 3rd century, and it would test the very foundations of Roman power in ways that no previous challenge had done. For the next 50 years, emperors would rise and fall with dizzying speed, frontiers would crumble under relentless barbarian pressure, and the very survival of the Roman state would hang in the balance. It is a story of remarkable endurance amid catastrophe, of an empire that bent nearly to breaking, but somehow found the strength to carry on. The man who ushered in this age of turmoil was Gaius Julius Verus Maximinus, known to history as Maximinus Thrax, or Maximinus the Thracian. He was born around the year 173 AD in Thrace, along the empire's Danubian frontier, in lands that had long been considered the very edge of civilization. His origins were humble in the extreme, a fact that ancient sources never tired of emphasizing with a mixture of contempt and fascination. Unlike the senators and aristocrats who had dominated imperial politics for generations, Maximinus came from the very bottom of Roman society. Some sources suggest his father was a Goth and his mother from an Alanic tribe, making him barely Roman at all in the eyes of the snobbish senatorial class who would later write the histories. He was a man of enormous physical size and legendary strength, qualities that served him well as he rose through the ranks of the army from common soldier to high command. Ancient writers spoke in wonder of his towering height, his massive frame, and his ability to perform feats of strength that seemed almost superhuman. They said he could break a horse's leg with a single blow of his fist, and that his thumbprint was so large it served him as a bracelet. Whether these stories were true or merely the exaggerations of hostile sources, they painted a picture of a man utterly unlike the refined emperors of earlier generations. Maximinus represented something new and deeply unsettling in Roman political life. The complete soldier, unburdened by senatorial refinement or administrative experience, who had clawed his way to supreme power through sheer military prowess and the loyalty of his troops. He had never held the traditional magistracies that marked a proper senatorial career. He had never studied rhetoric or philosophy in the schools of Athens or Rome. He knew nothing of the subtle art of managing the Senate, of balancing the interests of the great aristocratic families, of maintaining the delicate fiction that the emperor was merely the first citizen among equals. What he knew was war, how to lead men in battle, how to inspire loyalty through shared hardship, how to defeat the enemies of Rome along the frozen rivers of the northern frontier. When the mutinous troops on the Rhine murdered Severus Alexander and his mother Julia Mamaea in March of 235 AD, they turned immediately to Maximinus, their commanding general. The soldiers had grown frustrated with Alexander's cautious approach to warfare, his reliance on diplomacy and payment rather than the honest clash of arms, and the dominant influence of his mother over imperial policy. They wanted a fighter, a soldier's soldier, who would lead them to glory and plunder rather than negotiate with barbarians from a safe distance. In Maximinus they found exactly that. The legions proclaimed him emperor on the spot, without waiting for the Senate's approval or the blessing of any constitutional authority, making him what historians would later call the first of the barracks emperors. His accession marked the true beginning of the crisis of the 3rd century. Maximinus reigned from 235 to 238 AD, and during those 3 years he remained almost constantly with his armies on the frontier. He fought aggressive campaigns across the Rhine and Danube, battling Germanic and Sarmatian tribes with a ferocity that won him military titles and the grudging respect of his soldiers. The frontier wars were real and pressing, for the barbarian peoples beyond the rivers had grown bolder during the troubles of the Severan period. Constant vigilance was required to keep them at bay, and Maximinus threw himself into this work with tremendous energy, leading his troops personally in battle and sharing their hardships in camp. Yet he rarely engaged with the Senate or the traditional structures of Roman government. He never visited Rome during his entire reign, preferring the military camps of the frontier to the political intrigues of the capital. To his soldiers, this made him one of them. To the senators and Italian elites, it was proof that he was nothing more than a barbarian in purple robes. In the year 238 AD, the accumulated resentments against Maximinus exploded into open revolt. While besieging the city of Aquileia in northern Italy during a civil war sparked by rebellion and senatorial opposition, Maximinus met his end at the hands of his own men. The siege had dragged on longer than expected, supplies were running dangerously short, and the soldiers grew demoralized by the stubborn resistance of the city's defenders. Frustrated and hungry, facing the prospect of a long campaign with little glory and less plunder, they turned on the emperor who had led them into this desperate situation. Maximinus and his son were murdered by their own troops, who then cut off their heads and sent them to Rome as proof that the tyrant was finally dead. The Senate received this grisly trophy with undisguised relief and ordered the heads displayed on poles in the forum. Marcus Antonius Gordianus, known as Gordian I, was born around 158 AD into the wealthy aristocratic class that Maximinus so conspicuously lacked. His family claimed descent from the famous Gracchi brothers, those noble reformers of the Roman Republic, and he had enjoyed a distinguished senatorial career that spanned many decades of service. He served as consul and eventually as proconsul of the province of Africa, governing from the great city of Carthage. He was an old man by the time of the revolt against Maximinus, perhaps 80 years of age, a literary gentleman who had written poetry in his younger days. He had no particular desire for the purple, no burning ambition to rule the world. But when local elites in Africa pressed him to accept the imperial title, offering it as the only alternative to destruction at the hands of Maximinus, he reluctantly agreed. Pressured by provincial aristocrats who had already committed treason by murdering imperial tax officials, Gordian and his son Gordian II accepted acclamation as emperors in early 238 AD. The Senate in Rome quickly endorsed their claim, declaring Maximinus a public enemy and aligning itself with the African revolt in a bold gamble for senatorial supremacy. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed that the traditional ruling class might reassert its control over Roman politics. But Gordian I and his son held power for only about 3 weeks. When a loyalist commander from neighboring Mauritania defeated and killed Gordian II in battle, the elder Gordian hanged himself rather than face capture. Their tragic, swift fall illustrated how provincial revolts could make emperors overnight, but without military force to sustain them, those same emperors would fall just as quickly. It was a harsh lesson that Rome would learn again and again in the decades to come. The younger Gordian, Marcus Antonius Gordianus II, had been born around 192 AD. He shared power with his father during those desperate weeks of the African revolt, serving as co-emperor in a partnership born of crisis rather than careful planning. While his father remained in Carthage, attending to the administrative work of their fragile regime, Gordian II took to the field, attempting to defend their claim with whatever forces could be gathered from the province. He was in his mid-40s, younger and more energetic than his aged father, and he possessed the vigor that the situation demanded. But energy alone could not compensate for the absence of trained legions, and the provincial militia he commanded were no match for regular Roman soldiers. The battle that ended Gordian II's life was fought against a Mauritanian army loyal to Maximinus Thrax. The details are sparse in our surviving sources, but the outcome was devastating and decisive. The African levies broke before the disciplined assault of professional troops, their lines crumbling as trained soldiers cut through their ranks with practiced efficiency. Gordian fell somewhere in the chaos of that terrible defeat, perhaps leading a final desperate charge, perhaps cut down while trying to rally his fleeing men. His body may never have been recovered amid the carnage of the battlefield. The news of his death sealed his father's fate. The Senate, having committed itself irrevocably to the Gordian cause, now found itself without emperors and facing the approaching vengeance of Maximinus. In their desperation, they would turn to new candidates, new champions who might somehow salvage the situation. The co-reign of the two Gordians had lasted about 21 days, making it one of the shortest joint rules in Roman imperial history. Yet their brief rebellion would have lasting consequences, for it had shown that Maximinus could be opposed, that the Senate still possessed some capacity for independent action, and that the empire's control over its provinces was far more fragile than the mighty facade of Roman power might suggest. The death of the two Gordians in Africa left the Senate in a desperate position. They had openly declared Maximinus a public enemy, had thrown in their lot with the rebels, and now found themselves without an emperor to champion their cause. In their panic, they turned to two of their own number, elevating the elderly senators Pupienus and Balbinus as joint emperors to face the approaching threat. But the Roman people, ever suspicious of these aristocratic choices, demanded a Gordian. The name had become a rallying cry, a symbol of resistance to military tyranny, and the crowd would not be satisfied with unfamiliar senators. And so a boy was brought forward, the 13-year-old grandson of Gordian I, and he was made Caesar alongside the two new Augusti to appease the populace. When Pupienus and Balbinus were murdered by the Praetorian Guard just months later, their bodies dragged through the streets and left unburied, this child was left as sole emperor. He was Gordian III, and his improbable reign would prove far more consequential than anyone might have expected. Marcus Antonius Gordianus, the third emperor of that name, was born in the year 225 AD. He was a grandson of Gordian I through his daughter, and thus carried the family's claim to legitimacy, even if he was far too young to exercise any real power himself. When the Praetorian Guard murdered Pupienus and Balbinus in their camp in mid-238 AD, they proclaimed this young boy as sole emperor. The soldiers and the Senate accepted their choice, for there seemed no better alternative in a year that had already seen 6 emperors, and so Rome found itself ruled by a child. Gordian III became the youngest sole ruler in Roman history, ascending to supreme power at an age when most boys were still learning their letters, memorizing passages of Virgil, and being trained in the rhetorical arts that proper Romans considered essential. Gordian III reigned from 238 to 244 AD, and during those 6 years he grew from a boy into a young man under the guidance of powerful advisors. Chief among these was his father-in-law Timesitheus, a capable administrator and military commander who served as Praetorian prefect and effectively ran the empire in the young emperor's name. Timesitheus was everything an emperor needed in a chief minister: competent, loyal, and willing to do the hard work of government while his son-in-law learned the craft of ruling. He brought order to a government that had been badly shaken by the chaos of 238, reorganizing the administration, stabilizing the frontiers, and preparing for the great military enterprise that would dominate the latter part of Gordian's reign. When the Sasanian Persians, under their aggressive king, Shapur I, began threatening Rome's eastern provinces, Timesitheus marshaled the empire's resources for war. The Persians were no barbarian rabble to be scattered with a single campaign. They were the heirs of the ancient Persian Empire, a sophisticated civilization with a powerful professional army, skilled cavalry, and a king who dreamed of restoring the glory of Darius and Xerxes. They had already humiliated Rome once in living memory, and they seemed poised to do so again. But Timesitheus was confident, and the young emperor was eager for the glory that military victory would bring. The Persian campaign began with considerable success that exceeded even the most optimistic hopes. Roman armies crossed into Mesopotamia and won a series of victories that drove back the Sasanian forces and recaptured several important cities that had fallen to Persian arms. It seemed that the young emperor, guided by his skilled father-in-law, might achieve the glory that had eluded so many of his predecessors. The soldiers adored their boy emperor, who rode among them and shared their hardships even if real decisions remained in the hands of Timesitheus. But fate intervened with cruel swiftness, as it so often did during this troubled century. Timesitheus died during the campaign, probably from illness though poison was whispered, and without his guiding hand the expedition began to falter. A new Praetorian prefect emerged to fill the vacuum of power, a man named Philip who came from the distant province of Arabia. And Philip, it seems, had ambitions of his own that extended far beyond serving a teenage emperor. Gordian III died near the frontier in 244 AD, during the Persian campaign that had begun so promisingly. The circumstances of his death remain uncertain, shrouded in the propaganda of his successor and the conflicting accounts of ancient historians. Some ancient sources say he fell in battle, struck down by Persian arms while leading his troops in some skirmish or engagement that has been lost to history. Others claim he was killed in a plot orchestrated by Philip, who then blamed the Persians to deflect suspicion from his own treacherous hands. Still others suggest he died of wounds received in combat, and that Philip merely took advantage of the situation to seize power. Whatever the truth, Gordian III was dead at perhaps 19 years of age, his reign cut short before he could truly emerge from the shadow of his advisors and become a ruler in his own right. His body was buried far from Rome, in a tomb near the site of his death, a tomb whose location would eventually be forgotten as the centuries passed and the empire that he had briefly ruled transformed into something his contemporaries would not have recognized. The empire that had been entrusted to a child now passed to the man who may well have murdered him. Marcus Julius Philippus, known to history as Philip the Arab, was born around 204 AD in the province of Arabia, near the city of Shaba in modern Syria. His origins were provincial and relatively humble, far removed from the great aristocratic families of Rome and Italy who had once monopolized imperial power. He had risen through military service, making his way from the dusty camps and garrison towns of the eastern frontier to the heights of power in the Praetorian Guard. He was pragmatic, ambitious, and utterly ruthless when circumstances required such ruthlessness. When Gordian III died, Philip was perfectly positioned to seize control, and he wasted no time in doing exactly that, moving with the swift decisiveness of a man who understood that hesitation meant death. During the Persian War, Philip had become Praetorian prefect after the death of Timesitheus, placing him in command of the young emperor's personal guard and giving him effective control over the army. After Gordian's death in 244 AD, he negotiated a peace with the Persians that involved paying substantial sums to Shapur, a settlement that got the Roman army out of a dangerous situation, but that critics would later condemn as humiliating. With the Eastern crisis resolved, at least temporarily, Philip was proclaimed emperor by the troops, and the Senate in Rome had little choice but to accept their decision. Another provincial soldier had claimed the purple. Another outsider had muscled his way to the throne. Philip reigned from 244 to 249 AD, a span of 5 years that saw both celebration and catastrophe. The most memorable event of his reign was the celebration of Rome's millennium in 248 AD, when the city marked 1,000 years since its legendary founding by Romulus. Games and spectacles of unprecedented scale entertained the populace, exotic animals were slaughtered in the arena, and the empire briefly turned from its troubles to celebrate its glorious past. For a moment, it was possible to believe that Rome remained eternal, that the difficulties of recent decades were merely temporary setbacks in an otherwise inevitable march toward greatness. Philip presided over these celebrations with all the pomp that imperial resources could provide, minting coins that proclaimed the eternal city and sponsoring festivities that lasted for days. Yet even as Rome celebrated its past, the present was crumbling around the foundations of the state. Philip faced major crises throughout his reign, including frontier pressures that never seemed to relent and internal unrest that constantly threatened to spark into open revolt. The Danubian frontier was particularly troubled, with Gothic and other barbarian groups raiding deep into Roman territory, burning villages, carrying off captives, and defeating the forces sent to stop them. The empire's military resources were stretched thin, trying to defend too many miles of frontier with too few soldiers, and the emperor in Rome could not be everywhere at once. Local commanders were left to fend for themselves, and some began to wonder whether they might not do better as emperors themselves. When Danubian troops, frustrated by their defeats and the distant emperor's apparent neglect, rallied behind a general named Decius, Philip's reign entered its final crisis. Decius was an experienced military man from Pannonia, a region that had produced many soldiers and several emperors. He may not have sought the purple initially, but once his troops proclaimed him, he had little choice but to fight or die. In 249 AD, Philip marched north to confront this new usurper, gathering what forces he could for the decisive confrontation. The two armies met somewhere in the Balkans, possibly near Verona, and the battle that followed sealed Philip's fate. He was defeated and killed, along with his young son Philip II, whom he had made co-emperor in hopes of founding a dynasty. The man who had celebrated Rome's millennium would not live to see its 1001st year. His body was left on the battlefield, another emperor fallen in civil war, another reign ended by Roman swords rather than barbarian ones. The emperor who emerged from Philip's defeat was Gaius Messius Quintus Decius, a man whose brief reign would leave a lasting mark on both Roman and Christian history. Decius was born around 190 AD in Pannonia, along the Danubian frontier that had produced so many soldiers and so many emperors during this troubled century. He came from a provincial senatorial family, respectable enough, but not among the great houses of Rome that had once dominated imperial politics. He had built his career through military service and administrative competence, earning the trust of successive emperors and eventually of Philip himself. Philip sent him to the Danube to restore order among the rebellious legions there, to bring discipline to troops who had grown restless and discontented. It was a fateful choice, for Decius proved too successful at his task. The soldiers he had been sent to discipline instead acclaimed him as emperor, and Decius found himself facing a stark choice between seizing power or facing execution for the treason that his soldiers had committed in his name. In 249 AD, when Philip's troops proclaimed Decius emperor, he may not have sought the purple himself. Ancient sources suggest he tried at first to negotiate, to find some way out of the impossible situation in which he found himself, to convince the soldiers to rescind their dangerous acclamation. But his soldiers would not hear of it. They had chosen their emperor, raised him on their shields in the time-honored fashion, and they expected him to lead them to Rome or die trying. Decius marched south with the Danubian legions at his back, met Philip in battle somewhere in the northern provinces, and won a decisive victory that left his rival dead on the field. The Senate, informed of the outcome, had no choice but to accept this latest military coup, another emperor imposed upon them by the swords of provincial legions. It was becoming a familiar pattern, one that would repeat itself again and again as the crisis deepened. Decius reigned from 249 to 251 AD, and during those brief years he attempted something that no emperor had tried on such a scale before. He launched a systematic, empire-wide persecution of Christians, issuing edicts that required all inhabitants of the Roman world to perform public sacrifice to the traditional gods. This was not simply religious intolerance, though it certainly manifested as such. Decius saw the Christians as a threat to the unity and stability of the empire at a moment when unity and stability seemed to be crumbling on every side. By demanding universal participation in traditional religious rites, he hoped to bind the empire together through shared ritual, to restore the Pax Deorum, the peace with the gods, that he believed had been disrupted by Christian refusal to sacrifice. The persecution was thorough and brutal in its systematic nature. Throughout the empire, officials set up commissions to oversee the sacrifices, and those who performed them received certificates proving their compliance with the imperial mandate. These certificates, some of which have survived to be discovered by archaeologists, bear witness to the bureaucratic efficiency with which the persecution was implemented. Those who refused faced imprisonment, torture, confiscation of property, and death. Many Christians complied under pressure, offering the required sacrifice or bribing officials for certificates without actually performing the rites. Others stood firm in their faith and suffered accordingly, enduring whatever punishments their persecutors devised. Bishops were targeted with particular ferocity, for they were the leaders who might stiffen resistance among their flocks and organize defiance of imperial commands. The persecution created a crisis within the Christian Church itself, as communities wrestled with what to do about those who had lapsed under pressure and later sought readmission to fellowship. It was a wound that would take years to heal and would spark bitter controversies about forgiveness and discipline that divided Christians for generations. Yet Decius did not live to see the full consequences of his religious policy, nor would he have the chance to consolidate his vision of a restored Roman unity. His reign was dominated by military crisis as much as by religious persecution. The Goths, a Germanic people who had been pressing against the empire's Danubian frontier for decades with increasing boldness, launched a massive invasion that swept across the Balkans, burning and pillaging as they went. Their armies were vast, their warriors fierce, and their leaders had learned much from their previous encounters with Roman forces. Decius gathered his forces and marched to meet them, determined to drive the barbarians back across the river and restore security to the ravaged provinces. The campaign went badly from the start, plagued by poor intelligence and difficult terrain. Roman forces suffered repeated setbacks, and the emperor himself fell in battle. The Battle of Abritus in 251 AD was one of the worst disasters in Roman military history. Decius and his son Herennius led their army against the Gothic forces in swampy terrain where the barbarians had prepared an ambush. The Romans were caught in difficult ground, unable to maneuver effectively, and the Goths fell upon them with devastating effect. Herennius was killed early in the fighting, struck down by an arrow. When word reached Decius of his son's death, he reportedly said that the loss of one soldier meant nothing to the state, and he pressed the attack with renewed fury. But the battle was already lost. The Roman army was destroyed, and Decius himself fell somewhere in the chaos. His body never recovered from the swampy battlefield. He was the first Roman emperor to die in battle against a foreign enemy, a grim milestone that illustrated just how desperate the empire's situation had become. The defeat at Abritus opened the floodgates to disaster. With the Roman army shattered and the emperor dead, the Goths and other barbarian peoples poured across the frontier almost at will, encountering little effective resistance. The provinces of the Balkans suffered devastation on a scale they had not seen in centuries. Cities that had grown wealthy and complacent under the long Roman peace were sacked and burned. Populations were enslaved by the thousands, marched off in chains to serve their new Gothic masters. Whole regions were depopulated as the survivors fled to safer lands, abandoning farms and villages to the flames. The new emperor, Trebonianus Gallus, who had somehow survived Abritus and been acclaimed by what remained of the battered army, could do little but pay tribute to the Goths and hope they would take their plunder and go away. It was a stopgap measure at best, an admission of weakness that satisfied no one and only encouraged further aggression. Publius Licinius Valerianus, known as Valerian, emerged from this chaos as the next in the long line of crisis emperors. He was born in the early 3rd century into a prominent senatorial family, one of the few among the barracks emperors who could claim genuine aristocratic pedigree. His ancestors had held consulships and governorships, had sat in the front rows of the Senate, and advised earlier emperors on matters of state. Valerian himself had held high offices under previous emperors and had earned a reputation for competence and reliability in an age when both qualities were in desperately short supply. When the brief reign of Trebonianus Gallus collapsed amid renewed Gothic raids and military revolt in 253 AD, Valerian's troops proclaimed him emperor. Unlike so many of his predecessors, he had the experience and the connections to stabilize the situation, at least temporarily. Valerian reigned from 253 to 260 AD, and he immediately recognized that the empire's problems were too great for one man to handle alone, no matter how capable or experienced. He made his son Gallienus co-emperor, dividing the burden of defense between them in a formal partnership. Valerian took responsibility for the east, where the Sasanian Persians under Shapur posed an existential threat to Rome's wealthy eastern provinces with their great cities, their lucrative trade routes, and their populations of taxpayers on whom the empire depended. Gallienus remained in the west, struggling against the Germanic peoples who pressed relentlessly against the Rhine and Danube frontiers, probing for weakness, seeking plunder, testing the strength of Roman defenses. It was a practical arrangement born of desperation, an acknowledgement that the empire was simply too large and its enemies too numerous for a single ruler to manage effectively. The challenges Valerian faced in the east were immense, perhaps unprecedented in their combination and severity. The Persians had been raiding Roman territory for years, and Shapur dreamed of nothing less than the conquest of Rome's entire Eastern Empire, the recovery of all the lands that had once belonged to the ancient Persian kings before Alexander the Great had destroyed their dynasty. Gothic pirates ravaged the coasts of Asia Minor, attacking wealthy cities that had known peace for generations and whose walls had fallen into disrepair. Plague swept through the empire, killing soldiers and civilians alike and disrupting the administrative and economic systems on which Roman power depended. The so-called Plague of Cyprian was devastating entire regions, depopulating cities, and leaving the living too few to bury the dead. Valerian gathered what forces he could from depleted garrisons and exhausted provinces, and he marched east to confront these multiplying disasters, determined to restore Roman prestige and drive back the Persian advance before the east was lost forever. The campaign against the Persians brought Valerian to the greatest humiliation any Roman emperor had ever suffered. While operating near the city of Edessa in 260 AD, attempting to negotiate or perhaps to fight his way out of a deteriorating military situation, Valerian was captured alive by the Persian king Shapur I. The exact circumstances remain disputed by ancient sources, with Roman writers blaming treachery and claiming that Shapur had lured the elderly emperor to a peace conference only to seize him, while Persian accounts boasted of military victory on the battlefield. The relief carvings that Shapur commissioned at Nakshi Rostam show the Persian king on horseback, triumphantly grasping the arm of a kneeling Roman emperor in a scene of utter humiliation. What is certain is that a Roman emperor, the commander of Rome's eastern armies, the holder of imperium and the sacred dignity of the purple, fell into the hands of his enemy and never returned to his homeland. Valerian died in Persian captivity at some unknown date, his fate a subject of grisly legend. Later stories claimed that Shapur used him as a human mounting block when getting onto his horse, forcing the aged Roman to kneel so the Persian king could step on his back. Some accounts say that after his death his skin was stuffed with straw and displayed as a trophy in a Persian temple, a permanent reminder of Persian triumph over Roman power. Whether these tales are true or merely Roman horror stories born of shame and impotent rage, they captured the shock that this unprecedented disaster inspired throughout the Roman world. Valerian's capture left his son Gallienus as sole emperor, but it also left the empire more fragmented and vulnerable than ever before. The very fabric of Roman unity began to unravel in the wake of the catastrophe at Edessa. In the west, a general named Postumus seized power in Gaul and established what historians call the Gallic Empire, a breakaway state that would control Gaul, Britain, and parts of Spain for over a decade while claiming to represent true Roman authority. In the east, the city of Palmyra under its dynamic leader Odenathus, and later his widow Zenobia, assumed effective control over Rome's eastern provinces, defending them against Persian aggression, but also asserting an independence that Rome could not effectively challenge. The empire that Gallienus inherited was an empire in pieces, with rivals and rebels on every side and barbarian invaders penetrating ever deeper into provinces that had once seemed secure. Publius Licinius Ignatius Gallienus, who had already served as co-emperor with his father since 253 AD, now found himself sole ruler of what remained of Central Roman authority. He was born around 218 AD, well-educated and cultured in a way that set him apart from many of the rough soldier emperors of this period. He patronized philosophers and artists, and he seems to have genuinely appreciated Greek culture and learning in ways that his military rivals dismissed as a feat. But he was also a capable commander who understood that the empire's survival depended on military reform as much as on military victories. Gallienus ruled from 253 to 268 AD, with sole power from 260 after his father's capture. And during this period he implemented significant changes in how Rome organized its defenses. Recognizing that the old system of static frontier garrisons was inadequate to meet the multiple simultaneous threats the empire faced, he developed a more mobile cavalry reserve that could be shifted rapidly from one crisis point to another. This mobile field army, stationed at strategic points in the interior rather than spread thin along the borders, represented a new approach to imperial defense that would be developed further by later emperors. He also increasingly excluded senators from military commands, relying instead on professional officers of equestrian rank who had risen through the ranks. This was practical but deeply offensive to the senatorial aristocracy, who saw their traditional privileges being stripped away. The challenges Gallienus faced were staggering in their scope and simultaneity. He fought repeatedly against Goths, Alemanni, and other Germanic groups who poured across the frontiers into the Balkans and Italy itself. On multiple occasions, barbarian raiders reached Italian soil, something that had scarcely happened since the darkest days of the Republic. He struggled to maintain control over provinces that were slipping away to the Gallic Empire in the west and the Palmyrene sphere in the east. Though he chose to focus on defending the Italian heartland rather than attempting to reconquer regions he lacked the resources to hold. He faced usurper after usurper, men who saw in the empire's weakness an opportunity for their own advancement, and he defeated most of them through a combination of military skill and political cunning. In 268 AD, Gallienus was assassinated during the siege of a usurper named Aurelius near Milan. The conspiracy involved senior officers in his own army, men who had grown tired of his long reign or who had their own ambitions for the purple. They killed him and immediately proclaimed one of their number as emperor. Gallienus died having held the empire together, barely, through some of its darkest hours. Later writers, particularly those sympathetic to the Senate he had marginalized, painted him as a frivolous and incompetent ruler who fiddled while Rome burned. Modern historians have been kinder, recognizing that he faced impossible odds and managed to prevent complete collapse through a combination of military reform and strategic pragmatism. The man who emerged from Gallienus's assassination was Marcus Aurelius Claudius, known to history as Claudius Gothicus for the great victory that defined his brief reign. He was born around 214 AD in the Balkans, probably in the region of Dardania in what is now Serbia, another product of the frontier provinces that had supplied so many of the empire's soldiers and emperors during this troubled century. He had risen through the ranks of the army, distinguishing himself as a capable commander under Gallienus, and he was among those who plotted his predecessor's death. Whether he was the instigator of the conspiracy or merely a beneficiary remains unclear, but when Gallienus fell, Claudius was ready to assume the purple. Claudius Gothicus reigned from 268 to 270 AD, a mere 2 years that nonetheless marked a crucial turning point in the crisis of the 3rd century. His greatest achievement came almost immediately when he faced and defeated a massive Gothic invasion at the Battle of Nisus in 269 AD. The Goths had crossed the Danube in enormous numbers, perhaps the largest invasion force they had yet assembled, combining multiple tribes and clans into a single terrifying host. They threatened to overwhelm the battered Roman defenses entirely, to sweep through the Balkans and into the heart of the empire. Claudius gathered what forces he could and met them near the city of Nisus, his own hometown in the rugged terrain of the Balkans, and there he won a decisive victory that shattered Gothic power for a generation. The Battle of Nisus was a masterpiece of tactical skill and desperate courage. Claudius used the terrain to his advantage, luring the Gothic host into unfavorable ground where their numbers could not be brought to bear effectively. The Roman infantry held firm against the initial barbarian onslaught, their discipline and training showing their worth against the fierce but disorganized Gothic charges. When the moment was right, Roman cavalry struck the Gothic flanks, and the barbarian army dissolved into a rout. Tens of thousands of Goths fell in the battle and the pursuit that followed, their bodies littering the roads and fields for miles around Nisus. Many more were captured and either enslaved or settled as farmers on depopulated Roman lands. Rome could finally claim a major victory after years of humiliating defeats, and Claudius earned his surname Gothicus for this triumph. The victory at Nisus helped stabilize the Danube frontier and restored some measure of Roman prestige after the disasters of the preceding decades. Claudius followed up his success with campaigns against the Alemanni and other Germanic groups, working methodically to rebuild Roman military power and push back the tide of invasion. He also began the slow process of reintegrating the breakaway states, though he did not live long enough to complete this work. The Gallic and Palmyrene empires still stood apart, but the momentum had shifted. Rome was recovering slowly and painfully from the nadir of the crisis. Claudius Gothicus died in 270 AD, not in battle against the barbarians he had so recently defeated, but from the plague that had ravaged the empire for decades. The plague of Cyprian, as later generations would call it, had stalked the empire since at least the 250s, killing millions and depopulating whole regions. It took rich and poor alike, soldiers and civilians, emperors and slaves. Claudius, who had survived the dangers of battle, could not survive the invisible enemy that lurked in every camp and city. His death was a blow to Roman hopes, cutting short a reign that had begun so promisingly. But it was a natural death rather than another assassination, and it allowed for a relatively orderly succession to the next emperor. His brief reign had shown that the empire could still produce capable leaders, that Roman armies could still win decisive victories against seemingly overwhelming odds, and that the crisis, however terrible, was not necessarily terminal. The work of restoration would continue under his successors, who would build on the foundations he had laid in the blood-soaked fields around Nisus. The death of Claudius Gothicus brought to power one of the most remarkable men of the entire Roman imperial period, a soldier emperor who would earn the title Restitutor Orbis, the restorer of the world. Lucius Domitius Aurelianus, known simply as Aurelian, was born around 214 AD in the Balkans, probably in the region of Dacia Ripensis or Moesia, another son of the frontier provinces that had supplied so many of Rome's 3rd-century emperors. His origins were humble indeed, the son of a peasant farmer or perhaps a tenant on senatorial estates, a man with no family connections or inherited wealth to smooth his path to power. He had risen to prominence through military service alone, through courage in battle and skill in command. He was tough, disciplined, and utterly ruthless when circumstances demanded ruthlessness, but he was also a gifted strategist who could see beyond the immediate crisis to the larger work of imperial restoration that the desperate times required. He was, in short, exactly what the empire needed. Aurelian became emperor in 270 AD after a brief interlude when Claudius's brother Quintillus claimed the throne. The Danubian legions, who had their own candidate in mind, proclaimed Aurelian instead, and Quintillus was either killed by his own soldiers or took his own life rather than face the inevitable defeat at the hands of a better general with more loyal troops. The new emperor wasted no time in asserting his authority and addressing the multiple crises that still threatened to tear the empire apart. Unlike some of his predecessors who had been content merely to survive, merely to hold what remained of Roman territory against the endless pressure of enemies foreign and domestic. Aurelian was determined to restore Rome to its former glory, to reunify the fragmented state and secure its borders against the barbarian tide that had threatened to engulf civilization itself. Aurelian reigned from 270 to 275 AD, a mere 5 years that accomplished more than many longer reigns. His most famous achievement was the reunification of the empire, the crushing of the breakaway states that had emerged during the dark years of the 260s when it seemed that Roman unity was a thing of the past. He turned first to the east, where the Palmyrene Empire under Queen Zenobia had grown from a useful buffer state into a direct challenge to Roman authority. Zenobia was one of the most remarkable women of antiquity, intelligent, ambitious, and daring. She had claimed the purple for her young son Vabalithus, had minted her own coins bearing imperial titles, and had extended her control over Egypt and much of Rome's eastern territories, creating a new empire within the shell of the old. Aurelian marched east with his battle-hardened legions, fought and defeated the Palmyrene forces in a series of bloody engagements, besieged and captured the great caravan city of Palmyra itself, and took Zenobia prisoner. The famous queen was taken back to Rome to grace his triumphal procession, walking in golden chains before the Roman crowds, and Palmyra's challenge was ended forever. With the east secured by the defeat of Palmyra, Aurelian turned his attention to the west, where the Gallic Empire still maintained its stubborn independence under a succession of rulers. The Gallic Empire had begun as a desperate response to the crisis of the 260s, an attempt to provide local defense when the central government seemed unable to do so. But by Aurelian's time it had become simply another rival claiming imperial legitimacy. Aurelian defeated the last Gallic emperor, Tetricus, in battle at the Catalaunian fields in 274 AD, though some sources suggest that Tetricus, weary of his responsibilities and the constant threats he faced from both barbarians and his own restless soldiers, may have essentially defected to the Roman side before the battle was decided. Either way, the result was the same, and Tetricus marched in Aurelian's triumph alongside Zenobia. For the first time in over a decade, the Mediterranean world was again united under a single Roman emperor, and Aurelian could claim to have truly restored the world. Aurelian also strengthened the defenses of Rome itself, recognizing that the city's old walls were no longer adequate to protect the capital in an age when barbarian raids could penetrate deep into Italy. He began construction of the massive Aurelian walls, a circuit of brick-faced concrete fortifications nearly 12 miles in circumference that enclosed a much larger area than the ancient Servian walls, and that would protect Rome for centuries to come. These walls, many sections of which still stand today as monuments to his foresight, are testimony to the new reality that even Rome itself was no longer safe from attack. The Eternal City needed walls for the first time in centuries, and Aurelian provided them. He also reformed the coinage, attempting to address the economic chaos that decades of debasement and inflation had caused, stabilizing the currency and restoring some measure of confidence in Roman money. His was a reign of restoration in every sense of the word, touching military affairs, territorial integrity, urban defense, and economic stability. Yet Aurelian did not live to enjoy the fruits of his labors or to complete all the work he had begun. In 275 AD, while preparing for another campaign against the Persians who had humiliated Valerian years before, he was assassinated by officers of his own army. The conspiracy apparently arose from a misunderstanding, or perhaps from forged documents created by a corrupt secretary who feared punishment for his crimes. These forgeries convinced certain officers that the emperor planned to have them executed, and they struck first, killing Aurelian before he could defend himself or explain the truth. It was a tragic end for a man who had done so much to save the empire, struck down not by barbarian swords or Persian arrows, but by the treachery of his own men acting on false information. The restorer of the world died far from Rome, his great work incomplete, but his legacy secure in the reunified empire and the mighty walls that bore his name. The period following Aurelian's death saw several short-lived emperors before the rise of another capable ruler. Marcus Aurelius Probus came to power in 276 AD, following the brief reigns of Tacitus and Florian. Probus was born around 232 AD in Sirmium, the great military center in the Balkans that had produced so many emperors during this troubled era. Like Aurelian and Claudius before him, he was a professional soldier who had risen through the ranks by merit and courage, earning distinction in campaigns along the empire's troubled frontiers where every year brought new challenges and new dangers. He was acclaimed emperor by the Eastern legions following Florian's death, and his capabilities quickly proved themselves equal to the enormous tasks that awaited him. Probus reigned from 276 to 282 AD, 6 years during which he continued the work of restoration that Aurelian had begun so magnificently. He fought a series of successful campaigns against Germanic tribes along the Rhine and Danube, driving back invaders who had once again begun to test Roman defenses in the aftermath of Aurelian's death. His victories were thorough and decisive, and he earned a reputation as one of the most capable military emperors of the century. He resettled many defeated barbarians as farmers on depopulated Roman lands, hoping to restore agricultural productivity while providing a buffer of semi-Romanized peoples along the frontiers. He repaired the damage that decades of war had inflicted on provincial cities and infrastructure, working systematically to rebuild what the crisis had destroyed and to restore the prosperity that peace could bring. But Probus was a demanding master who expected the same discipline from his soldiers in peace that he demanded in war. He insisted on hard work from his soldiers even in times of peace, setting them to tasks like draining marshes, constructing roads, and building public works when there were no enemies to fight. This was sensible policy from the perspective of keeping idle soldiers out of trouble and improving the empire's infrastructure, work that needed to be done if the provinces were to recover. But it was deeply unpopular with men who felt that soldiers should fight, not dig ditches like common laborers. In 282 AD, his troops mutinied during one of these construction projects, reportedly while draining marshes near Sirmium, his own hometown. They killed him before he could escape or summon loyal forces, ending the reign of another effective emperor before his work was done. Like so many before him, Probus fell not to foreign enemies, but to the violence of his own men. Marcus Aurelius Carus, who emerged as emperor after Probus's murder, was a senior officer who had served under his predecessor and who may have been complicit in the conspiracy that killed him, or who at least was willing to profit from it. He was born sometime in the early 3rd century, probably in Gaul or perhaps in Illyria, and he had extensive military experience gained over decades of service. The Danubian legions proclaimed him emperor immediately after Probus fell, and he moved quickly to consolidate his position before any rivals could emerge. He made his sons Carinus and Numerian co-rulers, attempting to establish a dynasty that might bring stability to the endless cycle of usurpation and assassination that had plagued Rome for 50 years. Carinus was left to govern the west while Carus and Numerian marched east against Rome's perpetual enemy, the Sasanian Persians who had so humiliated Valerian decades before and who still threatened Rome's wealthy eastern provinces. Carus reigned from 282 to 283 AD, leading his eastern campaign with the same energy and determination that had characterized the best of the soldier emperors who preceded him. The Persian War went remarkably well at first, exceeding the most optimistic hopes. Roman forces advanced deep into Mesopotamia, meeting little effective resistance from a Persian empire that was itself distracted by internal troubles and succession disputes. The great rivers that had so often marked the limits of Roman expansion now flowed behind the advancing legions, their waters no longer barriers, but highways for supply and communication. In a stunning reversal of the humiliation suffered under Valerian 2 decades before, Carus reportedly captured the great Persian capital of Ctesiphon, that storied city on the Tigris that had seen so many armies pass beneath its walls over the centuries. It was an achievement that had eluded Roman commanders for generations, a triumph that seemed to herald a new era of Roman ascendancy in the East. Veteran soldiers who remembered the shame of Valerian's capture could now hold their heads high again, knowing that Rome had avenged her honor in the only way that mattered. It seemed that Rome's eastern frontier might finally be secure, that the Persian threat which had overshadowed so many reigns might at last be definitively contained. But Carus did not live to savor his triumph or to consolidate his conquests. In late 283 AD, while still campaigning in the east, he died under mysterious circumstances that later sources attributed to a lightning strike. Whether he was actually killed by a bolt from the heavens, a fitting end for a man who had dared to reach so high, or whether this was merely a convenient explanation for assassination or sudden illness, we cannot know with certainty. Ancient writers loved the symbolism of the lightning strike, the gods themselves intervening to end a reign that had perhaps grown too ambitious. What is certain is that his death threw the succession into chaos once again. His son Numerian, who had accompanied him on the campaign, assumed power in the east, while Carinus continued to rule in the west from the comfortable distance of the Italian provinces. The dynasty that Carus had hoped to establish seemed briefly to have taken hold. Numerian's reign was even stranger and shorter than his father's. After Carus's death, the army began the long march home from Persia, but Numerian fell ill with an eye infection and withdrew into a closed litter, supposedly to protect his inflamed eyes from the harsh eastern sun that beat down mercilessly on the dusty roads. Days passed, then weeks, with no one seeing the emperor. Officials brought documents to the litter for his seal, received them back with the imperial mark, and assumed all was well. The strange silence from within was attributed to the emperor's illness, his need for darkness and rest. Eventually, the smell of death emanating from the litter revealed the terrible truth that those closest to power had been concealing. Numerian had been dead for some time, murdered by his own father-in-law, the Praetorian prefect Arrius Aper. The army, discovering this grim secret hidden beneath silken curtains, demanded justice and a new emperor to lead them home. The man who emerged from this crisis would fundamentally reshape the Roman world. Gaius Aurelius Valerius Diocletianus, known to history as Diocletian, was a soldier from Dalmatia who had risen through the ranks to high command. When the troops assembled to choose a new emperor, they acclaimed Diocletian, and his first act was to personally execute Aper with his own sword before the assembled army, avenging Numerian and establishing his authority with a single dramatic stroke. He then faced down Carinus in civil war, winning a battle in which Carinus was conveniently murdered by his own officers before victory was complete. By 285 AD, Diocletian stood as sole ruler of the Roman Empire, the latest in a long line of soldier emperors, but one who would prove fundamentally different from those who came before. The half-century that stretched from 235 to 284 AD, this period we call the crisis of the 3rd century, had transformed the Roman world in ways that contemporaries could scarcely comprehend. Most emperors during this period had seized power through military acclamation rather than through established succession. The old senatorial aristocracy, which had once provided emperors and shaped imperial policy, had been marginalized in favor of professional officers who rose from the ranks. Frontiers that had seemed secure for generations had been breached again and again, with barbarian raiders penetrating deep into the heart of the empire. Provinces had broken away entirely, forming their own states with their own emperors. Plague had swept through the population, killing millions and disrupting every aspect of social and economic life. The economy had collapsed, with inflation rendering the currency nearly worthless and trade networks breaking down. Yet the empire had survived. Somehow, despite everything, the Roman state had endured when it might easily have perished. Emperors like Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, and Probus had shown that capable leadership could still make a difference, that Roman armies could still win victories, that lost provinces could still be recovered. The empire that emerged from the crisis was battered and changed, but it was still recognizable as the heir of Augustus and Trajan. It would fall to Diocletian to build something new from what remained, to create structures of governance and defense that could prevent such a crisis from recurring. His solutions would shape the empire for centuries to come. Diocletian was born around 244 or 245 AD near Salona in Dalmatia, along the Adriatic coast. His origins were humble, perhaps the son of a freedman or of peasant farmers, a man with no family connections to ease his rise. He had joined the army as a common soldier and had worked his way up through ability and determination, serving under emperors from Gallienus to Carus and learning the arts of war and governance in the hard school of frontier service. He was shrewd, calculating, and possessed of a vision for how the empire might be reorganized to prevent the chaos that had nearly destroyed it. Where previous emperors had merely reacted to crises as they arose, Diocletian would attempt something far more ambitious, a comprehensive restructuring of how Rome was governed and defended. Diocletian proclaimed emperor by his troops in 284 AD, consolidated his position through 285, and then embarked on reforms that would define the later Roman Empire. Recognizing that the empire was simply too large for one man to govern effectively, particularly given the military threats on multiple frontiers, he divided power through a system that historians call the Tetrarchy, the rule of four. He appointed a trusted comrade, Maximian, as co-emperor with the title Augustus, assigning him responsibility for the Western Empire while Diocletian himself focused on the East. Later, each Augustus appointed a junior colleague called a Caesar, creating a college of 4 rulers who could respond to threats across the vast expanse of Roman territory. This system of shared rule required more than just dividing territory. Diocletian reorganized the provinces, breaking large provinces into smaller, more manageable units and grouping them into larger administrative districts called dioceses. He separated civil and military authority, so that governors no longer commanded troops and generals no longer administered cities. He reformed taxation, creating more systematic methods of assessment and collection that could fund the enlarged armies the empire now required. He built new palaces and administrative centers in cities closer to the frontiers, recognizing that Rome itself was no longer central to imperial governance. The emperor no longer needed to be in Rome. He needed to be wherever the military situation demanded, whether that was Milan or Trier, Nicomedia, or Antioch. The Tetrarchy represented a profound break with the past, even as it claimed to restore traditional order. Under this system, Diocletian served as senior Augustus in the east, while Maximian held the same rank in the west. Beneath them, Galerius served as Caesar in the east and Constantius in the west, each man responsible for a section of frontier and a portion of the empire's defense. When an Augustus retired or died, his Caesar would step up to replace him and appoint a new Caesar in turn, creating what was meant to be an orderly succession based on merit rather than blood. It was an elegant solution to the problem of succession that had plagued the empire for generations, though time would reveal its fundamental fragility. Maximian, born around 250 AD in the Balkans, was a soldier much like Diocletian himself, a man who had risen through the ranks and proven his worth in countless campaigns along the frozen Rhine and the sun-scorched deserts of the East. He was rougher than Diocletian, more comfortable with the simple life of the camps than with the ceremonial demands of court, but he was loyal and effective. Diocletian elevated him first to Caesar and then to Augustus, trusting him to manage the troubled western provinces, while Diocletian himself dealt with Persian threats and Egyptian revolts that demanded his personal attention. Together they made an effective partnership, each respecting the other's sphere of authority, each recognizing that the empire's survival depended on cooperation rather than the rivalry that had destroyed so many of their predecessors. It was a relationship built on military brotherhood and mutual necessity, the bond of men who had faced death together and understood what was at stake. The tetrarchic system demanded new expressions of imperial power, new ways of representing authority to subjects who might never see their rulers in person. Diocletian understood that the near-constant turnover of emperors during the crisis had eroded respect for the office itself. Men had watched emperor after emperor rise and fall, had seen the purple become almost commonplace, something seized by any ambitious general with loyal troops. To restore the majesty of imperial power, Diocletian surrounded himself with elaborate ceremonial that set the emperor apart from ordinary mortals. He adopted the trappings of an oriental monarch, wearing robes of purple silk sewn with gold thread, crowning himself with a diadem studded with gems, requiring visitors to prostrate themselves before approaching his presence. The emperor was no longer merely first among citizens. He was dominus, lord and master, elevated above humanity itself. This transformation of imperial ceremony served practical purposes beyond mere vanity or personal taste. By making the emperor seem almost divine, a figure set apart from ordinary humanity by the very trappings of his office, Diocletian hoped to make assassination seem not merely criminal but sacrilegious. Who would dare to strike down a living god, to raise a hand against one who stood so clearly apart from mortal men and their petty concerns? The elaborate rituals also helped to manage the transition between rulers, creating a sense of continuity that transcended individual emperors and their particular personalities. It was the office that mattered, the sacred position, not the particular man who happened to occupy it at any given moment. Subjects could transfer their loyalty from one Augustus to another without feeling that anything fundamental had changed, because the ceremonial framework remained constant and unchanging, a fixed point in a turbulent world. Diocletian's religious policies would cast a long shadow over his reign and his legacy. For most of his rule, he showed little interest in persecuting Christians, who by this time had grown numerous throughout the empire, particularly in the eastern provinces. They served in his army, worked in his administration, and lived peacefully alongside their pagan neighbors in most communities. But in 303 AD, influenced perhaps by Galerius or by concerns about military loyalty, Diocletian initiated what would become known as the Great Persecution, the most severe and systematic attempt to suppress Christianity in Roman history. Churches were destroyed, scriptures were burned, clergy were arrested, and ordinary Christians were compelled to sacrifice to the traditional gods or face imprisonment, torture, and death. The persecution continued with varying intensity for nearly a decade, claiming thousands of martyrs whose stories would be treasured by later generations of believers and told around hearths and in churches for centuries to come. In some provinces, enforcement was zealous and bloody, with officials competing to demonstrate their loyalty to the old gods and their zeal for the emperor's commands. In others, officials looked the other way or accepted minimal compliance, satisfied with token gestures that allowed both sides to preserve their dignity and their lives. Constantius, ruling in the far west where Christian communities were smaller but still present, applied the edicts with notable reluctance, destroying churches but largely sparing lives, a moderation that Christians would remember with gratitude. The persecution ultimately failed in its goal of eliminating Christianity, instead strengthening the resolve of believers and creating a generation of martyrs whose example inspired others to hold fast to their faith. It would be left to later emperors to recognize that Christianity could not be destroyed, only accommodated and perhaps even embraced. Galerius, who served as Caesar under Diocletian in the east and later succeeded to Augustus, was born around 250 AD in the Balkans, near the region that had produced so many of the soldier emperors of the 3rd century. His origins were humble, his mother reportedly a peasant woman who worshipped the old mountain gods of her ancestors, and he had risen through the army by talent and determination. He was a capable military commander, rough-hewn and direct in his manner, more comfortable in the camp than in the palace, more at ease with soldiers than with courtiers. His campaigns against the Persians proved largely successful after initial setbacks, and he extended Roman influence in the east while Diocletian focused on administration and reform. He was also, according to Christian sources at least, the driving force behind the Great Persecution, though how much this portrayal reflects historical reality and how much it reflects later Christian hostility remains debated by scholars who study this complex period. Constantius Chlorus, whose epithet means the pale one, and may have referred to his complexion or perhaps to some aspect of his manner that contemporaries found distinctive, served as Caesar in the west under Maximian, responsible for Britain and Gaul and the long frontier along the Rhine where Germanic tribes pressed constantly against Roman defenses. He was born around 250 AD, likely in the Balkans like his colleagues, though some sources place his origins in Dardania, a region that had produced more than its share of capable soldiers. His rise through the military ranks had been steady and distinguished, marked by competence rather than brilliance, and he had proven himself an able administrator as well as a capable general. Unlike his Eastern colleagues, Constantius showed little enthusiasm for persecuting Christians, preferring to focus on the practical matters of defense and governance that the Western provinces demanded and that consumed most of his attention. Constantius faced significant challenges in his portion of the empire, challenges that would have tested any ruler. Britain had broken away under a usurper named Carausius, who had established an independent state and successfully resisted initial attempts at reconquest, building a fleet that controlled the waters between Britain and the continent. It took years of patient preparation before Constantius could mount an effective campaign, finally recovering Britain in 296 AD and restoring it to the empire. The campaign showcased his methodical approach to warfare, his willingness to take time and prepare thoroughly rather than rushing into poorly planned operations that might end in disaster. He understood that in the 4th century, the empire could not afford to waste armies on failed ventures. The family connections within the tetrarchy were meant to cement the bonds between rulers and ensure smooth succession. Galerius married Diocletian's daughter Valeria, while Constantius divorced his first wife Helena to marry Theodora, Maximian's stepdaughter. These dynastic marriages created webs of obligation and affection that were supposed to prevent the kind of civil wars that had torn the empire apart in the previous century. Children born of these unions would have claims to power, but would also be bound by family loyalty to work with rather than against their relatives. It was an elegant theory, though practice would prove rather different. Helena, the woman Constantius set aside for political reasons, would later become one of the most famous figures of the age. She was of humble origin, perhaps the daughter of an innkeeper, and had given Constantius a son named Constantine before their separation. Though put aside, she was not forgotten. Her son would remember her, and when he came to power, he would elevate her to the highest honors, making her Augusta and showering her with resources that she devoted to Christian piety. Churches rose at her command throughout the Holy Land, built over sites associated with Christ's life and death. Legend would credit her with discovering the true cross itself, bringing this most sacred of relics to light after centuries of concealment. In 305 AD, something unprecedented occurred in Roman history, an event that astonished contemporaries and continues to puzzle historians today. Diocletian voluntarily abdicated, surrendering power and retiring to a magnificent palace he had built at Split on the Dalmatian coast, overlooking the blue waters of the Adriatic. He was the first emperor ever to willingly give up the throne, to set aside the purple and return to private life, and he compelled his reluctant colleague Maximian to do the same, though Maximian went with far less grace and would later attempt to return to power. Both Augusti stepped aside simultaneously, allowing their Caesars to rise to the senior position in an orderly transition of authority. Galerius became Augustus in the east, Constantius in the west, and new Caesars were appointed to support them. It was meant to demonstrate that the tetrarchic system worked, that succession could be peaceful and orderly, that the terrible civil wars of the past need never recur if only men followed the rules that Diocletian had established. The system Diocletian had created was meant to outlast any individual ruler, to perpetuate itself through regular cycles of retirement and promotion. But he had underestimated the power of blood and the ambitions of those who had been passed over. When Constantius died in 306 AD at York in Britain, his troops did not wait for the orderly tetrarchic succession to take its course. Instead, they acclaimed his son Constantine as Augustus, following the old pattern of soldiers raising their general to the purple. The system Diocletian had so carefully constructed began to unravel almost immediately, victim of the very forces it had been designed to contain. Constantine, born around 272 AD in Nisus in the Balkans, had spent much of his youth at Diocletian's court in the east, serving as a hostage of sorts to guarantee his father's loyalty. It was a common practice among the tetrarchs, keeping the sons of colleagues close at hand where they could be watched and controlled, where their fates would depend on their father's continued obedience to the system. The young Constantine received an excellent education in both military arts and the refined culture of the Eastern court, learning how power worked from the inside, observing the ceremonies and councils that shaped imperial policy. He saw how Diocletian wielded authority, how the elaborate ceremonial of the court enhanced rather than diminished real power, and how the careful balance of the tetrarchy was maintained through constant attention and occasional coercion. He served in Diocletian's campaigns along the Danube and in the east, proving himself a capable soldier and earning the respect of veteran officers who recognized talent when they saw it. He watched the machinery of the tetrarchy in operation, learning lessons he would later apply in very different ways when circumstances placed him in positions his father's colleagues had never intended. When the succession of 305 AD occurred, Constantine found himself in a precarious position. He was not included in the new arrangements, passed over in favor of Severus and Maximinus Daia, men with stronger connections to Galerius but lesser claims of blood. Constantine was too dangerous to ignore but too valuable to eliminate openly, and so he remained at Galerius's court, a virtual prisoner whose future remained uncertain. He understood that his life hung by a thread, that any perceived disloyalty or any change in political circumstances could result in his quiet elimination. The tension must have been unbearable for a young man of ability and ambition who knew his father ruled in the West, but could do nothing to help him. According to later accounts that may blend fact with legend, Constantine escaped from Galerius's court and fled westward to join his father, traveling with such speed that he hamstrung the post horses at each station to prevent pursuit. Whether this dramatic tale is true or embellished, Constantine did make his way to Constantius, reaching him in Britain where the elder man was campaigning against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall. Father and son were reunited after years of separation, and Constantine took his place in his father's army, learning the ways of frontier warfare in the misty hills of northern Britain. It was a far cry from the sophisticated courts of the East, but it was also freedom, and it placed Constantine close to power when the moment came. Constantius died at York on the 25th of July in 306 AD, worn out by illness and the demands of the British campaign. The circumstances of his death would prove fateful for the empire. His troops, assembled in that distant northern city, acclaimed Constantine as Augustus immediately upon his father's death, following the old pattern of military acclamation that the Tetrarchy was supposed to have replaced. The soldiers knew Constantine had served with him and saw in him a continuation of his father's rule. They had no interest in the orderly succession planned in distant Nicomedia, no loyalty to emperors they had never met. Their emperor was here before them, and they raised him on their shields in the ancient manner. Galerius, now senior Augustus after Diocletian's retirement and the acknowledged architect of the Tetrarchic system's current form, was furious at this breach of the carefully planned succession that he had helped design. The whole point of the Tetrarchy was to prevent exactly this kind of military coup, this reversion to the chaotic pattern that had nearly destroyed the empire in the previous century. But Galerius was also pragmatic enough to recognize the reality of the situation confronting him. He could not easily unseat Constantine from his position in the distant west without a major military campaign that would weaken the empire as a whole and leave other frontiers vulnerable to barbarian attack. A civil war launched against Constantine would consume resources desperately needed elsewhere, and might well end in defeat if Constantine's troops proved as loyal as their initial acclamation suggested. Instead, Galerius offered a compromise that saved face while acknowledging facts on the ground, a diplomatic solution that demonstrated both his frustration and his realism. Constantine would be recognized, but only as Caesar, not as Augustus. The senior rank in the West would go to Severus, Galerius's own man, who would theoretically outrank Constantine and maintain the proper tetrarchic hierarchy. It was a solution that satisfied no one fully but avoided immediate civil war, postponing rather than resolving the underlying tensions. But the compromise could not hold, for it failed to account for other ambitious claimants. In Rome itself, the Praetorian Guard and the Roman populace chafed under tetrarchic rule that had marginalized their city and threatened their privileges. In October of 306 AD, they acclaimed Maxentius, son of the retired Emperor Maximian, as their ruler. Maxentius was not part of the tetrarchic system, held no recognized position, but he had the support of Rome and Italy, and his father soon came out of retirement to back his son's claim. The orderly succession that Diocletian had designed was dissolving into chaos, with multiple claimants competing for power across the empire. Severus, the Western Augustus appointed by Galerius to maintain the tetrarchic order, marched against Rome to suppress Maxentius's rebellion, confident that his imperial authority would make short work of an upstart who held no legitimate position. But his campaign ended in disaster that revealed how completely the tetrarchic system had failed to command the loyalty it required. His troops deserted to Maxentius in droves, won over by the name of Maximian and by bribes distributed from the ancient treasuries of Rome. The old loyalties to dynasty and city proved stronger than the new loyalties to an impersonal system of succession. Severus himself was captured and eventually killed, eliminating one of Galerius's carefully chosen successors. Galerius himself then led an army into Italy, reaching the walls of Rome itself, but he too found his troops unreliable and was forced to retreat without achieving his objective. The city that had once ruled the world had successfully defied the tetrarchic emperors, and the system Diocletian had built continued to crumble. These years of civil war tested all the claimants and eliminated those too weak to survive the struggle. Maximian, having come out of retirement to support his son, soon quarreled with Maxentius and was forced into exile. He fled to Constantine's court in Gaul, where he was received with honor despite the complicated politics his presence created. Constantine even married Maximian's daughter Fausta, cementing an alliance that brought legitimacy and connections, though Fausta's presence at court would later bring tragedy as well as advantage. The marriage united two of the major dynasties competing for power, though it could not ultimately reconcile their competing ambitions. Maximian could not accept a subordinate role, even in comfortable exile. In 310 AD, while Constantine was away on campaign, the old emperor attempted to seize power for himself, proclaiming himself Augustus once again and trying to win over Constantine's troops. The attempt failed utterly. Constantine returned quickly, cornered Maximian at Marseilles, and forced him to surrender. Shortly afterward, Maximian was dead, by suicide according to Constantine's official version, though few believed that a man of Maximian's tenacious ambition had willingly taken his own life. However he died, his death removed one more player from the complex game of imperial politics. Galerius had watched the Western Empire dissolve into civil war from his base in the east, unable to impose order despite his seniority as the system's guardian. His health began to fail around 310 AD, the robust soldier's body betraying him at last, and he died in 311 AD of what ancient sources describe as a terrible wasting disease that may have been bowel cancer or some similar malignancy. The Christian writer Lactantius described his death in lurid detail, presenting it as divine punishment for his role in the Great Persecution, his flesh rotting away while he still lived. Before his death, Galerius issued an edict of toleration that ended the Great Persecution and allowed Christians to worship freely again, a remarkable reversal that some attributed to a deathbed conversion and others to simple pragmatism born of exhaustion. Whatever his motivation, the edict marked a turning point in imperial religious policy, an acknowledgement that nearly a decade of persecution had failed to suppress the new faith and that the time had come for a different approach. The empire needed unity, and religious conflict had brought only division and weakness. Galerius's death left four major claimants for power: Constantine in the west, Maxentius in Italy, Licinius in the Balkans, and Maximinus Daia in the east. Each controlled significant territories and armies, each claimed imperial legitimacy, and each knew that the empire could not indefinitely sustain four rulers of equal ambition. The stage was set for a final reckoning that would determine who would unite the Roman world under a single rule. Constantine, patient and calculating, began preparing for the campaign that would define his reign and transform the empire forever. In 312 AD, Constantine made his move against Maxentius. It was a gamble, for Maxentius held Italy and Africa with substantial forces, and many of Constantine's own advisors counseled caution. But Constantine had learned that hesitation in Roman politics usually proved fatal, that waiting allowed rivals to grow stronger while one's own position weakened. He crossed the Alps with an army that ancient sources describe as smaller than his opponents, trusting in the quality of his veteran troops and in his own ability to outmaneuver his enemies. The campaign that followed would become one of the most consequential in Roman history, though its participants could not have known how completely it would transform the world. As Constantine marched south through Italy, he won a series of engagements that scattered Maxentius's forces and opened the road to Rome. The decisive moment came at the Milvian Bridge on the Tiber, just north of Rome itself, where Maxentius chose to make his stand. Before the battle, according to accounts that Constantine himself promoted in later years, the emperor received a sign from heaven. Some versions say he saw a cross of light in the sky with the words, "In this sign conquer." Others describe a dream in which he was commanded to mark his soldiers' shields with the Christian symbol. Whatever actually occurred, Constantine emerged from the experience convinced that the Christian God had promised him victory, and he ordered his troops to carry the sacred monogram into battle. The Battle of the Milvian Bridge ended with Maxentius's death and Constantine's triumph, a victory that would reshape the course of Western civilization. Maxentius drowned in the Tiber as his forces fled, pushed into the swollen river by the crush of panicking soldiers whose bridge of boats collapsed under their desperate weight. His body was recovered later, dragged from the muddy waters that had claimed so many of his men, and his head was paraded through the streets of Rome on a pike as proof that the old order had truly fallen. Constantine entered the city as a liberator, though the Romans had not particularly sought liberation and had supported Maxentius with considerable enthusiasm for the past 6 years. He accepted the acclamation of the Senate with appropriate humility, participated in the traditional ceremonies of victory that Roman generals had performed for centuries, but notably omitted the customary sacrifice to Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill that had always concluded such triumphs. It was a subtle signal that something fundamental had changed, that the emperor who now ruled the West followed a different god than those who had come before him. The following year, in 313 AD, Constantine met with Licinius at Milan, and together they issued what historians call the Edict of Milan, though it was technically more of an agreement between the two surviving senior emperors than a formal edict. This remarkable document granted complete religious freedom throughout the empire, ending all persecution and allowing Christians to worship openly without fear of punishment or discrimination. Properties confiscated during the persecution were to be returned to their rightful owners, and Christians were to enjoy the same rights as followers of any other religion, free to build churches, hold assemblies, and practice their faith as they saw fit. It was a revolutionary document, sweeping away centuries of intermittent persecution in which thousands had suffered and died for their beliefs, and establishing a principle of religious tolerance that, whatever its limitations in practice, marked an entirely new direction for imperial policy. The empire that had tried so hard to destroy Christianity now officially accepted it as a legitimate faith entitled to imperial protection. Constantine spent the following years consolidating his power and eliminating remaining rivals. Maximinus Daia, who had ruled in the east and briefly continued the persecution of Christians, was defeated by Licinius in 313 AD and died shortly afterward. This left Constantine and Licinius as co-emperors, but their alliance was always uneasy, marked by mutual suspicion and occasional open conflict. They fought wars in 316 and 324 AD, the second of which ended with Licinius's complete defeat. Constantine, who had started as one of several competing claimants, now ruled the entire Roman Empire alone, the first sole emperor in nearly 40 years. Having reunited the empire under his rule, Constantine turned to building projects that would reshape the Roman world physically as well as politically, leaving monuments that would endure for centuries after his death. His most ambitious undertaking was the transformation of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium into a new capital that bore his name, a city that would become one of the great centers of civilization. Constantinople, the city of Constantine, rose on the European shore of the Bosphorus, commanding the narrow waterway that linked the Black Sea to the Mediterranean and controlled some of the most important trade routes in the ancient world. Its location was strategically perfect, defensible by land and sea against any conceivable enemy, positioned to respond to threats from both the Danube frontier in the north and the Persian border in the east. Work began in 324 AD and continued for years with tens of thousands of laborers. The city officially dedicated in 330 AD amid celebrations and ceremonies that combined Roman tradition with the new Christian faith that Constantine had embraced. The new capital was designed as a Christian city from its inception, something Rome with its pagan temples and ancient traditions could never fully become. Constantine adorned it with churches rather than temples, filled it with Christian relics collected from across the empire, and made clear that this city represented a new era in Roman history. The old Senate and aristocracy might cling to their ancestral ways in Rome, but the future lay in the East, in this new foundation that combined Roman tradition with Christian faith. Constantinople would remain the capital of the Eastern Empire for over 1,000 years, outlasting Rome itself by centuries. Constantine's religious policies went far beyond mere toleration of Christianity. extending into active promotion and patronage that transformed the church from a persecuted sect into a pillar of the imperial establishment. He showered the church with favors of every kind, granting clergy exemption from the onerous civic duties that burdened other citizens, providing generous funds from imperial treasuries for the construction of magnificent churches throughout the empire, and inserting himself into theological disputes as if his imperial authority extended to matters of doctrine and belief. When controversy erupted over the teachings of Arius, an Alexandrian priest who argued that Christ was created by God the Father rather than eternal with him, Constantine summoned bishops from across the empire to a council at Nicaea in 325 AD. There, under imperial supervision and with imperial pressure applied when necessary, the assembled bishops hammered out a creed that condemned Arianism and established the orthodox position that would shape Christianity for millennia to come. The emperor who had once commanded legions now presided over debates about the nature of the Trinity, a remarkable transformation that illustrated how completely the Roman world was changing. Constantine's family life was considerably more troubled than his public achievements might suggest, marked by tragedy and violence that darkened his later years. He had married twice, first to Minervina, who bore him his eldest son Crispus, a young man of ability and promise, and then to Fausta, daughter of Maximian, who gave him 3 more sons and 2 daughters. In 326 AD, scandal engulfed the imperial household, a scandal whose details remain maddeningly obscure. Constantine ordered the execution of Crispus, his capable and popular eldest son, who had won victories for him in battle and seemed destined to continue his legacy, followed shortly by the death of Fausta herself, allegedly suffocated in an overheated bath in circumstances that suggested either accident or deliberate murder. The reasons for these deaths were never officially explained and became the subject of endless speculation among contemporaries and historians alike. Some sources suggest that Fausta accused Crispus of attempting to seduce her, then was killed when Constantine discovered the accusation was false, a tragic echo of the myth of Hippolytus and Phaedra that Greek tragedians had dramatized centuries before. Whatever the truth, Constantine had eliminated both his most promising heir and the mother of his remaining sons, a domestic catastrophe that cast a shadow over the final decade of his reign. Constantine died on the 22nd of May in 337 AD, at the age of approximately 65, after a reign that had lasted over 3 decades and transformed every aspect of Roman life. He had postponed his baptism until he lay on his deathbed, a common practice in an age when baptism was believed to wash away all sins, and many wished to approach it with as clean a slate as possible after lives filled with the compromises that power demanded. He was buried in Constantinople, in the Church of the Holy Apostles that he had built for this very purpose, his sarcophagus surrounded by monuments to the 12 apostles, as if he were in some sense their equal or their successor, the 13th apostle who had brought the faith of Christ to the empire of the Caesars. He had transformed the Roman world more completely than any emperor since Augustus himself, linking the fate of the empire to the Christian faith in ways that would prove unbreakable even as the centuries passed, and the world continued to change around the foundations he had laid. Constantine left the empire to his 3 surviving sons, a division that seemed reasonable at the time but would soon lead to bloodshed and civil war. Constantine, too, the eldest at around 21 years old, received Gaul, Britain, and Spain. Constans, just 17, was assigned Italy, Africa, and Illyricum. Constantius, too, 20 years old, inherited the wealthy and strategically vital eastern provinces. It was a partition that reflected both geography and the need to maintain strong military commands on all frontiers, but it also ensured that 3 ambitious young men would spend their reigns watching each other warily, each wondering when the others might strike. Before the brothers could even establish themselves securely in their territories, A massacre swept through the extended imperial family, a bloodbath that shocked contemporaries and that historians still debate today. Within months of Constantine's death, nearly all of his brothers and nephews were killed, their deaths attributed to soldiers acting on their own initiative, but almost certainly carried out with the knowledge and approval of at least some of the new emperors. The purge eliminated potential rivals and consolidated power in the hands of Constantine's direct heirs, ensuring that no uncle or cousin could challenge their authority or claim a share of their father's legacy. But it also demonstrated the ruthlessness that would characterize Constantinian politics, the willingness to shed family blood in pursuit of security that marked these Christian emperors as surely as it had marked their pagan predecessors. Only 2 young boys survived the slaughter, Gallus and Julian, sons of Constantine's half-brother Julius Constantius. They were spared perhaps because of their youth, perhaps because they seemed too insignificant to worry about, a judgment that would prove remarkably mistaken in the years to come. Constantine, too, the eldest brother, was ambitious and dissatisfied with his share of the empire. He had hoped to inherit more, perhaps to exercise some sort of guardianship over his younger brothers, and his frustration grew as they asserted their independence. In 340 AD, just 3 years after their father's death, Constantine too invaded Italy, claiming that Constans had been unfair in dividing their territories. The campaign was poorly planned and worse executed. Constantine too died in battle near Aquileia, ambushed and killed by his brother's forces, his body left in the river also while his army scattered and surrendered. Constans absorbed his brother's territories, becoming ruler of the entire Western Empire at just 20 years old. Constans ruled the West for a decade, from 340 to 350 AD, a reign that ancient sources describe in unflattering terms that may reflect genuine failings, or may simply reflect the bias of writers who knew how his reign ended. He was said to be arrogant and cruel, alienating the senatorial aristocracy whose support every emperor needed, and the military commanders upon whom his power ultimately depended. He showed favor to barbarian bodyguards over Roman soldiers, surrounding himself with Germanic warriors who owed loyalty to him personally rather than to Roman tradition, a practice that bred resentment among troops who expected preferential treatment from an emperor they served. His sexual preferences, hinted at darkly in the sources with the kind of scandalized language that ancient writers reserved for behaviors they considered shameful, apparently offended contemporaries who expected their emperors to maintain at least a pretense of traditional morality and proper Roman dignity. Whatever his personal failings, his political failures proved fatal when a general named Magnentius launched a rebellion in Gaul that would end Constanza's reign and his life. Magnentius was a soldier of barbarian origin who had risen high in the imperial service, a pattern that had become increasingly common as Rome relied more heavily on troops drawn from beyond its borders. In January of 350 AD, he was proclaimed emperor by his troops at Augustodunum, and his rebellion spread rapidly through Gaul and into other western provinces. Constans fled when he learned of the usurpation, but his support evaporated as soldiers and officials abandoned him for the new regime. He was caught and killed in the foothills of the Pyrenees, murdered by agents of Magnentius while trying to escape to Spain. He was just 27 years old, having ruled for a decade without ever winning the loyalty that might have saved him. Constantius, too, now the only surviving son of Constantine the Great, spent his early reign focused on the Persian frontier, where the Sasanian Empire under Shapur II posed a constant threat. Warfare with Persia was almost continuous throughout his reign, with sieges and battles and raids that consumed enormous resources without ever achieving a decisive resolution. The fortress city of Nisibis withstood 3 major Persian sieges during these years, its walls holding firm against everything Shapur could throw against them. Constantius himself proved a capable if not brilliant commander, maintaining the frontier and preserving Roman positions despite the pressure he faced from the east. When news reached Constantius of his brother's death and Magnentius's usurpation, he faced a terrible choice. The Persian War demanded his attention, but leaving the West in the hands of a usurper was unthinkable. He needed a reliable subordinate who could manage the eastern frontier while he dealt with the crisis in the West. But the massacre of 337 had eliminated almost all of his relatives. Only his young cousins Gallus and Julian remained, the boys who had been spared in that bloody purge and who had grown up in a kind of comfortable exile, educated but kept far from power. Constantius elevated Gallus to the rank of Caesar in 351 AD, giving him responsibility for the eastern provinces while Constantius himself marched west to confront Magnentius. Gallus proved a disastrous choice. He was suspicious, violent, and perhaps mentally unstable, his years of isolation and uncertainty having left scars that power only worsened. He executed officials on the slightest suspicion, terrorized the cities under his control, and alienated virtually everyone who had to deal with him. By 354 AD, Constantius had dealt with Magnentius and could no longer ignore the disaster unfolding in the east. He summoned Gallus to explain himself, and Gallus was arrested, tried, and executed before he ever reached his cousin's presence. The war against Magnentius was brutal and costly, a civil war that drained Roman strength at a time when external threats demanded every available soldier. The decisive battle came at Mursa in Pannonia in 351 AD, one of the bloodiest engagements in Roman history and a catastrophe for the empire regardless of which side emerged victorious. Ancient sources claim that over 50,000 soldiers died on that single day, Romans killing Romans in a slaughter that weakened the empire's military capacity for a generation. The best troops of both East and West cut each other down on that bloody field, veterans who could never be replaced falling by the thousands as the battle raged from dawn until darkness finally ended the killing. Constantius won the battle, but at a terrible cost that haunted the empire for decades, and Magnentius retreated westward to continue resistance with his shattered forces. It took 2 more years of campaigning before the usurper was finally cornered and defeated, 2 more years of bleeding an empire that could ill afford the loss. Magnentius committed suicide in 353 AD, falling on his sword rather than face capture, and the humiliating death that awaited defeated usurpers, and his supporters were hunted down and executed in a purge that spread fear throughout the western provinces. With Magnentius dead and Gallus executed, Constantius found himself sole ruler of the Roman Empire, but desperately short of trustworthy relatives who could share the burdens of governance. Julian, Gallus's younger brother, was the only member of the imperial family still alive. Constantius had kept him in obscurity, allowing him to pursue philosophical studies in Athens and elsewhere while keeping him far from military command. In 355 AD, faced with continuing threats in Gaul where Germanic tribes were raiding almost at will, Constantius reluctantly elevated Julian to Caesar and sent him west. It was a desperate gamble, entrusting power to a young man he barely knew and had every reason to distrust. Julian proved surprisingly capable, exceeding every expectation that Constantius might have had for this untried young philosopher. Despite having no military experience beyond what he could learn from books, poring over ancient accounts of Alexander's campaigns and Caesar's wars in the quiet of his study, he won victories against the Alemanni and other Germanic peoples, restoring Roman authority in Gaul and winning the fierce loyalty of his soldiers. His most famous victory came at Strasbourg in 357 AD, where he defeated a much larger Germanic force in a battle that ancient sources describe in vivid detail. Julian led from the front, risking his life alongside his men, and when the battle was won he captured the Germanic king himself, presenting the prisoner as proof that Rome's power had returned to the Rhine frontier. The soldiers who served under him came to love him for his willingness to share their hardships, sleeping on the ground when they did, eating the same simple rations, and showing personal courage in battle that inspired those around him. His attention to their welfare won hearts that gold and promises could not have purchased. Julian the Scholar was becoming Julian the General, and his growing reputation made his cousin Constantius increasingly uneasy about what he had unleashed. The tension between Constantius and Julian built slowly, but inexorably through the late 350s. Constantius watched with growing alarm as his young Caesar accumulated victories and, more dangerously, the devotion of the Western armies. Julian, for his part, chafed under restrictions imposed from Constantinople, orders that seemed designed to limit his authority and prevent him from building the power base that success naturally created. The empire was too large and too threatened for such distrust between its rulers, but neither man could overcome the suspicions bred by years of family bloodshed. The break came in 360 AD, when Constantius demanded that Julian send a large portion of his best troops east to reinforce the Persian War. Julian's soldiers refused the order, proclaiming that they would not leave Gaul for distant eastern campaigns. Whether Julian instigated their refusal or merely yielded to it, the result was the same. His troops acclaimed him Augustus, and civil war became inevitable. Julian, the philosopher who had spent his youth among books and teachers, now found himself leading his army eastward against his cousin, the last surviving member of the family that had once massacred his own. The civil war that seemed certain to devastate the empire never actually occurred. As Julian marched east and Constantius marched west, gathering their forces for what would have been a catastrophic confrontation, Constantius fell ill. He died on the 3rd of November in 361 AD at Mopsuestia in Cilicia, naming Julian as his successor in his final moments. Whether this deathbed recognition was genuine or invented by Julian's partisans, it gave Julian's accession a veneer of legitimacy that helped smooth the transition. Julian entered Constantinople as sole emperor of the Roman world, the last surviving member of the Constantinian dynasty. What Julian did next stunned the empire and left contemporaries struggling to make sense of so dramatic a transformation. He had been raised as a Christian, educated by Christian tutors who had shaped his formal education, and had given every appearance of conformity to the faith that his uncle Constantine had embraced and that his cousin Constantius had defended with increasing rigor against doctrinal deviation. But in private, during those quiet years of study far from power, Julian had turned away from Christianity. Drawn instead to the old gods of Greece and Rome, and to the Neoplatonic philosophical traditions that he had studied so avidly, and that seemed to him to offer deeper truths than the faith of the Galileans. As emperor, he publicly revealed his paganism, announcing his intention to restore the worship of the traditional gods and reverse the Christianization that Constantine had begun nearly 50 years before. He did not persecute Christians directly, recognizing perhaps that persecution had failed before and would only strengthen what it sought to destroy, creating martyrs whose examples would inspire generations. Instead, he withdrew imperial favor with calculated precision, removing the privileges that had been granted to the Church, forbidding Christians from teaching classical literature that he claimed they did not believe in, and encouraging the restoration of pagan temples and priesthoods that had fallen into neglect. Julian's attempt to revive paganism was sincere, but probably doomed from the start. Christianity had sunk deep roots in the 4 decades since Constantine's conversion, winning converts at every level of society and building institutional structures that could weather temporary setbacks. The old paganism that Julian tried to restore had never possessed the organizational coherence of Christianity, consisting instead of countless local cults and traditions that had no unified doctrine or hierarchy. Julian tried to reform paganism on the Christian model, creating a structured priesthood with charitable obligations and moral standards, but he was trying to create in months what Christianity had built over centuries. Julian's reign was brief, consumed largely by his grand ambition to defeat Persia once and for all, to achieve what so many Roman emperors had attempted and so few had accomplished. In 363 AD, he led a massive army eastward in an invasion meant to surpass the achievements of Alexander himself, an army of perhaps 65,000 men that represented the greatest concentration of Roman military power in generations. The campaign began brilliantly, with Julian's forces advancing deep into Persian territory through the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, brushing aside opposition and reaching the walls of the Persian capital Ctesiphon after victories that seemed to herald a new age of Roman dominance in the east. But there at Ctesiphon Julian hesitated, uncertain whether to besiege the great city with its formidable defenses or to seek a decisive battle with the Persian field army that remained undefeated somewhere in the interior. The decision to withdraw without capturing Ctesiphon proved fatal to the campaign and to Julian himself. As the Roman army retreated through hostile territory, burning the fleet they had used to travel down the rivers and now forced to march through scorching lands stripped of supplies by Persian scorched earth tactics. They were harassed constantly by Persian cavalry that struck and retreated before the legions could respond. Julian was struck by a spear during one such skirmish, the weapon piercing deep into his side, and he died from his wounds on the 26th of June, far from the philosophical pursuits he loved. Ancient sources report that Julian's last words were a cry of despair, a final acknowledgement of the battle he had lost. "You have won, Galilean," referring to Christ by the name that pagans used for the teacher from Galilee whose followers had conquered the Roman world. Whether he actually spoke these words as he lay dying in his tent, the physicians unable to save him from the wound that drained his life, or whether they were invented by Christian writers who wished to dramatize their victory over the emperor who had tried to destroy their faith, they captured a truth that Julian himself must have recognized in those final hours. His whole reign had been a gamble against history, an attempt to restore what was already passing away, and that gamble had failed. The brief pagan revival died with him there in the Persian sands. His successor Jovian, a Christian officer chosen hastily by the army to lead them safely home from the disaster unfolding around them in Persian territory, immediately restored Christianity to its privileged position, renouncing the concessions that Julian had extracted from the church. And no subsequent emperor would ever attempt what Julian had tried. The apostate's dream perished with him, and the empire continued on its Christian path. Julian the Apostate, as Christians called him in the centuries after his death, using that name as both description and condemnation, remains one of the most fascinating figures of late antiquity, a man whose brief reign has inspired endless debate and interpretation. He was a philosopher king in the tradition of Marcus Aurelius, a genuine intellectual who preferred books to banquets and discourse to display, who could spend hours discussing Plato or Homer with the learned men he gathered around him. He wrote extensively, leaving behind letters, orations, and satirical works that reveal a complex and cultivated mind, a man who thought deeply about the nature of the gods, the purpose of government, and the meaning of the philosophical life. He was also a capable general who won real victories against genuine threats, leading from the front with a courage that inspired his soldiers even as it exposed him to the dangers that ultimately claimed his life. But he was also a dreamer who imagined that history could be reversed, that the old gods could reclaim their altars, and the world could return to what it had been before Constantine changed everything. In this, he was wrong, profoundly and completely wrong. The future belonged to the faith he had rejected, and his attempt to turn back the tide of religious change served only to demonstrate how irreversible that change had become. With Julian's death, the dynasty of Constantine came to an end. For emperors in 26 years, constant civil war and family bloodshed, religious controversy and persecution, yet also the transformation of the empire in ways that would endure for centuries. Constantinople would remain the capital of the Eastern Empire until 1453, over 1,000 years after Constantine laid its foundations. The Christianity that Constantine embraced would shape European civilization in ways beyond counting. The administrative reforms begun by Diocletian and continued by Constantine would define how Rome governed itself until the empire's final dissolution. And so we come to the end of this portion of our journey through Roman history. We have traveled from the crisis of the 3rd century, when the empire nearly perished, through the reforms of Diocletian and the transformation under Constantine, to the brief and brilliant reign of Julian and the establishment of Christianity as the empire's permanent faith. Emperors have risen and fallen, cities have been built and destroyed, armies have marched across continents, and yet the essential story remains one of human beings grappling with power and faith, with ambition and mortality. Rest now, and let these names and dates settle into memory like leaves falling softly onto still water. The emperors sleep in their tombs, their struggles ended, their legacies secure. Perhaps we may join them soon in peaceful slumber, carrying their stories with us into dreams. Our story continues now in the year 364 AD, a time when the Roman Empire stood at yet another crossroads in its long and troubled history. The reign of Julian the Apostate had ended in the sands of Mesopotamia, his ambitious campaign against the Sasanian Persians concluding with his death from a battle wound, and the dreams of pagan restoration dying with him on that distant battlefield. The brief rule of Jovian that followed had done little to steady the ship of state, and when Jovian himself died unexpectedly after only 8 months on the throne, the empire found itself once again without a clear successor. The soldiers and officials who gathered to choose a new emperor understood that they needed a strong hand, a military man who could defend the vast frontiers while managing the complex religious tensions that had come to define imperial politics in this turbulent age. That man would be Valentinian, a soldier from the province of Pannonia who would establish a dynasty bearing his name and reshape the administrative structure of the Roman world in ways that would endure for generations. Valentinian I was born Flavius Valentinianus on the 3rd of July in the year 321 AD, in the region of Pannonia along the Middle Danube, where the empire met the endless forests and plains of the barbarian north. His father had been a military officer of modest origins, a man named Gratian the Elder who had risen through the ranks by talent and determination rather than noble birth or aristocratic connection. The family possessed no ancient lineage, no ties to the great senatorial houses of Rome or the imperial dynasties that had preceded them. They were soldiers, plain and simple, men who had earned their positions through years of hard service on the frontiers of empire where Roman civilization gave way to the wild lands beyond. The young Valentinian followed his father into military service as naturally as breathing, learning the harsh lessons of frontier warfare in the garrisons and camps that dotted the empire's northern boundaries like beads on a string. He grew into a formidable soldier, broad-shouldered and fierce-tempered, with a reputation for both physical courage in battle and brutal discipline in camp that would follow him throughout his career. Those who served under him learned quickly that competence was rewarded and failure punished with equal certainty. There was nothing subtle about Valentinian, nothing of the philosopher or the courtier. He was a man of direct action and plain speech, more comfortable in the saddle than on a throne, more at ease among soldiers than senators. When the army gathered to choose a new emperor after Jovian's sudden death in February of 364, their choice fell upon this proven warrior. Valentinian was 43 years old, experienced in command, and respected by the troops who had served alongside him through years of hard campaigning along the empire's troubled frontiers. The circumstances of his election reflected the changed nature of imperial power in the 4th century. It was not the Senate in Rome that elevated him to the purple, nor any formal constitutional process, but rather the acclamation of soldiers gathered at Nicaea in the east. The army had become the true kingmaker of the Roman world, and Valentinian understood this reality better than most. Within weeks of his accession, he made a decision that would shape the empire's future for generations to come. He elevated his younger brother Valens to the rank of co-emperor and Augustus, assigning him responsibility for the eastern provinces, while Valentinian himself would rule the west from courts closer to the troubled northern frontiers. This division of labor between the brothers created a durable administrative framework that anticipated the later permanent separation of the Roman world into eastern and western halves. Valentinian and Valens would rule as colleagues, theoretically equal in dignity and authority, though the elder brother retained primacy in practice. They divided the armies, the treasuries, and the bureaucracies between them, creating two parallel imperial establishments that would increasingly develop their own distinct characters over time. The brothers met only rarely after this initial division, each consumed by the challenges of his own territories. It was a practical arrangement born of stark necessity, an acknowledgement that the empire had grown too vast and faced too many simultaneous threats for any single ruler to manage effectively. Valentinian established his court not in Rome, but in the cities of the north, primarily Milan and later Trier in Gaul, positioning himself closer to the frontiers that demanded his constant attention. The Eternal City had long since ceased to be the practical center of imperial power. Its population remained vast, its monuments awe-inspiring, but its strategic importance had diminished as the center of gravity shifted to the threatened borderlands. What mattered now were the Rhine and the Danube, the great rivers that marked the boundary between Roman civilization and the Germanic peoples who pressed ever more insistently against those ancient barriers. The military campaigns of Valentinian's reign were relentless and exhausting, a constant struggle to maintain positions that earlier emperors had secured with such difficulty. Along the Rhine, he faced the Alemanni, a powerful confederation of Germanic tribes who had grown bold during the chaos of recent decades. Valentinian responded with characteristic energy, strengthening fortifications along the river, launching punitive expeditions across into Germanic territory, and working to restore the iron discipline that frontier armies required if they were to hold the line. He built new forts and watchtowers, repaired roads and bridges that had fallen into disrepair, and ensured that the supply lines connecting his scattered forces remained secure and functional through all seasons. On the Danube, he contended with the Quadi and Sarmatians, peoples who tested Roman defenses with raids and incursions that kept the frontier in constant turmoil. Year after year, the emperor took personal command of his forces, leading from the front as the great soldier emperors of old had done. He won no spectacular victories that would echo through history, achieved no conquests that would expand the empire's boundaries or add new provinces to its already overstretched administration. His was the unglamorous work of defense, of holding lines that others had drawn, of ensuring that the fabric of Roman power did not unravel further under the relentless pressure of peoples who sensed weakness and smelled opportunity in every Roman setback. In matters of religion, Valentinian pursued a policy that stood in marked contrast to his immediate predecessors. He was himself a Christian, baptized and genuinely believing, but he showed little interest in the theological disputes that had consumed so much imperial energy under Constantius and Julian. Rather than favoring one faction over another in the great controversy between Nicene and Arian interpretations of Christian doctrine, he maintained a general tolerance that allowed both groups to practice their faith. He refrained from harsh anti-pagan legislation, his focus remaining fixed on military and administrative matters while leaving bishops and theologians to settle their own quarrels. The emperor's family arrangements reflected the political calculations that inevitably surrounded the imperial succession in an age when disputed transfers of power so often led to civil war and chaos. His first wife gave him a son, Gratian, who was elevated to the rank of Augustus while still a child, ensuring the continuity of the new Valentinian dynasty and providing a clear heir whom the armies and officials could rally around. A second marriage produced another son, Valentinian II, who would also wear the purple in time. These careful preparations reflected the hard-won wisdom of a century of civil wars and usurpations, an understanding that the empire's stability depended on clear succession plans that left little room for ambitious generals or discontented factions to challenge the established order. For 11 years, Valentinian held the Western Empire together through sheer force of will and tireless military competence, never resting, never allowing the frontiers to collapse despite the constant pressure from peoples who saw in every Roman difficulty a chance for their own advancement. He was not a beloved emperor, not a figure who inspired great affection or loyalty beyond what his position commanded. He was respected, even feared, but rarely loved. His harshness alienated many, and his single-minded focus on military matters left little energy for the cultural and civic life that had once defined Roman greatness. The end came suddenly in November of 375, as sudden endings so often did for Roman emperors, though not by assassination or defeat in battle. The emperor was at Brigesio on the Danube, meeting with envoys from the Quadi who had come to discuss terms after their latest incursion into Roman territory. The negotiations grew heated, and the barbarian ambassadors proved insolent in their demands. Valentinian's famous temper, always simmering beneath the surface, flared beyond all control. According to the ancient sources, he flew into such a violent rage that the blood rushed to his head with terrible force. He suffered a stroke right there in the audience chamber, collapsing before his horrified attendants who could do nothing but watch in helpless dismay. He died within hours, carried off by the very fury that had driven him throughout his career. He was 54 years old, and his death would leave the Western Empire in the hands of his young sons while far greater challenges gathered on the eastern horizon. While Valentinian defended the western frontiers with such determination, his younger brother Valens faced challenges of his own in the eastern half of the empire. Valens had been born in the year 328 AD, raised in the same military traditions that had shaped his elder brother, though he lacked some of Valentinian's natural authority and commanding presence. When the brothers divided the empire between them in 364, Valens received the eastern provinces, ruling from Constantinople over the wealthy lands of the Balkans, Greece, Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt. It was a vast domain, rich in resources and ancient in civilization, but it faced threats that would prove even more dangerous than those Valentinian confronted along the Rhine and Danube. The early years of Valens's reign were consumed by a usurpation that tested his hold on power. Procopius, a relative of the Emperor Julian who had been passed over in the succession, raised a rebellion in Constantinople itself in 365, claiming the throne and briefly controlling significant portions of the Eastern Empire. Valens responded with characteristic stubbornness, gathering loyal forces and pursuing the usurper until Procopius was betrayed by his own followers and killed in 366. The rebellion's suppression demonstrated that Valens could defend his position when challenged, but it also revealed the fragility of imperial authority in an age when any ambitious general with a claim, however tenuous, might try his luck against the established order. With the Procopian threat eliminated, Valens turned his attention to the frontiers, where the Sasanian Persians remained the empire's most formidable adversary in the east. The long conflict between Rome and Persia stretched back centuries, a struggle for dominance in Armenia and Mesopotamia that neither side had ever quite managed to resolve definitively. Under Valens, this rivalry continued in its familiar pattern of skirmishes, negotiations, and occasional campaigns that shifted boundaries without fundamentally altering the balance of power between the two great empires of the ancient world. In religious matters, Valens differed significantly from his brother's tolerant approach. While Valentinian maintained neutrality in the disputes between Nicene and Arian Christianity, Valens actively favored the Arian position, using imperial power to promote Arian clergy and to pressure Nicene bishops who resisted his theological preferences. He exiled prominent Nicene churchmen, confiscated church properties, and created bitter divisions within Christian communities that would take generations to heal. This partisan involvement in religious controversy alienated many of his subjects and contributed to the negative reputation he would carry in later Christian historical traditions, which were largely written from the Nicene perspective. But the true crisis of Valens's reign came not from Persia or from internal religious disputes. It came from the steppes of Central Asia, from a people the Romans had never encountered before and barely understood. The Huns, nomadic warriors of terrifying effectiveness, had swept westward across the vast grasslands north of the Black Sea, smashing the Gothic kingdoms that had stood as a buffer between the Roman frontier and the peoples beyond. The Goths, themselves formidable warriors who had long troubled the empire's Danubian provinces, suddenly found themselves refugees, fleeing before an enemy they could not defeat. In 376, an enormous mass of Gothic refugees appeared on the northern bank of the Danube, begging permission to cross into Roman territory and find safety within the empire's protected borders. They numbered in the hundreds of thousands according to some estimates, entire peoples uprooted from their ancestral lands and homes, desperate for safety and survival after the Hunnic onslaught had destroyed everything they had known. Valens, seeing both a humanitarian crisis and an opportunity, granted them permission to enter the empire as foederati, allied peoples who would receive land in exchange for military service. He imagined them as future soldiers for Roman armies always hungry for recruits, as farmers who might cultivate lands that had lain abandoned since earlier plagues and wars, as taxpayers who might help fill the depleted imperial coffers. It seemed a reasonable calculation at the time, a way to turn a crisis into an advantage for the empire. But the reality proved far different from these hopeful imaginings in almost every conceivable way. The Roman officials charged with receiving and settling the Goths proved corrupt and incompetent, more interested in profiting from the refugees' desperation than in integrating them peacefully into imperial society as productive subjects. They sold food at extortionate prices to starving people who had no other options. They seized children as slaves in exchange for scraps of dog meat. They treated the Gothic warriors and their families with contempt and cruelty that transformed grateful refugees into bitter enemies, nursing grievances that demanded satisfaction. Within 2 years of their crossing, the Goths had risen in full revolt against their Roman hosts, and the Balkans descended into a chaos of fire and sword. The Roman response to this Gothic uprising proved woefully inadequate in every respect. Field armies sent against the rebels were outmaneuvered and defeated by warriors who had everything to fight for and nothing left to lose. Attempts at negotiation failed because neither side trusted the other after so many betrayals and broken promises. The Goths, now fighting for their very survival against an empire that had so thoroughly broken faith with them, proved far more formidable opponents than the Romans had anticipated when they first admitted these desperate refugees. They raided throughout Thrace and Macedonia, destroying farms and villages, defeating every force sent against them, and growing stronger as they captured Roman weapons and supplies. By 378, the situation had grown so dire that Valens himself took the field at the head of the main imperial army. He marched from the east with every soldier he could muster, determined to crush the Gothic revolt once and for all and restore order to his ravaged provinces. His nephew Gratian, now Western Emperor following Valentinian's death 3 years earlier, was bringing reinforcements from the west, and prudent counsel from experienced advisors urged Valens to wait for these additional forces before engaging the enemy in pitched battle. The Goths were formidable, but a combined eastern and western army would possess overwhelming strength. But Valens was impatient, jealous perhaps of sharing glory with his young nephew, confident in his own army's strength, and eager to prove that he needed no help to deal with barbarian rebels. Reports suggested the Gothic force was smaller than expected, perhaps no more than 10,000 warriors. On the 9th of August in 378, near the city of Adrianople in Thrace, with the summer heat bearing down and his soldiers weary from their march, Valens ordered an attack without waiting for Gratian's arrival. The Battle of Adrianople became one of the great disasters in Roman military history, a catastrophe that would echo through the centuries and mark a turning point in the empire's long struggle for survival. The Gothic cavalry, whose arrival on the battlefield the Romans had not anticipated or prepared for, swept around the Roman flanks and struck the closely packed legions from unexpected directions. The Roman infantry, arrayed in their traditional formations, but packed too tightly together to maneuver effectively in the face of this unexpected threat, found themselves surrounded on all sides and cut down in terrible numbers. 2/3 of the Eastern Field Army perished on that terrible afternoon beneath the hot August sun, along with many of the empire's most experienced commanders and administrators who had accompanied the emperor to the front. And among the dead lay Valens himself, killed either in the desperate fighting or in a farmhouse where he had taken refuge with his wounded bodyguard, and which the Goths surrounded and set ablaze, unwilling to let any of their enemies escape. His body was never definitively recovered from the ashes and carnage. The defeat at Adrianople shocked the Roman world to its very core and sent tremors of fear through every province. Not since Cannae, more than 5 centuries earlier when Hannibal had destroyed a Roman army in Italy, had a Roman force suffered such a catastrophic and complete defeat at the hands of a foreign enemy. The loss went far beyond the immediate casualties, as devastating as those were in human terms. The empire had lost an experienced army that could not be quickly replaced, had lost the commanders and senior officers whose expertise and institutional knowledge had taken decades to develop, had lost confidence in its ability to defend itself against barbarian enemies who now seemed to hold the advantage in open battle. The Goths remained inside the empire, undefeated and now more dangerous than ever, a roaming army that no surviving Roman force seemed capable of stopping or even containing. The death of Valens left the eastern throne vacant at the worst possible moment. Gratian, now responsible for the entire empire by default, recognized that he could not manage both halves simultaneously while also dealing with the Gothic crisis. He needed a partner, a capable military commander, who could take charge in the east and salvage what could be salvaged from the disaster his uncle had created. His choice would prove momentous for the future of the Roman world and for the relationship between Roman power and the Christian faith. Gratian, the young Western emperor who now faced the daunting task of managing the Gothic crisis and finding a new ruler for the East, had been born in the year 359, the son of Valentinian I by his first wife. He had been made co-emperor as a child of 8, learning the duties of rulership under his father's watchful eye while protected from the dangerous realities of power by that same strong presence. When Valentinian died so suddenly in 375, Gratian found himself at 16 the senior emperor of the Roman world, sharing nominal authority with his young half-brother Valentinian II, but bearing the real weight of Western governance on shoulders barely old enough to carry a soldier's equipment. The young emperor had shown promise in his early years, displaying intelligence and a genuine commitment to the Christian faith that had become so central to imperial identity. He studied with the great Bishop Ambrose of Milan, absorbing not only theological learning, but also a passionate conviction that the empire's future depended on its alliance with the Orthodox Christian Church. Under Ambrose's influence, Gratian would pursue religious policies far more aggressive than his father's tolerant neutrality, actively working to suppress paganism and to establish Nicene Christianity as the sole legitimate faith of the Roman state. In 382, Gratian took the momentous step of removing the ancient altar of victory from the Roman Senate house, where it had stood for centuries as a symbol of Rome's traditional religion and the divine favor that had made the city great. Conservative senators protested vigorously, arguing that abandoning the gods who had protected Rome for so long invited disaster. But Gratian, guided by Ambrose and convinced that only the Christian God deserved Roman worship, refused to restore the altar. It was a decisive moment in the long transformation of the Roman world from pagan to Christian, a clear signal that the old ways would find no protection from imperial power. But Gratian's most consequential decision came in the immediate aftermath of Adrianople. The Eastern Empire needed an emperor, a capable military commander who could salvage the situation in the Balkans and restore order to provinces devastated by years of Gothic raiding. Gratian's choice fell upon Theodosius, the son of a distinguished general who had served Valentinian I with great success before falling victim to court intrigue and execution. The younger Theodosius had retired to his Spanish estates after his father's death, but his military reputation remained strong, and Gratian summoned him from retirement to take command of the East. Theodosius was born in the year 347 in the province of Hispania, in that same Iberian peninsula that had produced emperors before and would produce them again. His father, also named Theodosius, had been one of Valentinian's most effective generals, winning victories in Britain and Africa before jealous rivals engineered his downfall. The son had served alongside the father, learning the soldiers' trade in campaigns across the empire before withdrawing to private life when his father's execution made imperial service too dangerous. Now, at 32 years old, he received the summons that would make him one of the most influential emperors in Roman history. Theodosius arrived in the East in 379 to find a situation of desperate crisis that would have daunted any leader. The Gothic confederations roamed freely through the provinces of Thrace, their power unbroken despite the death of their greatest enemy at Adrianople, their warriors emboldened by victory and enriched by plunder. The remnants of the Eastern army could barely defend the cities and strongholds that remained in Roman hands, lacking the strength for offensive operations against enemies who had proven their superiority in open battle. Resources were scarce after years of devastation and disrupted taxation. Morale was shattered among soldiers who had seen their comrades slaughtered and their emperor killed. And many wondered, in whispered conversations behind closed doors, whether the Eastern Empire could survive at all or whether this was the beginning of the end of Roman power in these ancient lands. The new emperor responded with a combination of military rebuilding and diplomatic flexibility that gradually, painfully stabilized the situation over the following years. He recruited new soldiers from wherever he could find them, including many barbarians who were willing to serve in Roman armies for pay and the promise of land. He strengthened fortifications around key cities, transforming urban centers into defensible strongholds that could resist Gothic attacks. He refused to risk another pitched battle until his forces had recovered their strength and confidence, accepting the humiliation of a defensive posture in exchange for the time he needed to rebuild. And crucially, he negotiated with the Gothic leaders, seeking terms that might transform them from mortal enemies into something more manageable. The Goths had proven they could not be defeated by the forces currently available. Perhaps they could be accommodated, given what they wanted in exchange for peace and service. In 382, Theodosius concluded a treaty with the Goths that represented a new departure in Roman policy. Instead of defeating them or expelling them, he settled them within the empire as foederati, allied peoples who would provide military service in exchange for land in Thrace and annual payments from the imperial treasury. The Goths would live under their own laws, governed by their own chiefs, while owing loyalty to the emperor and fighting in his armies when called. It was a practical solution to an impossible situation, but it established a precedent that would have far-reaching consequences, creating autonomous barbarian communities within the empire's borders that owed allegiance to Rome but were not truly Roman. In religious matters, Theodosius proved as zealous as Gratian in promoting Nicene Christianity and suppressing its rivals, indeed perhaps more so given the intensity of his personal conviction. The Edict of Thessalonica, issued in 380 shortly after his arrival in the East, declared Nicene Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire and branded all other beliefs, Christian and pagan alike, as heresy punishable by imperial law. It was a remarkable document, asserting in clear and uncompromising language that the emperor expected all his subjects to follow the faith defined by the councils of the Church, particularly the Council of Nicaea, and that those who refused would face the consequences of both divine judgment and earthly penalty. Arians, who had enjoyed imperial favor and protection under Valens, now found themselves persecuted and marginalized, their bishops expelled from their churches, their congregations stripped of legal standing. Pagans faced increasingly severe restrictions on their traditional practices, with temples closed by imperial order, animal sacrifices banned as criminal acts, and the ancient priesthood stripped of their remaining privileges and the public funding that had sustained them for centuries. The eternal flames that had burned in temples across the empire were extinguished one by one. The festivals that had marked the Roman year since time immemorial were suppressed or transformed into Christian celebrations. Under Theodosius, the Christian transformation of the Roman state reached its decisive and irreversible phase, and the old gods retreated into shadow and memory. The relationship between Theodosius and Gratian remained cooperative through the early years of the former's Eastern reign. They corresponded regularly, coordinated military policy, and shared a commitment to Orthodox Christianity that gave their partnership an ideological foundation. Gratian continued his own religious program in the West, working with Ambrose to establish Christian dominance over the old pagan order. But the young Western emperor's position was growing precarious, undermined by resentments and ambitions that would soon tear his reign apart. Gratian had always been more comfortable with books and theology than with the rough military culture that had been his father's world. He surrounded himself with advisors who shared his intellectual interests, alienating officers and soldiers who felt excluded from imperial favor. More dangerously, he showed favoritism towards certain barbarian units in his army, particularly a group of Alan warriors whose exotic customs and special status bred jealousy among other troops. These grievances accumulated quietly through the early 380s, waiting for a spark to ignite them into open rebellion. That spark came in 383 when Magnus Maximus, a general of Spanish origin commanding Roman forces in Britain, was proclaimed emperor by his troops in one of those military coups that had become so grimly familiar in Roman history. Maximus crossed the Channel to Gaul with an army of British legions, and the soldiers who should have defended Gratian against this usurper instead defected to the challenger in alarming numbers. They had grown tired of their emperor's scholarly interests and his favoritism toward barbarian units, and they saw in Maximus a traditional Roman commander who understood and valued their service. Gratian fled the approaching rebel army, abandoned by the men who had sworn to protect him with their lives, and was captured and killed in August of 383 at Lugdunum in Gaul. He was only 24 years old, and his death left the Western Empire divided between the usurper Maximus and the child Valentinian II, who survived only because Theodosius in the East was not yet ready to confront the man who had murdered his colleague and fellow emperor. Theodosius bided his time after Gratian's murder, accepting Magnus Maximus as a colleague in the West rather than immediately challenging him with military force. the Eastern Emperor had enough problems of his own to manage without adding a civil war to his burdens, and young Valentinian II still held Italy and Africa under Maximus's grudging tolerance. For several years, this awkward arrangement persisted, three emperors sharing a world that could barely support two, while tensions simmered beneath a surface of diplomatic courtesy and formal recognition. The breaking point came in 387 when Maximus moved against Valentinian, invading Italy and forcing the young emperor to flee to the east and throw himself on Theodosius's protection. Now there could be no more accommodation, no more diplomatic fiction of shared rule. Theodosius gathered his armies, including the Gothic Federati whose settlement he had negotiated, and marched west to confront the usurper. The campaign of 388 was swift and decisive. Theodosius's forces defeated Maximus at battles in Pannonia and northern Italy, and the usurper himself was captured and executed, his brief reign ending as so many usurpers' reigns had ended, in blood and failure. Theodosius restored Valentinian II to the Western throne, but the young emperor was merely a puppet in the hands of the powerful general Arbogast, a Frank who had risen high in Roman service, and who now controlled the Western armies and, through them, the Western government. Valentinian chafed under this domination, but when he tried to assert himself, he died under mysterious circumstances in 392, officially a suicide but widely suspected to be murder arranged by Arbogast. The general, unable to claim the throne himself because of his barbarian origin, elevated a rhetorician named Eugenius as his puppet emperor, and once again the Roman world faced civil war. Theodosius responded with another Western campaign, this time against an enemy who rallied significant pagan support to his cause. Eugenius and his backers represented, among other things, a last attempt by the old pagan aristocracy of Rome to reverse the Christian tide that had been sweeping away their ancient religion. They restored the altar of victory that Gratian had removed. They funded traditional cults and temples. They gathered around themselves all those who still honored the gods of their ancestors. The conflict took on the character of a religious war, Christian empire against pagan reaction, the new faith against the old. The decisive battle came at the Frigidus River in September of 394, a two-day struggle that began badly for Theodosius when his initial assault was repulsed with heavy losses. Many of the Gothic Federati died in that first day's fighting, sent forward as shock troops in what some historians have interpreted as a deliberate attempt to weaken them while they weakened the enemy. But on the second day, whether through tactical skill, good fortune, or divine intervention as Christian sources claimed, Theodosius's forces broke through. Eugenius was captured and executed, Arbogast fled and committed suicide, and Theodosius became sole ruler of the entire Roman Empire, the last man who would ever hold both East and West in his single grasp. His sole reign lasted only a few months, a brief moment of unified authority that would never be repeated. In January of 395, Theodosius died at Milan, reportedly from a disease described by ancient physicians as edema or dropsy, his body weakened by years of campaigning and the accumulated stress of governing an empire in perpetual crisis. He was 48 years old, not exceptionally old by the standards of his time, but worn down by the burdens he had carried. He had accomplished much in his 16 years as emperor, achievements that would shape the Roman world for generations to come. He had preserved the Eastern Empire through its greatest crisis since the 3rd century, navigating the aftermath of Adrianople with patience and pragmatism. He had established the Gothic Federati as a permanent feature of imperial defense, creating a new model for incorporating barbarian peoples into the Roman military system, even if that model contained dangers of its own. He had made Nicene Christianity the official and exclusive religion of the Roman state, completing the religious transformation that Constantine had begun and creating the Christian empire that would endure in the East for another 1,000 years. He had defeated two dangerous usurpers to reunify the empire under legitimate rule, demonstrating that the imperial system could still produce capable leaders who could overcome challenges through military skill and political acumen. And he had also, in one of his most famous moments, submitted to public penance imposed by Bishop Ambrose of Milan after a massacre of civilians at Thessalonica, a terrible act of vengeance that Ambrose condemned as unworthy of a Christian ruler. The emperor had accepted the bishop's judgment, had done public penance before the doors of the cathedral, establishing a precedent for ecclesiastical authority over even imperial power that would have profound implications for the relationship between church and state throughout the medieval centuries. But perhaps Theodosius's most consequential decision was his last. On his deathbed, he divided the empire between his two sons, giving the east to Arcadius and the west to Honorius. It was not an unusual arrangement by the standards of 4th-century practice, this sharing of imperial power between brothers, or between father and son. Yet this particular division would prove permanent. Never again would a single emperor rule both halves of the Roman world in any meaningful sense. The year 395 marks the final separation of East and West into distinct political entities that would evolve along increasingly divergent paths until the Western Empire ceased to exist entirely. Arcadius, the elder son who received the Eastern Empire, had been born in 377, which made him about 18 years old when he became sole ruler of Constantinople and the wealthy provinces of the East. He had been raised in the purple, surrounded by eunuchs and courtiers, educated in the ceremonial duties of imperial office, but sheltered from the harsh realities of military command and political struggle. He was by all accounts a passive and malleable young man, more interested in religious devotion and palace routine than in the active governance that the times demanded. Real power during his reign would be exercised by others, a succession of powerful ministers and relatives who used the emperor as a legitimizing figurehead while pursuing their own ambitions. The early years of Arcadius's reign saw a power struggle between various factions at the Constantinople court. The most prominent figure was Rufinus, the Praetorian prefect of the East who had served Theodosius, and who now aspired to control the new emperor entirely. But Rufinus's ambitions were cut short when he was murdered by soldiers, reportedly at the instigation of Stilicho, the half-Vandal general who controlled the western armies under Honorius. The power vacuum was filled by the eunuch Eutropius, who accumulated unprecedented influence before he too fell victim to palace intrigue and was executed in 399. Eventually, the strongest influence over Arcadius became his wife Eudoxia, a woman of strong personality who bore him several children and who involved herself actively in the religious controversies of the day. She clashed memorably with John Chrysostom, the eloquent patriarch of Constantinople, whose sermons sometimes seemed to criticize imperial luxury and feminine vanity. The conflict between empress and patriarch ended with Chrysostom's exile and death, one of many episodes that revealed how religious and political power had become inextricably intertwined in the Christian Roman state that Theodosius had created. Despite the chaos at court, the Eastern Empire under Arcadius managed to preserve its essential integrity. The Goths who had been settled as foederati caused periodic problems, but were generally directed westward, toward Italy and the domains of Honorius, rather than being allowed to devastate the wealthy provinces of the East. Constantinople remained secure behind its walls, its population fed by grain from Egypt, its treasury filled by taxes from Asia Minor and Syria. The bureaucracy continued to function, the armies held the frontiers, and the Christian church flourished under imperial patronage. The East was finding its footing, developing the distinctive character that would eventually define the Byzantine civilization of later centuries. Arcadius died in 408, at the age of 31, leaving behind a 7-year-old son named Theodosius, who would rule as Theodosius II for the next 4 decades and leave his own mark on Roman history. The elder Arcadius's reign had been unspectacular by any measure, marked by court intrigue and factional struggles rather than great military deeds or memorable reforms. He had been a figurehead more than a ruler, his passive personality allowing stronger personalities to govern in his name while he performed the ceremonial duties that his position required. Yet in his own way, Arcadius had presided over a crucial transition period during which the Eastern Empire established patterns of governance and survival that would serve it well in the difficult centuries ahead. The bureaucracy learned to function regardless of who sat on the throne. The Church became ever more deeply woven into the fabric of state and society. Constantinople grew in population and magnificence, increasingly confident in its role as the new center of Roman civilization. The challenges facing his brother Honorius in the West, however, were proving far more severe and far less amenable to the solutions that worked in the East. The Western Empire that Honorius inherited in 395 faced dangers that would have tested the ablest of rulers, and Honorius was anything but able. He had been born in 384, which made him only 10 years old when his father's death placed the purple upon his narrow shoulders. Like his brother Arcadius in the East, he had been raised in the sheltered environment of the imperial court, surrounded by servants and tutors who taught him the ceremonial aspects of rulership while shielding him from its harsher realities. Unlike the East, however, the West had no cushion of wealth and strategic depth to compensate for a weak emperor. The challenges it faced required active and capable leadership, and Honorius could provide neither. Real power in the Western Empire lay with Stilicho, the half-Vandal general who had served Theodosius loyally, and who now served his son as Magister Militum, commander of all Western forces. Stilicho was a man of genuine ability and ambition, a skilled military leader who defended Italy against multiple threats during the early years of Honorius's reign. He also had dynastic aspirations, marrying his daughter to Honorius and positioning himself as the indispensable protector of the imperial house. For more than a decade, he was effectively the ruler of the West, with Honorius serving as little more than a figurehead who performed ceremonial duties, while Stilicho managed the actual business of defense and governance. The greatest threat facing the West was Alaric and his Visigoths, the same Gothic people whose ancestors had defeated Valens at Adrianople. Alaric had served in Roman armies, had fought for Theodosius at the Frigidus, but he nursed grievances against the empire and ambitions for his people that Roman policy seemed designed to frustrate rather than accommodate. He wanted official recognition, a Roman military command, land for his followers, regular supplies from imperial stores. When these demands went unsatisfied, he turned to violence, leading his warriors in raids that devastated the Balkans and eventually brought them into Italy itself. Stilicho managed to check Alaric's incursions several times, defeating him in battle or maneuvering him into unfavorable positions that forced retreat. But he never destroyed the Gothic army, never eliminated the threat definitively. Some historians have suspected that Stilicho saw in Alaric a useful tool for his own political purposes, a threat that justified his continued power and that might be directed against the Eastern Empire should the opportunity arise. Whether through design or inability, the Gothic menace remained, growing stronger as more warriors joined Alaric's band and as Roman defeats elsewhere freed up additional barbarian groups to seek their fortunes in the weakening western provinces. The crisis intensified dramatically in the winter of 406 to 407, when a massive migration of Vandals, Alans, and Sueves crossed the frozen Rhine into Gaul near the city of Mogontiacum. This was no mere raid by a few thousand warriors seeking plunder before returning to their homelands. It was a true migration, entire peoples on the move with their families and livestock, their wagons and possessions, seeking new homes in the Roman provinces that had seemed so wealthy and so vulnerable. The frontier defenses, stripped of troops to meet threats elsewhere, could not stop them or even significantly slow their advance. The Germanic peoples swept across Gaul in a wave of destruction, pillaging cities and villages, overwhelming local garrisons, and eventually crossing the Pyrenees into Spain, where they established themselves in provinces that had been Roman for 4 centuries. Britain, isolated by the Channel and unable to receive reinforcements from an empire that could not defend itself, effectively broke away from imperial control around the same time. Its garrison proclaimed a series of usurpers before the island was finally abandoned to its own defenses. In a few terrible years, the Western Empire lost control of vast territories that it would never recover, and the tax revenues and military manpower those territories had provided were lost forever. Stilicho's position became untenable as these disasters accumulated, and the empire he was supposed to defend crumbled around him. His enemies at court, always numerous among those who resented his power and his barbarian ancestry, found their opportunity in 408. They persuaded the weak and frightened Honorius that Stilicho was plotting treason, perhaps planning to place his own son on the throne. The emperor authorized his arrest, and Stilicho, perhaps hoping to avoid civil war, or perhaps simply paralyzed by the betrayal, allowed himself to be taken and executed. His murder removed the only capable defender the Western Empire possessed at the moment of its greatest danger. With Stilicho gone, anti-barbarian sentiment at the Roman court exploded into violence. The families of barbarian soldiers serving in the Roman army were massacred, driving thousands of warriors who had been loyal to Rome into Alaric's camp. The Gothic king, his army now swollen with deserters and his demands still unsatisfied, turned his attention to Italy with new determination. He had negotiated with Stilicho, had been on the verge of reaching an accommodation that might have made him a Roman general rather than a Roman enemy. Now there was no one left to negotiate with, only a frightened emperor cowering behind the walls of Ravenna and a court consumed by factional hatred and fear. Alaric marched on Rome itself in 408, besieging the ancient capital and demanding enormous payments in gold and silver as the price of withdrawal. The city, its population swollen by refugees from the countryside and its food supplies cut off, faced starvation. The Senate paid what Alaric demanded, stripping gold from temples and melting down statues that had stood for centuries. Alaric withdrew, but the fundamental issues remained unresolved. He still wanted what he had always wanted: legitimate Roman recognition and provision for his people, and Honorius's government remained incapable of either satisfying these demands or defeating him in battle. Twice more Alaric besieged Rome as negotiations dragged on and broke down. He set up a puppet emperor, he abandoned that emperor, he tried once more to reach terms with Honorius. But the emperor, safe behind the marshes and walls of Ravenna, refused all reasonable accommodation. Perhaps he was too weak to overrule the anti-barbarian faction at his court. Perhaps he was too stupid to understand the danger. Perhaps he simply did not care what happened to Rome as long as his own person remained secure. On the 24th of August in 410, Alaric finally lost patience with negotiations that led nowhere and with an emperor who seemed incapable of making any decision at all. His Visigoths entered Rome through the Salarian Gate on the northeastern side of the city, aided perhaps by slaves within the walls who saw in the barbarians liberators rather than invaders, who hoped that new masters might treat them better than the old ones had. For 3 days, the Goths sacked the city that had ruled the Mediterranean world for centuries, the city whose legions had conquered nations and whose laws had governed millions. They plundered churches and palaces, breaking open treasure houses that had accumulated the wealth of empires. They seized precious objects accumulated over generations of conquest and tribute. They carried off captives including members of the senatorial aristocracy and even the emperor's own sister Galla Placidia, who would later marry a Gothic king and bear children who would themselves wear crowns. But the Goths did not destroy Rome utterly, did not massacre its population wholesale, did not burn the ancient city to the ground as they might have done had they wished. Alaric was a Christian, baptized in the Arian faith, and he gave orders that churches and those who sheltered in them should be spared from the violence. The basilicas of Peter and Paul became refuges where thousands huddled in safety while the pillaging continued outside. Many treasures were lost, many lives were taken, much suffering was inflicted. But Rome survived as a city even if its pride and its sense of invulnerability had been shattered beyond recovery. Still, the symbolism was devastating beyond measure. Rome had fallen to barbarian invaders for the first time in 800 years, since the Gauls under Brennus had sacked it in 390 BC in an age that seemed remote. The eternal city, Caput Mundi, had been violated by Germanic warriors whom educated Romans still regarded as savages. The blow to Roman pride and confidence was incalculable. The news shocked the entire Roman world. Saint Jerome, writing from Bethlehem, wept that the city which had conquered the world had itself been conquered. Saint Augustine began his great work The City of God partly in response to pagan claims that Rome had fallen because it had abandoned its ancestral gods for the Christian faith. Refugees fled to Africa and the East, carrying tales of horror and loss. The empire would continue, the West would struggle on for another 6 decades, but something had broken that could never be fully repaired. Honorius, by contrast, seemed barely to register the catastrophe. Later writers told a story, perhaps apocryphal but revealing in what it suggested about his character, that when a servant brought him news that Rome had perished, the emperor initially thought the man was referring to a favorite chicken named Roma that he kept as a pet. Only when the misunderstanding was cleared up did Honorius express any concern. Whether true or not, the story captured how contemporaries viewed this emperor who had failed so completely in his fundamental duty to protect the empire entrusted to his care. While the Western Empire reeled from the sack of Rome and struggled to maintain coherence under the feckless Honorius, the Eastern Empire under Theodosius II was developing into something quite different. A more stable and more resilient state that would survive the troubles of the 5th century and endure for another 1,000 years. Theodosius II had been born in 401, the son of Arcadius and his formidable wife Eudoxia. He was only 7 years old when his father died in 408, making him one of the youngest rulers in Roman history and requiring a regency that would shape his entire reign. The dominant figure during Theodosius's minority was his older sister Pulcheria, a woman of remarkable intelligence and iron will who took vows of Christian virginity at the age of 15 and dedicated herself to guiding her brother and managing the imperial household. Pulcheria was elevated to the rank of Augusta in 414, giving her formal authority to match her actual influence, and she would remain a powerful presence at the Constantinople court for decades, shaping religious policy and imperial ceremony according to her deeply pious vision. Under her guidance, the Eastern court became increasingly devoted to Christian observance, its calendar structured around religious festivals, its rituals permeated with sacred significance. Theodosius himself grew into a scholar rather than a warrior, more interested in books and theology than in military campaigns or political intrigue. He was noted for his beautiful handwriting, his generous nature, and his genuine Christian piety. He presided over a court that valued learning and religious devotion, that supported scholars and theologians, that saw imperial power as fundamentally connected to divine favor and Christian righteousness. If he lacked the martial energy of earlier emperors, he also lacked their cruelty and their appetite for conflict. His was a gentler reign than most, marked by attempts at conciliation rather than confrontation wherever possible. The great monument of Theodosius's reign, in literal terms, was the massive system of walls that bears his name and that transformed Constantinople into one of the most formidable fortified cities in the ancient world. The Theodosian walls, constructed in the early 5th century and improved over subsequent decades, consisted of multiple defensive lines protecting the landward approaches to the capital. Inner and outer walls, fortified towers, deep moats, and killing grounds between the barriers created a defensive system that would withstand siege after siege for the next 1,000 years. When Attila's Huns approached Constantinople, when Arab armies battered at the gates, when Crusaders and Turks sought to breach the defenses, these walls held firm century after century. No purely military attack would take Constantinople until 1453. The legal monument of Theodosius's reign was the great codification of Roman law that bears his name. The Theodosian Code, compiled in the 430s and published in 438, gathered together the laws and edicts issued by emperors since Constantine, organizing this vast body of legislation into a coherent system that could be consulted and applied throughout the empire. It was not the only such compilation in Roman history, nor would it be the last, but it represented a major effort to bring order to the accumulated legal inheritance of the imperial centuries. The code would serve as a foundation for later Byzantine law and would influence legal development in the barbarian kingdoms that succeeded the Western Empire. The religious monument of Theodosius's reign was the Council of Ephesus in 431 and the ongoing controversies over the nature of Christ that would divide the Christian world for centuries. These theological disputes, which seem abstract and irrelevant to modern eyes, were matters of passionate importance to 5th-century Christians who believed that correct understanding of the faith was essential to salvation. Theodosius navigated these controversies with varying success, sometimes supporting positions that later councils would condemn, sometimes trying to maintain unity among factions that refused to be reconciled. His sister Pulcheria was deeply involved in these religious politics, championing particular theological positions and opposing church leaders who disagreed with her views. In the West, Honorius had died in 423 without legitimate heirs, triggering another succession crisis that required Eastern intervention to resolve satisfactorily. Theodosius eventually supported the claims of Valentinian III, the young son of Constantius III and Galla Placidia. That same Galla Placidia who had been captured by the Visigoths during the sack of Rome and who had endured years of captivity before eventually marrying the Gothic king Athalf, and then, after his assassination, the Roman general Constantius who briefly wore the purple himself. Valentinian was installed as Western Emperor at Ravenna in 425, still a child of 6 years old, with his formidable mother serving as regent during his minority and the real power exercised by military commanders who competed for dominance over the weakening Western state. Valentinian III would reign for 30 years, longer than any Western emperor since Valentinian I. But his long nominal reign was marked by continuous territorial losses and increasing dependence on barbarian generals who served their own interests and ambitions as much as they served Rome's. The Vandals under their king Gaiseric established a powerful maritime kingdom in North Africa, seizing the great city of Carthage in 439 and cutting off the grain supplies that had fed Rome and its population for centuries upon centuries. The Visigoths consolidated their hold on southwestern Gaul and expanded their territory into the Spanish provinces. The Burgundians and Franks carved out territories along the Rhine that owed little more than nominal allegiance to the emperor in Ravenna. With each passing decade, the Western Empire controlled less territory, commanded fewer soldiers, and collected less revenue to pay the soldiers it did have, a downward spiral that no emperor seemed able to reverse regardless of their abilities or intentions. The greatest threat to both halves of the empire during this period came from the Huns under their fearsome king Attila, who unified the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppes into a terrifying military force that extracted tribute from both Constantinople and Ravenna while raiding deep into imperial territory whenever payments fell behind or diplomacy failed. Attila has come down through history as the scourge of God, a destroyer of cities and killer of nations, though the reality was somewhat more complex than this fearsome reputation might suggest. He was a skilled diplomat as well as a conqueror, manipulating Roman divisions and playing east against west with considerable sophistication. Theodosius paid enormous sums to buy peace from Attila, payments that critics condemned as shameful and unworthy of Roman dignity, but that preserved the wealthy Eastern Empire from the devastation that the Huns inflicted on others who could not or would not pay. It was pragmatic policy, purchasing time and safety while the empire's defensive capabilities improved, and while Attila's attention was directed elsewhere. The Theodosian walls made Constantinople impregnable to any assault the Huns could mount, and so long as tribute flowed, Attila had no reason to test those formidable defenses. When Attila finally invaded the Western Empire in 451, seeking a bride and an excuse for conquest, it was a coalition of Romans under the general Aetius and Visigoths under their king Theodoric that stopped him at the Catalonian plains in Gaul. The engagement was bloody, with Theodoric falling in the fighting and Attila surviving to fight another day. But the Hunnic advance was halted, and Attila withdrew back beyond the Rhine. He invaded Italy the following year, advancing as far as the Po Valley before withdrawing for reasons that remain disputed, whether through disease, lack of supplies, or the famous intervention of Pope Leo, who persuaded him to spare Rome. Attila died in 453, and his empire collapsed almost immediately as his sons quarreled and subjected peoples broke free. Theodosius II died in 450 from injuries sustained in a riding accident, bringing to an end a reign of 42 years that had seen the Eastern Empire survive every challenge while its Western counterpart crumbled. He had not been a great emperor by martial measures, had not led armies in the field or won famous victories. But he had presided over consolidation and institution building that gave the Eastern Empire strength to endure. He was succeeded by Marcian, a capable military officer who married Pulcheria in a nominal union that preserved dynastic continuity while bringing experienced leadership to the throne. Valentinian III survived Theodosius by 5 years, but the Western emperor's position grew ever more precarious as the territories he nominally ruled shrank with each passing year. The man who had actually defended that empire, the general Aetius who had stopped Attila and who had maintained some semblance of Roman authority in the crumbling western provinces, became a victim of imperial jealousy and the whispers of ambitious courtiers. In September of 454, Valentinian personally stabbed Aetius to death during an audience. Convinced by enemies of the general that he was planning to usurp the throne and install himself as emperor. As one contemporary observer reportedly remarked, the emperor had cut off his right hand with his left, destroying the only man capable of defending what remained of his realm. The murder of Aetius removed the last effective defender of the Western Empire and opened the final chapter of Rome's long decline. The murder of Aetius was swiftly followed by the murder of Valentinian himself. In March of 455, soldiers loyal to the dead general took their revenge, cutting down the emperor in the Campus Martius while he practiced archery, ending the Theodosian dynasty in the West and opening 2 decades of chaos during which the Western Empire would pass through the hands of 9 different emperors before its final extinction. With Valentinian's death, the legitimate succession was broken, and the throne became a prize to be seized by whoever had the strength or the cunning to claim it. The first to make that claim was Petronius Maximus, a wealthy and distinguished senator who had served in high offices and who orchestrated Valentinian's assassination partly out of personal grievance, for the emperor had violated his wife. and partly out of ambition for the purple that seemed finally within his grasp. Petronius arranged for his own proclamation as emperor on the 17th of March, 455, and immediately set about trying to legitimize his position through marriage alliances with the murdered emperor's family. He forced Valentinian's widow Eudoxia to marry him, and he married his son to Eudoxia's daughter, hoping that these connections would strengthen his claim to a throne he had seized by violence. But Petronius Maximus had unleashed forces he could not control. According to tradition, Eudoxia, horrified at being forced to marry the man responsible for her husband's death, sent secret messages to Gaiseric, the Vandal king in North Africa, inviting him to come and avenge Valentinian and rescue her from her intolerable situation. Whether this story is true or not, Gaiseric needed little invitation. He had his own grievances against the new regime, his own ambitions for plunder, and his own fleet capable of carrying his warriors across the Mediterranean to the heart of the weakened empire. When news arrived that the Vandal fleet was approaching Italy, Petronius Maximus attempted to flee Rome rather than organize its defense. But the population, furious at this cowardice and at the disasters his coup had brought upon them, turned on the emperor. On the last day of May, 455, a Roman mob caught Petronius Maximus as he tried to escape the city and killed him, stoning and beating him to death in the streets. His reign had lasted only 2.5 months, barely time to establish any policy or achieve any lasting action. His mutilated body was thrown into the Tiber, and Rome lay open to the Vandals who arrived within days of his death. The Vandal sack of 455 was more thorough and more devastating than Alaric's had been 45 years earlier. For 2 weeks, Gaiseric's warriors systematically plundered the city, stripping temples and palaces of treasures that had accumulated over centuries, carrying off everything of value they could find, including the sacred objects that Titus had taken from the temple in Jerusalem almost 400 years before. They took thousands of captives, including the widowed Eudoxia and her daughters, carrying them back to Africa as prizes and hostages. Unlike Alaric, Gaiseric felt no need to spare churches or restrain his men from destruction. Rome was thoroughly ransacked, its wealth carried overseas to enrich a barbarian kingdom, its population traumatized by yet another catastrophe. After the Vandal departure, the surviving Roman aristocracy and the military commanders who still held some forces in Italy had to find a new emperor. Their choice fell upon Avitus, a Gallo-Roman nobleman who had served as a general and diplomat and who enjoyed the support of the powerful Visigothic King Theodoric II, whose favor he had cultivated during years of service on the Gothic frontier. Avitus was proclaimed emperor in Gaul in July of 455 with Visigothic backing, then traveled to Italy to claim his throne in what remained of the Western Empire's core territory. Avitus represented a different kind of emperor than the Western Empire had seen before, a man whose power base lay not in Italy but in Gaul, not in the Roman military establishment, but in alliance with barbarian federates who now held the balance of power in the western provinces. His reign, lasting from July 455 to October 456, illustrated how thoroughly the political geography of the West had shifted. The Visigoths were now kingmakers, their support essential for anyone who hoped to hold the purple, their interests shaping imperial policy more than the wishes of the Roman Senate or the needs of the Italian population. The Italian establishment resented this Gallic interloper and his Gothic patrons. More critically, Avitus failed to win the support of Ricimer, a Germanic general of mixed Visigothic and Suevic ancestry who commanded the principal military forces in Italy and who would dominate Western politics for the next 15 years. Ricimer was the son of a Suevic princess and a Visigothic noble, but he had risen through Roman service to become the most powerful military figure in the West. He was also an Arian Christian, which barred him from claiming the imperial title himself given the empire's commitment to Nicene orthodoxy. But he could and would control whoever wore the purple. In 456, Ricimer turned against Avitus. He defeated the emperor's forces in battle, stripped Avitus of his throne, and forced him to accept ordination as a bishop, removing him from secular power while theoretically preserving his life. Avitus died shortly afterward, whether from natural causes, assassination, or the combined effects of defeat and humiliation. His fall established the pattern that would characterize the remaining years of the Western Empire, with barbarian generals making and unmaking emperors according to their own interests while the territory and resources of the empire continued to shrink. After a period without an emperor, Ricimer elevated Majorian to the throne in 457, a choice that seemed promising for the battered Western state. Majorian was a Roman of military background who had served with distinction and who possessed both ability and ambition. Unlike the puppets that Ricimer would later install, Majorian had ideas of his own about how to save the empire and the determination to pursue them. His reign, lasting from 457 to 461, represents the last serious attempt to reverse the Western Empire's decline and restore something of its former strength and territory. Majorian began by reasserting imperial authority in areas that had drifted away during the chaos of recent years. He campaigned in Gaul, forcing the Visigoths to acknowledge Roman supremacy and bringing rebellious regions back under imperial control. He imposed discipline on the administration, attempting to reform the corrupt and inefficient bureaucracy that extracted taxes from a shrinking population while delivering ever less in return. He issued laws aimed at protecting the remaining population from exploitation and at encouraging economic recovery. For a brief moment, it seemed that the Western Empire might yet find a champion capable of arresting its long decline. The centerpiece of Majorian's strategy was an ambitious plan to recover North Africa from the Vandals. Without African grain, Rome could not feed its population. Without African revenues, the empire could not pay its armies. Without African shipping, Roman commerce languished. Majorian gathered a fleet and an army, the largest military expedition the Western Empire had assembled in decades, and prepared to cross the Mediterranean and reclaim the lost provinces. If he could defeat Gaiseric and recover Africa, everything might yet be saved. But the expedition ended in disaster before it could properly begin. The Vandal fleet attacked and destroyed Majorian's ships while they lay at anchor in Spanish harbors. The flames that consumed his fleet consumed also his hopes for African recovery. Without those ships, the campaign to retake Africa was impossible. Majorian had to abandon his grand strategy and return to Italy with nothing to show for his efforts but debts and disappointment. Ricimer, who may have viewed Majorian's independence with growing alarm, now moved against him. In August of 461, Ricimer arrested Majorian and stripped him of his imperial dignity. A few days later, the former emperor was executed, the first Western emperor to be formally put to death by his own subjects in more than a century. With Majorian's death, the last realistic chance to save the Western Empire perished as well. The fate of Majorian illuminated the terrible trap in which the Western Empire found itself. To survive, it needed strong leadership and effective military power. But strong leaders threatened the generals who actually commanded the armies, and effective military power required resources that the shrinking empire could no longer provide. Any emperor capable of saving the West was precisely the kind of emperor that Ricimer would not tolerate. And so the empire drifted toward its end, governed by weaklings because the strong were too dangerous to be permitted on the throne. The execution of Majorian also demonstrated how thoroughly the old Roman system had broken down by the middle of the 5th century. In earlier centuries, even bad emperors had usually been treated with at least some respect for the dignity of their office, even when they were being removed from power. Now even that minimal respect had vanished entirely. The imperial dignity meant nothing to men like Ricimer, who held the real military power, and who disposed of emperors as they might dispose of any inconvenient subordinate who had outlived his usefulness. The remaining years of the Western Empire would see this pattern repeated again and again, as Ricimer and his successors installed puppets, discarded them when they proved troublesome or inconvenient, and installed new puppets to take their places. After Majorian's execution, Ricimer installed a new emperor more to his liking, a man named Libius Severus who was content to reign without ruling, to perform the ceremonial functions of the imperial office while leaving actual power in the hands of the barbarian general who had placed him on the throne. Libius Severus was a senator of some standing but no particular distinction, exactly the kind of nonentity that Ricimer preferred. His reign, lasting from November 461 to August 465, was marked by complete subordination to Ricimer's will and by the continued fragmentation of what remained of the Western Empire's authority. The Eastern Emperor Leo refused to recognize Libius Severus as a legitimate colleague, considering him merely Ricimer's puppet and withholding the formal acknowledgement that would have given his reign a patina of legitimacy. This Eastern rejection mattered because the Western Empire increasingly depended on Eastern support, both financial and military, to address threats it could no longer handle with its own diminished resources. Without Eastern recognition, Libius Severus was emperor only of Italy and a few scattered territories that still acknowledged Western authority. The Visigoths, the Burgundians, the Vandals, and other barbarian powers paid him no heed. The reign of Libius Severus saw continued losses and continued impotence. Gaul slipped further from imperial control as the Visigoths expanded their territories, and the remaining Gallo-Roman authorities made their own accommodations with the barbarian powers in their midst. Spain was already lost, divided among Visigoths, Sueves, and various local leaders who recognized no master in distant Ravenna. Africa remained firmly in Vandal hands, its wealth and grain feeding Geiseric's kingdom rather than the hungry population of Rome. The Western Empire had shrunk to little more than Italy itself, and even Italy was defended not by Roman legions, but by barbarian federates whose loyalty depended on regular payment, and whose interests did not necessarily coincide with those of the empire they served. Libius Severus died in August of 465, possibly of natural causes but more likely poisoned, perhaps on Ricimer's orders, or perhaps by other parties who saw advantage in his removal. For 2 years after his death, no Western emperor was appointed at all. Ricimer ruled alone in Italy, negotiating with the Eastern court over the selection of a new puppet while managing the complex politics of a dying state. Finally, in 467, an agreement was reached that brought a new emperor to the west, one chosen not by Ricimer but by the Eastern Emperor Leo, who hoped to install a ruler who might actually accomplish something useful. The new Western emperor was Anthemius, a distinguished aristocrat and military commander who had served with considerable success in the Eastern Empire, and who was connected by marriage to the imperial family in Constantinople through his wife, the daughter of the former Eastern Emperor Marcian. He arrived in Italy in April of 467 with Eastern troops and Eastern money, representing the most serious attempt by the Eastern Empire to shore up its failing Western counterpart since Theodosius the Great had installed Valentinian III 4 decades earlier. Anthemius was meant to be a strong emperor, an emperor who might actually reverse the Western decline and restore the imperial partnership that had once divided the Roman world between cooperating colleagues who shared common interests and common enemies. To bind Ricimer to the new regime, Anthemius gave him his daughter in marriage, creating a family connection that was meant to align the interests of emperor and general in a way that previous relationships had failed to achieve. Ricimer would be not merely a servant of the emperor but his son-in-law, bound by ties of blood as well as politics. It was a reasonable calculation, an attempt to solve through marriage the problem that had destroyed previous emperors. But family ties would prove no more binding than oaths of loyalty when interests diverged and ambitions clashed. The centerpiece of the new Western strategy was yet another attempt to recover North Africa from the Vandals, that same goal that had driven Majorian's failed expedition and that continued to haunt every serious attempt to stabilize the Western Empire. Without Africa, neither East nor West could be truly secure in the long term. Geiseric's fleet raided the coasts of both empires with impunity, appearing without warning to plunder coastal cities and disappearing before any defense could be organized. His kingdom grew fat on stolen wealth, while the empires from which that wealth was stolen grew ever poorer and weaker. And the grain that should have fed Rome and Constantinople instead nourished his warriors and their families in Carthage. The Eastern Emperor Leo committed enormous resources to the expedition of 468, reportedly more than 60,000 pounds of gold according to some sources, an almost unimaginable sum that represented years of carefully accumulated revenue. He built a fleet of over 1,000 ships and gathered an army of perhaps 100,000 men, forces that seemed capable of overwhelming any resistance the Vandals could offer. Command was given to Leo's brother-in-law Basiliscus, a choice that would prove unfortunate, but that seemed reasonable at the time given Basiliscus's family connections and military experience. The campaign of 468 was the largest military operation either empire had undertaken in decades, perhaps the largest either would ever undertake again. Over 1,000 ships carried tens of thousands of soldiers toward Africa, aiming to crush Gaiseric once and for all and reunite the Mediterranean under Roman control. But like Majorian's expedition before it, this one ended in catastrophe. The Vandal fleet, aided by fire ships and superior tactics, destroyed the Roman armada off the coast of Africa. Most of the ships were lost, along with their crews and soldiers. The treasure that Leo had spent so lavishly was gone forever. The dream of recovering Africa was dead. The failure of the African expedition shattered the partnership between East and West and undermined Anthemius's position in Italy. He had been installed by Eastern power and Eastern money, and now that power and money had achieved nothing but disaster. Ricimer, who had accepted Anthemius reluctantly and who had been watching for any opportunity to reassert his dominance, began maneuvering against the emperor he had been forced to accept. The two men, barbarian general and Roman emperor, circled each other warily as tensions mounted toward an inevitable confrontation. The conflict between Anthemius and Ricimer erupted into open civil war in 472, the final and most destructive of the conflicts that had plagued the relationship between Western emperors and their barbarian generals. Ricimer gathered his forces, including many of the barbarian federates who looked to him as their patron and paymaster, and marched on Rome where Anthemius had established himself. The general besieged the emperor within the walls of a city that could not adequately defend itself, trapping him in the ancient capital that had become a symbol of imperial decline rather than imperial glory. For months, the siege continued as Rome starved and suffered once again, its remaining population caught between a barbarian army outside the walls and an emperor who could not save them within. The granaries emptied, the markets closed, and hunger stalked the streets of a city that had once fed 1 million inhabitants, but now held only a fraction of that number huddled in the ruins of former greatness. Churches were stripped of their treasures to buy food that could not be found. Civilians died of hunger and disease while soldiers fought over the scraps that remained. And the ancient capital endured yet another catastrophe in what seemed an endless series of 5th-century disasters, each one worse than the last. In July of 472, Ricimer's forces finally broke through Rome's defenses and poured into the city. Anthemius attempted to flee, disguising himself and seeking refuge in a church, but he was discovered and dragged from sanctuary. He was killed by Ricimer's nephew Gundobad, a Burgundian prince who would later become king of his own people, and who earned his place in history partly through this act of imperial murder. The man who had been sent from Constantinople to save the Western Empire died as its prisoner, another victim of the impossible politics that made effective imperial rule in the West unachievable by any means anyone had yet discovered. Ricimer had won his final victory over an emperor he considered his rival, but the victory brought him nothing but the ashes of a ruined city and the crumbling remnants of an empire that had almost ceased to exist. Ricimer himself died only weeks later, in August of 472, probably from disease that had been consuming his body even as he consumed the last energies of the dying Western state. His body gave out after decades of scheming and fighting that had done nothing to save the empire he had claimed to serve. He had dominated Western politics for 16 years, making and unmaking emperors according to his own interests, and in the end he left behind nothing but wreckage. 4 Western emperors had died during his ascendancy, 3 of them by violence directly connected to his actions. The territories of the Western Empire had shrunk continuously under his watch, from Gaul to the Alps, from Spain to the Italian peninsula. Whatever his abilities as a soldier and politician, Ricimer had presided over the destruction of the state whose defense was supposedly his purpose. His legacy was collapse. The death of Ricimer left a power vacuum that was quickly filled by his nephew Gundobad, the same man who had executed Anthemius and who now attempted to play the role his uncle had played for so long. Before Ricimer died, he had installed Olybrius as emperor, a Roman aristocrat with impeccable credentials whose wife was a daughter of Valentinian III, giving him a dynastic claim to the throne that few of his recent predecessors could match. But Olybrius, like so many Western emperors of this era, proved to be merely a brief placeholder in the empire's long death spiral. Olybrius reigned for only a few months, from April to November of 472. He died of natural causes, apparently dropsy, one of the few final Western emperors to escape violent death. His brief reign accomplished nothing of note, which was perhaps inevitable given the chaos surrounding his elevation and the impossible circumstances facing anyone who wore the Western purple during these final years. With his death, Gundobad faced the task of finding yet another emperor to legitimize his own position as the true power behind the throne. The choice fell upon Glycerius, an obscure military officer who was elevated to the purple in March of 473 at Ravenna. Little is known about Glycerius's background or abilities. He seems to have been a competent enough administrator during his brief reign, issuing laws and attempting to maintain some semblance of imperial governance. But he was entirely dependent on Gundobad's support, and when that support was withdrawn, his position became untenable. Gundobad soon returned to his homeland to claim the Burgundian throne after his father's death, leaving Glycerius without the military backing that had placed him in power. The Eastern Emperor Leo, watching from Constantinople as the Western Empire continued its disintegration, decided once again to intervene in Western affairs. He appointed his own candidate to the Western throne, a man named Julius Nepos who was related to the Eastern imperial family and who had served as military commander in Dalmatia. In 474, Julius Nepos arrived in Italy with Eastern backing, forcing Glycerius to abdicate without a fight. The deposed emperor was ordained as a bishop and sent to Dalmatia, his imperial career ending in ecclesiastical retirement rather than execution, a relatively merciful fate by the standards of the age. Julius Nepos was the last Western emperor to be recognized by the Eastern court, the last to hold anything like legitimate claim to the imperial succession as the Romans understood it. He was an experienced soldier and administrator, capable enough to have made a decent emperor under better circumstances, a man who might have accomplished something had he inherited an empire worth saving. But the circumstances he faced were beyond salvage by any individual, no matter how talented or determined. The Western Empire had shrunk to Italy and a few scraps of territory elsewhere, a pale shadow of the dominion that had once stretched from Scotland to the Sahara, from Portugal to Mesopotamia. Its treasury was empty, drained by decades of tribute payments and military disasters. Its armies were composed almost entirely of barbarian federates whose loyalty was uncertain at best, and whose interests did not necessarily align with those of the empire they nominally served. Its administrative apparatus had largely collapsed into irrelevance as the territories it was meant to govern fell away one by one to barbarian kingdoms that owed Rome nothing. The dominant military figure in Italy was now Orestes, a Roman who had once served as secretary to Attila the Hun during the great conqueror's campaigns across Europe, and who had later entered Roman service after Attila's death and the collapse of the Hunnic Empire. Orestes had risen through the ranks to command the barbarian troops that constituted what remained of the Western Army, the only military force that still answered to imperial authority. He harbored ambitions of his own, this man who had witnessed power at its most naked in the tent of the Scourge of God, and in 475 he turned against Julius Nepos, leading his forces against the emperor and driving him from Italy in a coup that met little resistance. Julius Nepos fled to Dalmatia across the Adriatic, where he continued to claim the imperial title for several more years, maintaining a court in exile and never abandoning his assertion that he was the legitimate Western emperor, even though he could no longer set foot in the Italian peninsula that formed the heart of his supposed domain. Orestes did not claim the throne for himself, perhaps because his long service to Attila made him unacceptable to Roman sensibilities that still mattered to someone, or perhaps because he preferred to rule through a figurehead as Ricimer had done before him. Instead, he elevated his young son to the purple, a boy named Romulus who was given the imperial title Augustulus, Little Augustus, a diminutive that reflected both his youth and perhaps the diminished state of the empire he nominally ruled. Romulus Augustulus was probably about 14 years old when he became emperor in October of 475, the last in the long line of rulers that stretched back 5 centuries to the great Augustus himself. The reign of Romulus Augustulus was brief and empty of any real content. He issued no laws of significance, commanded no armies, made no decisions of consequence. He was a boy wearing purple robes in a palace at Ravenna, while his father Orestes wielded whatever power remained in the crumbling Western state. The barbarian troops who constituted the only military force available to the Western government served Orestes, not the child emperor, and their loyalty depended entirely on continued payment and the promise of land that Orestes had difficulty fulfilling. Those barbarian troops, a mixed force of various Germanic peoples who had entered Roman service over the preceding decades, and who represented the last remnants of what had once been the mightiest military force the ancient world had ever known, grew restless as Orestes failed to deliver on his promises to them. They demanded land in Italy, a third of the peninsula's territory to be divided among them as their reward for years of service to an empire that seemed to have nothing else left to give. It was not an unreasonable demand by the standards of what other barbarian groups had received elsewhere in the former Western Empire during this turbulent century. The Visigoths had their flourishing kingdom in Gaul and Spain, ruling over Roman subjects who had become their taxpayers. The Vandals had wealthy Africa and its grain fields. The Burgundians had their territories along the Rhone. Why should the soldiers who had served Rome so long and so faithfully, who had fought and bled for emperors they barely knew, not receive similar compensation for their sacrifices? Orestes refused their demands, perhaps believing he could maintain control without making such substantial concessions, perhaps simply unable to deliver what they asked given the political and practical constraints he faced. The Italian landowners who supported him would not willingly surrender a third of their estates to barbarian soldiers, and Orestes may have calculated that his position depended more on their goodwill than on the satisfaction of his troops. If so, it was a fatal miscalculation. The barbarian troops, feeling betrayed by a leader who would not fulfill his obligations to them, turned to one of their own for leadership. His name was Odoacer, a Germanic warrior of uncertain tribal origin, perhaps Syrian or Ruggian, or of mixed heritage from the many peoples who had migrated across Europe during these turbulent decades, who had served in the Roman military for years, and who now emerged as the spokesman and champion for the discontented soldiers. Under Odoacer's leadership, the barbarians rose against Orestes. The rebellion was swift and brutal in its execution. Orestes was captured and executed in August of 476, paying with his life for promises he could not keep to men who had trusted him to deliver what he had offered. His brother Paulus died defending Ravenna against the barbarian forces, fighting to the end for a cause that was already lost. And young Romulus Augustulus, the boy emperor who had never truly ruled anything, who had been a puppet and a figurehead from the first moment the purple was draped across his narrow shoulders, found himself alone and unprotected as Odoacer's warriors took control of the imperial capital. The last Western Roman emperor awaited his fate in a palace that had belonged to rulers stretching back through centuries of Roman history, a history that was now coming to its final chapter. Odoacer chose mercy, or perhaps simply saw no advantage in killing a harmless child who posed no threat to his power and whose death would accomplish nothing useful. He deposed Romulus Augustulus but allowed him to live, sending him to a villa in Campania with a pension that would support him in comfortable retirement for the rest of his days. The boy who had briefly worn the purple, who had borne the names of Rome's legendary founder and its first emperor, would live out his remaining years in obscurity, the last emperor of the West fading from history's view as completely as the empire he had nominally ruled. His ultimate fate remains unknown to us. Some sources suggest he may have lived into the 6th century, a forgotten figure dwelling in the shadow of a vanished empire, but certainty is impossible across the distance of so many centuries. He simply disappears from the historical records, as the Western Empire itself was disappearing into memory and legend and the long twilight of the post-Roman world. The year 476 has been remembered as the end of the Western Roman Empire, the date that textbooks cite as marking the transition from ancient to medieval history, the moment when the classical world gave way to the Dark Ages. And yet to those who lived through it, the events of that year may not have seemed so momentous, so clearly the end of an era that had shaped the world for half a millennium. Emperors had come and gone with numbing frequency in recent decades. Barbarian generals had dominated the politics of the Western court for a generation. The actual governance of what remained of Roman territory had long since devolved to local authorities, to bishops and landowners and urban councils who managed affairs as best they could while the imperial center grew ever weaker and more irrelevant. Odoacer, having deposed Romulus Augustulus, did not establish himself as a new Western emperor or attempt to found a dynasty of barbarian rulers wearing Roman purple. Instead, he did something more telling about the changed realities of the post-Roman world. He sent the imperial regalia, the diadem and purple robes that symbolized Western imperial authority, to Constantinople, to the Eastern Emperor Zeno, who still maintained the Roman state in its wealthier and better defended half. The message was clear enough. There would be no more Western emperors. The fiction of a divided but unified Roman Empire would give way to a new reality in which the East alone continued the Roman tradition, while the West became something different, something barbarian kingdoms would make of it in the centuries to come. Zeno accepted the regalia and the implicit acknowledgement that he was now the sole Roman emperor, though the practical implications of this recognition were limited. He could not project power into Italy, could not challenge Odoacer's control of the peninsula, could not restore the Western Empire by force of arms. He granted Odoacer the title of patrician, recognizing him as a legitimate authority governing Italy on behalf of the empire, even though everyone understood that this was a polite fiction covering the reality of barbarian rule. Julius Nepos, still claiming to be the rightful Western emperor from his exile in Dalmatia, was technically the legitimate ruler whom Zeno should have supported. But Zeno made no effort to restore him, and when Julius Nepos was finally murdered in 480, the last pretender to the Western throne passed from the scene without Eastern intervention on his behalf. Odoacer ruled Italy for 17 years, from 476 to 493, governing it with reasonable competence and maintaining many of the administrative structures that had characterized Roman rule. He collected taxes, maintained roads, administered justice, and preserved much of the existing social order, even as the political framework that had supported it disappeared. The Roman Senate continued to meet, aristocratic families continued to manage their estates, and the church continued to grow in wealth and influence. Life for most inhabitants of Italy probably changed less than we might expect from such a dramatic political transformation. The rhythms of agriculture, the concerns of commerce, the structures of local community continued much as they had before, even as the great edifice of imperial government crumbled away above them. But if life continued, the Roman Empire in the West did not. What ended in 476 was not Roman civilization, which would persist in transformed forms for centuries, but Roman political unity, the idea that the Mediterranean world and its hinterlands formed a single state under a single ruler. The western provinces, already fractured among various barbarian kingdoms, would never again be reunited under Roman authority despite later attempts by Eastern emperors to recover what had been lost. The dream of universal empire, of a single political order embracing the civilized world, gave way to the reality of competing kingdoms, each with its own king, its own laws, its own interests. The causes of Rome's fall have been debated for as long as people have written history, and the debate continues today among scholars who bring ever more sophisticated analytical tools to bear on this ancient question. Edward Gibbon famously blamed Christianity and barbarism in his monumental Decline and Fall, arguing that otherworldly religion had sapped Roman civic virtue, while Germanic peoples had overwhelmed weakened defenses with their vigorous martial culture. Modern historians have proposed countless other explanations since Gibbon wrote, from lead poisoning in Roman water pipes to climate change that disrupted agricultural patterns, from economic decline driven by inflation and taxation to military overextension across frontiers too vast to defend, from plague that depopulated cities and legions to moral decay that supposedly corrupted Roman character. The truth almost certainly lies in some combination of these and other factors that varied in importance across different regions and different centuries of Roman decline. A perfect storm of challenges accumulating over generations that eventually proved too much for any political system to survive, no matter how resilient or adaptable. Perhaps the simplest and most compelling explanation is that the Western Roman Empire became too expensive to maintain relative to the resources available to support it. Defending thousands of miles of frontier against increasingly organized barbarian confederations required armies that consumed revenues faster than a shrinking economy could provide them. When the armies could not be paid, they could not be maintained. When they could not be maintained, the frontiers could not be defended. When the frontiers fell, the tax base shrank further, making the next round of military expenditure even harder to finance. The empire entered a death spiral from which there was no escape, a feedback loop of declining resources and declining security that fed on itself until the system collapsed entirely. The barbarians who inherited the Western Empire were not the savage destroyers that later Roman propaganda and medieval legend made them out to be. They were peoples who had lived alongside the empire for centuries, who had served in its armies, who had absorbed much of its culture even as they maintained their own distinct identities. When they established their kingdoms on former Roman territory, they generally preserved what they could of Roman administration and Roman learning, recognizing that these represented valuable tools for governing complex societies. The transition from Roman to barbarian rule was often more gradual and more collaborative than dramatic narratives of conquest and destruction suggest. What the fall of the Western Empire did destroy was the political and economic unity that had bound the Mediterranean world together since Augustus had established his principate 5 centuries earlier. Trade routes that had carried goods from Britain to Egypt now ended at political boundaries that had not existed before. Administrative traditions that had maintained roads and aqueducts and grain supplies now depended on the resources and priorities of individual kingdoms rather than an imperial system. The cultural unity that had spread Latin language and Roman law across half a continent now fragmented into regional variations that would eventually become the distinct nations of medieval and modern Europe. The Eastern Roman Empire continued, of course, surviving the 5th century catastrophe that destroyed its Western counterpart, and enduring for another 1,000 years until Constantinople finally fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453. This Byzantine civilization, as later historians would call it, preserved much of the Roman heritage through the medieval centuries, transmitting classical learning to future generations and maintaining political traditions that claimed direct descent from Augustus and his successors. In some sense, Rome never fell at all but merely transformed, its center shifting from the Tiber to the Bosphorus, its language changing from Latin to Greek, its character evolving from classical to medieval while retaining an essential continuity with the ancient past. But the Western Empire, the Empire of Rome and Ravenna, of Gaul and Spain and Britain and Africa, that empire ended in the late 5th century and would never rise again. Its passing marked the close of an era in human history, the end of a political experiment that had unified the Mediterranean world for half a millennium under a single government. What came after would be different in fundamental ways, would be medieval rather than ancient, would be the world of feudal kingdoms and the Catholic Church rather than provinces and legions. The Roman emperors were gone from the West, their memory preserved in stories and ruins, their legacy embedded in languages and laws and institutions that would shape European civilization for centuries to come. And so our journey through the history of the Roman emperors draws toward its close. From Augustus, who transformed the dying republic into an empire that would endure for centuries, to Romulus Augustulus, the boy who bore the names of Rome's legendary founder and its first emperor, but who ruled over nothing but shadows and memories, we have traced the long arc of Roman imperial power through triumph and disaster, through 5 centuries of history that shaped the world we inherit today. Rest now, and let these names settle into your memory like leaves falling on an autumn afternoon, each one part of a story that connects us to the ancient past and reminds us that even the mightiest empires are mortal, that all things pass, and that what endures is the human spirit that creates civilizations and mourns their passing. We have traveled far together through the centuries, from the sunlit days of Augustus when the empire was young and strong, through the long twilight of decline that ended in the quiet deposition of a boy emperor named for Rome's legendary founders. We have met emperors wise and foolish, cruel and kind, competent and catastrophically incompetent. We have witnessed civil wars and foreign invasions, religious transformations and administrative reforms, plagues and persecutions, and the slow crumbling of an order that once seemed eternal. The story of the Roman emperors is, in many ways, the story of how human beings attempt to govern themselves, to create order out of chaos, to build institutions that might outlast the fragile lives of those who create them. The first emperors we encountered were the architects of a new kind of state, men who transformed the forms of the Roman Republic while claiming to preserve them. Augustus, that master of political theater, created an empire by pretending he had not created one, and his successors inherited both his power and his pretensions. Some, like Tiberius and Claudius, proved capable administrators despite personal flaws that scandalized their contemporaries and delighted later gossips. Others, like Caligula and Nero, became bywords for tyranny and excess, their reigns remembered as cautionary tales about the dangers of unlimited power in unstable hands. The Year of the Four Emperors taught the Roman world a lesson it would relearn many times over the following centuries: that the succession to supreme power was the Achilles heel of the imperial system. When Augustus died, his carefully prepared successor took his place without bloodshed. When the Julio-Claudian line ended, armies and generals competed for the throne in a civil war that killed thousands and reminded everyone that the empire rested ultimately on military force, not legal right or hereditary succession. This pattern would repeat through the centuries, periods of stability under established dynasties, followed by violent struggles when those dynasties ended or were overthrown. The Flavians and the Five Good Emperors showed what the empire could achieve under capable leadership. Vespasian restored order after civil war, Titus and Domitian maintained it with varying degrees of success, and then came the remarkable century of Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, each choosing his successor on the basis of merit rather than blood relationship. Under these emperors, the empire reached its greatest extent and its highest prosperity, a vast realm stretching from Scotland to Mesopotamia, from the Sahara to the forests of Germany, bound together by Roman law and Roman roads and the common culture of the Mediterranean world. But even in these golden years, the seeds of future troubles were being sown. The frontiers that Trajan extended and Hadrian fortified required constant defense against peoples who pressed ever more insistently against Roman boundaries. The economy that supported the imperial system depended on conquest and slaves, on the exploitation of resources that were not infinite. The military that defended the empire was changing, incorporating more barbarian soldiers whose loyalties might be divided. And the old civic religion that had bound Romans together was giving way to new faiths, including one that began with a crucified preacher in Palestine and that would eventually conquer the empire that had executed him. The 3rd century brought crisis after crisis, a cascade of disasters that nearly destroyed the Roman state. Emperors rose and fell with dizzying frequency, their reigns measured in months rather than years, their deaths usually violent. Plague reduced the population, inflation destroyed the currency, and barbarian invasions pierced frontiers that could no longer be adequately defended. For a generation, it seemed the empire might simply disintegrate, breaking apart into regional fragments that would go their separate ways and leave the Roman unity behind as a memory rather than a reality. Yet the empire survived. Diocletian's reforms created a new administrative structure that could manage the vast territories more effectively. Constantine's embrace of Christianity gave the empire a new ideological foundation to replace the dying paganism of earlier centuries. The empire was transformed, but it endured, its center shifting from Rome to Constantinople, its character changing from classical to medieval, while retaining the essential claim to be the legitimate continuation of the Roman state that Augustus had founded. The 4th century saw the empire divided between multiple emperors, united under Julian's brief attempt to restore paganism, and then divided again between the sons of Theodosius. The Gothic crisis that culminated at Adrianople demonstrated that the old Roman military system could no longer guarantee security against barbarian confederations that had learned from centuries of contact with Rome and that now possessed the organization and the numbers to challenge Roman armies. In open battle, the 5th century brought the final collapse in the West. One by one, the western provinces fell away, conquered by Vandals and Visigoths and Burgundians and Franks who established their own kingdoms on territory that had been Roman for centuries. The Western emperors became puppets of barbarian generals, their authority a polite fiction that fooled no one. And finally, in 476, even the fiction ended, and the last boy emperor surrendered his purple to a Germanic chieftain who had no use for the title that had once made men masters of the known world. The legacy of the Roman emperors extends far beyond the political events of their reigns, reaching into every aspect of Western civilization and continuing to shape our world in ways we often fail to recognize. The legal system they developed, refined over centuries and codified most completely under the Emperor Justinian in the 6th century, became the foundation of civil law in much of Europe and continues to influence legal thinking and practice to this day. When modern lawyers speak of contracts and property rights, of inheritance and criminal procedure, they often use concepts and terminology that trace directly back to Roman jurists working in the service of Roman emperors. The languages they spread across their vast domains, Latin in the West and Greek in the East, evolved into the Romance languages of modern Europe, including Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian, languages spoken today by hundreds of millions of people around the world. Latin provided the vocabulary for science, medicine, law, and religion, and continues to be studied as the key to understanding classical civilization and the foundations of Western thought. The administrative structures they created, from provinces to dioceses, shaped the organization of both church and state for centuries after the empire itself had passed away, and many of our modern governmental concepts derive from Roman practices developed during the imperial centuries. The buildings they constructed, from the Colosseum to Hagia Sophia, from the Pantheon to the Great Walls of Constantinople, still stand as monuments to Roman engineering skill and Roman imperial ambition. The roads they built with such care and engineering skill, designed to move armies quickly from one crisis to another across the vast distances of the empire, became the arteries of medieval commerce and formed the basis for transportation networks that exist to this day. The cities they founded or expanded, from London to Vienna to Belgrade, remain important centers of population and power in the modern world. Most profoundly, perhaps, the Roman emperors created an idea that has never quite died, the idea of universal empire, of a single political order encompassing the civilized world under a single ruler and a single law. Later emperors, from Charlemagne to Napoleon to Hitler, claimed to be restoring or continuing the Roman tradition, and the very word emperor derives from the Latin imperator that Roman generals earned through victory in battle. The dream of Rome continues to haunt the European imagination, an ideal of unity and order and civilization that remains powerful even as the empire itself recedes ever further into the past. Now our story reaches its end at last, though the echoes of Rome continue to sound through the centuries that separate us from those final Western emperors who watched helplessly as their world crumbled around them. We have walked together through 500 years of history, from the transformation of the Roman Republic into an empire that would shape the ancient world, to the fall of the West when barbarian kingdoms rose on the ruins of Roman power. We have traveled from Augustus, that cunning political genius who created something new while claiming to restore something old, to Romulus Augustulus, the boy who bore such famous names but ruled over nothing but shadows and fading memories of greatness that was no more. May these stories stay with you as you rest tonight. May the names and deeds of emperors settle gently into your memory, like sediment drifting to the floor of a still and peaceful pond. And may you carry with you some sense of the vast sweep of history that connects us across the ages to that ancient world that seems so distant, yet shaped so much of what we are today. Sleep well now, and know that though empires fall and dynasties end, the human story continues onward, always beginning again even as it reaches each ending, always building new civilizations even as the old ones pass into memory and legend and the long silence of forgotten centuries. Before we close our eyes and let sleep carry us away into dreams, Let us linger a little longer with some of the stranger, sadder, and more peculiar stories from the long history of Rome's emperors. These are the tales that ancient historians love to tell and that their readers love to read, the scandalous anecdotes and bizarre episodes that may or may not be entirely true, but that reveal what Romans thought about power and those who wielded it in their name. Some of these stories are probably inventions, hostile propaganda transformed into accepted fact by centuries of repetition and the natural human love of a good scandal. Others may contain grains of truth exaggerated beyond recognition by writers seeking to entertain as much as to inform. And some, perhaps, happened exactly as the ancient sources described them, reminders that human nature in all its strangeness has not changed much across the millennia that separate us from those distant days. We might begin with the Emperor Tiberius, who spent the last decade of his long reign on the island of Capri, rarely if ever venturing back to Rome, governing the empire through letters and through the feared Praetorian prefect Sejanus until that ambitious officer overreached his position and was destroyed in a spectacular fall from grace. The ancient historian Suetonius filled his account of Tiberius with tales of debauchery and cruelty practiced on that island retreat. Stories so lurid and so detailed that later generations have debated endlessly whether they represent historical truth or the imaginings of hostile writers determined to blacken the memory of an unpopular emperor who had made many enemies among the senatorial class. Whatever the truth behind these accusations, the image of the reclusive emperor watching his vast empire from a clifftop villa, surrounded by astrologers and objects of pleasure, while Rome itself went on without him, has haunted the historical imagination ever since. Caligula provided endless material for scandalous stories, from his supposed plan to make his horse Incitatus a consul to his claims of divine status that offended Roman sensibilities, trained to view such assertions as the mark of Eastern despotism rather than proper Roman behavior. He reportedly had incestuous relationships with his sisters, murdered guests at dinner parties for his amusement, and once declared war on the sea god Neptune, ordering his soldiers to collect seashells as spoils of victory. How much of this is true remains impossible to determine. Caligula's reign was brief, and his successors had every reason to paint him as a monster whose removal was justified. But the stories themselves reveal Roman anxieties about what unlimited power might do to a human mind. Nero's excesses have become proverbial, though the famous story that he fiddled while Rome burned is almost certainly false, since the fiddle had not yet been invented and Nero was actually many miles away when the Great Fire broke out. But his persecution of Christians, his murder of his mother Agrippina, his execution of his wife Octavia, and his grandiose artistic pretensions all provided ample material for hostile accounts that have shaped his reputation for 2,000 years. When he finally died by his own hand, abandoned by his guards and condemned by the Senate, he supposedly lamented what an artist the world was losing, a final moment of self-dramatization from an emperor who had always seen himself as a performer on the world's greatest stage. The year of the 4 emperors produced its own crop of bizarre moments. Vitellius, the glutton emperor, was said to have spent enormous sums on elaborate banquets while the empire convulsed in civil war around him. When his enemies finally caught him, they paraded him through the streets of Rome, pelting him with filth and abuse before killing him and throwing his body into the Tiber. Galba, the elderly emperor who preceded him, was so stingy that he refused to pay the soldiers the donative they had been promised, a fatal miscalculation that led directly to his assassination in the Roman Forum. The Emperor Domitian was said to spend hours alone in a private room catching flies and stabbing them with a stylus, behavior that struck his contemporaries as evidence of an unstable and dangerous personality lurking beneath the surface of imperial majesty. When someone asked if anyone was with the emperor, a courtier reportedly replied that not even a fly was with him, a dark joke that circulated through the palace corridors and captured something of the paranoid isolation that characterized Domitian's later reign. He trusted no one and saw conspiracies everywhere, surrounding himself with mirrors so that no assassin could approach unseen, until a real conspiracy finally claimed his life in a bloody palace coup. His assassination was greeted with joy by the Senate whose members he had terrorized, but with genuine grief by the army whose soldiers he had treated well, a division that would characterize Roman politics for centuries to come. Commodus, the son of the philosopher Emperor Marcus Aurelius, provided some of the most colorful material for ancient scandalmongers, his reign a seemingly endless source of stories that later generations would read with horrified fascination. He renamed Rome after himself, calling it the colony of Commodus, and added his name to the months of the year. He appeared in the arena as a gladiator, fighting from a raised platform where he could kill exotic animals and defeated gladiators without any risk to his imperial person, then charging the treasury enormous fees for his performances. He identified himself with the hero Hercules, appearing in public dressed in a lion skin and carrying a club, demanding to be worshipped as a god made flesh. He was strangled in his bath by a wrestler named Narcissus, ending a reign that had begun with such promise and deteriorated into what his contemporaries considered madness and disgrace. The contrast between the thoughtful Marcus Aurelius and his theatrical, violent son has puzzled historians ever since, a reminder that even the best parents cannot always pass their virtues to their children. Elagabalus, the teenage priest-emperor from Syria, brought scandal to new heights during his brief reign in the early 3rd century. He introduced the worship of his Syrian sun god to Rome, married and divorced multiple times, including allegedly to a Vestal virgin, and was said to have engaged in behavior that shocked even Romans accustomed to imperial eccentricity. His grandmother and mother, who had engineered his rise to power, eventually turned against him and supported his cousin and successor Alexander Severus, and Elagabalus was killed at 18, his body thrown into the sewer, his memory condemned by a senate that wanted to forget he had ever existed. The later empire produced its own share of strange stories and peculiar characters who have echoed down through history. The Emperor Julian, known to Christians as the Apostate because he was the last pagan ruler who tried to reverse the Christian transformation of the Roman state, was said to have kept such a magnificently large beard that insects nested in it, a detail that Christian writers included to mock his attempt to revive classical philosophy and traditional religion, and to portray him as an unkempt eccentric rather than a serious reformer. Valentinian I died from a rage-induced stroke while yelling at barbarian ambassadors who had displeased him with their insolent demands, a spectacular exit for a man known throughout his life for a violent temper that terrified those who served him. Honorius, the emperor who presided over the sack of Rome by Alaric's Visigoths, was said to have been more concerned about his pet chickens than about the fall of the Eternal City, though this story may be apocryphal. And finally, there is Romulus Augustulus himself, the boy emperor whose very name seemed like a cruel joke played by history on the failing Western Empire. Romulus had been the legendary founder of Rome, Augustus the founder of the empire. To bear both names and to preside over nothing but the final collapse of Western Roman power was an irony that ancient writers appreciated and that we can still recognize across the distance of 15 centuries. He survived his deposition, was sent to a villa in southern Italy with a pension, and simply disappeared from history, the last emperor of Rome fading into obscurity as the world he had nominally ruled transformed into something new. These stories, whether true or false or somewhere in between, remind us that the emperors were human beings, subject to all the weaknesses and eccentricities and strange obsessions that flesh is heir to in every age. Power magnified their flaws as well as their virtues, placing them under a spotlight that illuminated every peculiarity and every excess, while also giving them the means to indulge appetites that ordinary mortals must restrain. The historical record preserved both the good and the bad in equal measure, passed down through centuries by writers who found scandal as interesting as virtue and perhaps more entertaining to record. Let these tales drift through your thoughts as you settle towards sleep, strange echoes from a distant time when men wore purple and ruled the known world, when the fate of millions depended on the character and the sanity of whoever happened to sit on the imperial throne. These were real people who lived and died, who loved and feared and schemed, and sometimes lost their way amid the temptations of unlimited power. Their stories are part of our inheritance from the ancient world, reminders that even in the most exalted positions, humanity remains fundamentally human, capable of greatness and folly, of wisdom and madness, of creating empires and watching them fall.